off of it.
Mm.
And he's like, Miss So-and-so, I got too much to-do in my undies. Make the stinky go away. And she's like, shut the fuck up. I just remember because
That's very funny.
we were
It
kids.
doesn't ring any
We were
bells.
kids when we saw it, so it was like the funniest thing because it was a poop joke in an Adam Sandler
Yeah.
movie.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
To Everglades, and I'm using my feet to attract this swamp puppy. Mr. Crocodile's coming in hot. I think he's about to yoink me. But he's just curious and he's saying hi to me. Yellow rat snake, yoink. I ended up getting yoinked by this sweetheart. He got me on the leg, but it doesn't hurt. Ooh, chameleon. Yoink. This is a little male veiled chameleon, and he'll...
What the fuck? That shouldn't be there.
Says who?
Says the fucking fact that they don't live there.
The chameleon, I think, is telling you to go fuck yourself because he's real.
Make a fantastic pet. Ooh, yoink.
I would take that home too. That's fucking cool.
Look,
we got a tokay gecko.
That angry gecko, huh?
Did he say he's taking it home?
Yeah, he said it would make a good pet.
Oh.
Chameleons are cool.
I heard tokay geckos have one of the more painful bites.
Yes, they do.
But there was another gecko I heard was even worse, and it's the one...
It's probably the leaf-tailed gecko.
It's the one that's based off of some weird thing I saw in something.
A real-life animal based off...
Yeah, it was based off something in a video game. It's not Fallout, right? Because Fallout, there are the geckos there.
Mm.
It was
We got another one.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was a super rare
yoink.
gecko.
Look at this juicy handful of tofu.
What the fuck? That's fucking hilarious. That's awesome.
Hey, geckos.
They're so angry.
It's not easy looking for a 20-foot Burmese python, especially when you don't stage your videos. Ooh, that's a big green water snake.
When you don't what?
She's definitely not too happy with me.
I'm not sure. I can't.
How can you not love a face like that, though?
That is an ugly snake.
Tropical orb weaver.
Cool.
Boop. Look at that juicy cottonmouth. You gotta watch your step out here. Ooh, this python doesn't know what's coming for him. Finally, we got one. Yoink. Hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades and I'm using my...
Okay. Funny. That guy's funny. Animals. Jenny.
Good morning, I'm Jenny Milkowski, a geriatric millennial born in the mid-1980s. I am Crazy Cat Lady Jenny Milkowski. You want to speak my love language? Take me to brunch. Nobody ever takes me to brunch. I feel like this is a lot of my face right now.
Yeah,
it's just snug. A little early.
Little snug.
A little early to be staring at me that intently. Good morning, I'm Jenny Milkowski, a geriatric millennial born in the mid-1980s.
And...
It's a short, so it loops.
Yep.
So, you know, some people are calling it a, quote, mind-bending theatrical production. And now you have a chance to see it for yourself. The Champions of Magic Tour is coming to Balboa Theater. So with me now, I've got, mentalist Alex. Pronounce your last name for me. Macalear. I would have butchered it, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Fernando Velasco, who is an illusionist, right?
And an escape artist.
And an escape. Well, I was not aware of that. Why are you here? If you're an escape artist, why are you choosing to sit here?
So for people watching, we haven't set anything up. We haven't prearranged anything. Nothing happened before the show.
No, we don't plan much around here.
Fast and loose. I like it.
Well, it's true.
I'm going to ask you, childhood friends. I want you to think of the name of a childhood friend. So this could be someone from elementary school or something like that.
Okay.
But don't worry about their last name.
Okay.
Just focus on their first name.
Okay.
There's a few names in your head, I can tell already.
But... I know, but I narrowed it down.
Have you got one in mind?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, I'm going to need you to write down that name right here, just so we've got some proof later on, then fold it back up just like that. I'm going to close my eyes because there's monitors everywhere.
Okay,
there are. I'm going to push my fingers in my ears. In my ears? In my eyes.
Okay, and then I fold it.
Refold it, so there's no way I can see it. And tell me when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Heard the pen click. So great.
Oh yeah.
Okay, take that back. Take this, and like for people watching, like this is it's a thick piece of card. Can't see through it, but so you know it's safe. It's going to go in here. Make sure there's nothing else inside there, so you know I'm not going to switch it or swap it. You can jam your finger in there if you like. I appreciate it. You can hold it if you like. I don't need to hold it. So whatever this person's name is, you just say it in your head. So this is elementary school, right? This is from when you're quite young.
I don't know why
Yes.
I'm closing my eyes. But
No, yeah. Could you keep them open? I need to see.
Oh,
it.
okay. Okay, sorry.
So whatever the name is, you say it in your head over and over again, but don't say it out loud. Good. Could you think of a letter?
You see, you just gave it away.
No, I'm busy looking at lizards to try and remember where this lizard was that I saw.
He gave away his trick. She had her eyes closed. He's like, no, I need to see your eyes. It's because it's all about tells. It's not about reading your mind. It's about understanding tells and reading body language. That's all this shit is.
Mhm.
Just somewhere in the middle of their name. Don't say it, but just think of it. One letter, somewhere in the middle. Good. Don't change your mind because that confuses me. Because there's an N.
I'm not.
There's an N in there. Yes.
Yeah.
There's also an I. Is that right?
Oh my God.
What's
See?
next?
Say
What's the
your
next
first
letter?
name out loud, not this one.
Jenny,
Yours.
what's the
Is that
next
loud?
letter?
Jenny.
Good. Say it again.
Jenny.
Is it a
Good.
G
Now say
after the
your
N
own
and
name,
I?
just in your
It better
head.
not be a G, Jenny.
Good. Now say their name, but just in your head. Nina.
How
Is
did
that right?
I
N-I-N-A. That would be Nina.
No.
Do you want to show the camera?
Yeah,
Just they don't think we're just
I'm
making it up.
folding it, man.
You're a wizard.
Burn me. Oh wait, there it is.
Hey.
Oh,
Nina.
stop. Oh, wait, you
Okay.
probably. Oh, did I like? Do people do? Well, you're not going to
Yeah,
reveal
no,
your
no.
secrets. Okay, well, I'm super impressed. Okay, Fernando, are you going to
Hello.
do something for us?
You want me to? I can.
If you can,
I
yeah.
can show you. Can I see your hands like this?
Okay.
Just for a moment.
Well, my nails are not
Oh,
great. It's okay.
That's okay. Which hand is your non?
She always negs herself and it
non-dominant?
irritates
Uh-huh.
me. Like, you're perfect,
This one?
Jenny.
When you
Okay,
don't write
make
this.
a make a face with it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, she's got a tattoo.
Now
Sorry, leave this one here.
you can take
Oh
it
no,
away.
she's gonna get fired.
I'm gonna make an X.
Yeah.
You see that?
Well, for having,
Yeah.
I have tattoos. I mean, I was not an
No.
anchor.
No, I know. I'm being facetious.
This is how we work on.
I want more tatted up chick news anchors. That would be sick. That would be so cool.
You hear that, Jenny?
Get a full sleeve. Just go hard.
teleportation. So this is really small, but then
We
later
won't
on you might see
discriminate.
this on stage.
All
and
the
that
tattoos
X
you
could
want.
be a person
We'll
vanishing from
discriminate against non-tattooed people.
Where did it
place on the
go?
stage.
I'm the only non-tattooed person allowed, and that's because I plan to get them.
Well, open up your hand.
No.
Yes.
No. I don't know. They won't tell us. Then they'd be out of a job.
Yeah.
How did
And,
you?
I mean, you can try to.
Did he touch her hand at any point? I need to
don't
see.
know.
I need to see. When he wrote that on his hand.
Fernando, are you going to
Hello.
do something for us?
You want me to? I can.
If you can,
I
yeah.
can show you.
Ready?
Can I see your hands like this?
Okay.
Just for a
He's
moment.
got the
Well, my
pen.
nails are not
Oh,
great. It's okay.
That's okay. Which hand is your non-dominant hand?
My non-dominant.
Uh-huh.
This
The
one.
one you
Okay,
don't write
make
with.
a make a fist with it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now
Sorry, leave this one here.
you can take it away. I'm gonna make an X.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, this is how we
He hasn't touched it with his hand yet. Notice?
work on teleportation. So this is really small,
Still fresh.
but then later on you might see this on stage, and that X could be a person
Where'd it
vanishing
go?
from
Where did it
place on the
go?
stage. Well,
Lol.
open up your hand.
No.
Yes.
Okay, I am perplexed. What the fuck just happened?
He must have like done it like where she couldn't even feel it. Went,
Must have done it super sneaky. I didn't even see it because I thought the cap was on the whole time. Unless the back of the pen has like an X stamp on it,
That's what I think.
and
Go
he
back.
he
And
hit
he
the
somehow
stamp.
like hit her hand with it.
Somewhere here.
He's got it on his
Okay.
finger.
Which hand is your non-dominant hand?
It's
You
right
nailed
there.
it.
No, go
Yeah.
back. You can see it on his finger.
For a moment.
Well, my nails are not great.
Oh,
It's okay.
That's okay. Which hand is your
No,
non-dominant
keep
hand?
going back.
My
Keep
no-
going back.
Non-dominant nails.
I can.
If you can.
I
Yeah.
can show you.
There?
Can I see your hands like
See?
this?
Okay.
Just for
How
a
he
moment.
took the cap off and it's in his hand now.
Mm.
Watch, go back.
Well,
Watch
my
him
na-
take the cap off and watch how he palms it.
So I can.
If you can.
I
Yeah.
can show you. Can I see your
Yeah.
hands like this?
He
Okay.
needed
Just
two
for a
hands
moment.
to do
Well, my
it.
nails are not
Not
great.
a very
It's
good
okay.
That's okay.
musician.
Which hand is your
boom.
non-dominant
And
hand?
that's where he plants it. Yeah. You nailed it.
My non-dominant.
Uh-huh.
There you go. Magician,
This
huh?
is just a trick to make him be like, how could he predict if she was right-handed? He's already been watching her hands. You can tell which hand someone's dominant in.
Yeah. That's really funny. There you go. Not only do we deconstruct news, we deconstruct magic.
This
The
one?
one you
Okay,
turn right.
make
with.
make a fist with that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Wait, was she just
No.
lifted up and they cut into a close-up so they weren't even showing if there was an X on her hands. That would have been funny if she just ruined the entire bit.
Yeah, that would have been.
This one here.
You can take it away. I want to make an X.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Now,
All right, we got it. Next.
That's funny because the camera
That was
the camera probably would have had it in frame if they didn't cut like that. Before you play this,
Yeah.
this is the type of gecko, right?
Okay.
This one. Right? It might have been
yeah.
Shin Godzilla or something
Mm-hmm.
based off of one of these guys.
Yeah, okay.
Aren't they fucking cool though? These are like
Yeah,
the
they are.
coolest ones.
It does look like Shin Godzilla, actually.
Yeah. So that's what I think it is. He's based off of this.
Interesting. That's very cool. I've never seen those before.
They're apparently super rare. Apparently they are the only ones that hurt worse to get bit by than the Torchy, Touchy, Teachy.
Toge,
Toge.
I think it is. Yeah, well, my bitter dragon is he likes to think that my fingers are food, which is very funny. But his bites don't hurt at all because it's almost like a chameleon. He just sticks his tongue out at you. So it's basically like he's licking you. But it's I've been bitten by a snake before. It's not fun, but it's kind of fun being like, oh, there's a snake on my arm. Yeah, because it's just a python. Nothing's gonna happen. I was like 14 at the time, I think. I was just like, that's interesting.
This is Tim Pool and the Timcast crew.
Which includes Breitbart contributor John Nolte. Oh, is that guy still around?
Yeah, yes, he
What the fuck?
And
It's getting
the
worse.
actual justice warrior, Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
The
I
only
told
person
you.
who's
So before we set up, I told Jack, look, I got a video to open with. It's a Sam Cedar video. And we're gonna watch the whole thing because it has so much stuff you're gonna love in it. And already out the gate, he's like, yes.
And
resembles
Ian,
a
right.
reasonable person, Ian, the Moon Lord, who is the only. They're talking.
Is that why they call it? What is the Moon Lord?
That's, I guess, his nickname.
That's where his takes come from, I think.
Okay.
Well,
He's like a spiritual or like mystical thing about.
I could
his-
see that, yeah, and he attempts to make reasonable points here, right? But it
Always
reminds me of that one Democrat on the 5 who always is just like
Jessica Tarlov, yeah.
Tarlov just sits there to just like be the foil or be the person that they say your ideas are dumb. I feel like that's the kind of bind that Ian is stuck.
I hope she is getting paid twice as much as all of them for that job. Although it's probably disingenuous in an act anyway. So, in that case, fuck them.
Stuck in. But this
By the
is
way.
them talking about Israel-Palestine and comparing it to the indigenous population here in the United States. Tim has some takes, but I recall that when I spoke with Tim less than a year ago, he told me he didn't know much about Israel, Palestine, because he was saying that he was to the left of me on war. When I opposed funding Israel, he kind of skirted away from the conversation, but this is where he's at now. I guess he's done some reading.
Come on. So what I've heard is that the
You can send it,
PLO, the
though.
Palestinian Liberation Organization, which
What is it?
It's a video of a guy breaking a brick.
That's hilarious.
was Yasser Arafat's
Right.
Palestinian government in the late 1900s or 1990s, up to relatively recently, that I heard that the Israelis were involved with breaking them apart because they controlled the West Bank and Gaza, and it made it look like they're really going to get a two-state solution. We don't want that. We want the territory. So let's create a new government. We'll call it Hamas that can rule over in Gaza while the PLO can have the West Bank. Now we have two
He's not exactly right, but the idea was the same. The Israelis really cracked down on Fatah, which was a secular movement, and Hamas came out of the Muslim Brotherhood, which has more strength in Egypt. Muslim Brotherhood is a religious fundamentalist group, but that felt that you cannot have a homeland until you reach a certain amount of religious piety. Hamas, the opposite, was that a nationalist movement first. That way you will get to the religious piety. And what Israel did was essentially, as they were cracking down on Fatah, they allowed.
That's super interesting. I didn't know that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I say all the time Hamas is a nationalist group.
Yeah, no, I know, but I didn't know that they were in like complete opposite to Muslim Brotherhood, which is what they came out of. I didn't realize
They
that.
still are Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, I know.
So.
But it's interesting that they swapped the priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Hamas more breathing room, and then ultimately helped fund them and give them sort of like a little more mobility and strengthen them in Gaza to do exactly what Ian's saying. So the gist of what he's talking about is true.
Hamas that can rule over in Gaza while the PLO can have the West Bank. Now we have two disparate factions fighting each other, easy pickings, and they're villains, so that when they attack us, we can use it as a false flag.
It's if someone stole my land,
buddy.
Right.
Moonlord.
Someone came in and wiped up.
Moonlord. If they attack you, it's not a false flag. Thank you.
My family and stole my land. I would not sentence my descendants to generations of hate and despair and poverty. You move on. In fact, most places in the world have done that. That's exactly right. You move on. But what they have done, what the Hamas has done to the Gazans, and what Arafat did was sentence these people, innocent people, to generations of poverty and hate and vengeance. You know what's also amazing about this is that the guy has yet to say the word Israel, who have been occupying the West Bank and Gaza for 40, 50, 56, 50, I don't know, since 67. Never mind the original dispossession. Remember, like, this isn't even the history, like, aside from what him talking about, like, there is no doubt in my mind, if I came in and dispossessed Nick Nolte's family or whatever this guy's, John Nolte's family, then he'd be like, bygones be bygones. Oh, yeah. I just want my descendants to feel good about themselves. I got to do a cost-benefit analysis.
You know, all those guys in this country with the "Don't Tread on Me" flags,
exactly,
and all their weapons. You think they'd just be like, "Get over it," but you just see the racist assumptions they make about Palestinians.
Be smart about it. That should replace "Don't Tread on Me."
And also, how far we have come in this debate that even this freaking Breitbart guy is acknowledging the dispossession. I mean, everything after that is insane. But we are actually at a point where people are beginning to acknowledge, like, the Nakba was a thing. Like, the foundation of Israel was a violent enterprise that is still being felt to this day. But all this conservative can say, and Tim too in a second, is get over it.
And let's also be clear here, right? The original dispossession happens in 1948. The PLO doesn't come into existence for almost 20 years after that, and really doesn't really grow until there's even more people newly occupied. So, like, it's not just one time. It's like John Nolte's family, we kick him out of his house. And then what we do is when they move down the street, we take over that house 20 years later. Come on, John, let bygones be bygones. Good. And people. To generations of poverty and hate and vengeance, and he destroyed their lives, and Hamas is destroying their lives. And it doesn't matter what happened in the past; just move on.
But what about? I figured it out. Right of return. Casinos in the Gaza Strip.
Oh, pause it 1 second. I also got to say one more thing before we get to Tim's utter stupidity. Nobody holds grudges more than this crew. Right? I mean, Tim is still mad because at one time he invited me into his studio during COVID, right before a huge wave of COVID. And because I said no after that, he's like, we got to blacklist him forever. These are the most petty people on the planet.
I figured it out.
Right of return.
Casinos in the Gaza Strip.
They can't gamble.
What about? I know.
What about right
I'm
of?
kidding.
Right
My point is, I talk about this because Native
Can you
Americans,
pause
for
it
instance.
too? I'm
That's
sorry,
right.
just you don't even need to take it off the screen, but just these little just racist digs, they can't gamble, right? They. By the way, they're Palestinian Christians, they're a diverse society, but the only way that these right-wing reactionaries can justify it is by making it into a false notion of a religious war between two or a clash of civilizations. And that's what they always fall back on as opposed to the subtler colonial analysis.
It's wild the lack of currency that Palestinian Christians have been in this conflict. Like just Namash lost family, and no one gives a shit.
I'm kidding. My point is, I talk about this because Native Americans, for instance, in the United States, they're never going to reconquer the United States. They've won lawsuits. That's what you do. They've set up casinos. It was masterful. I was reading about, I believe, Hard Rock Seminole what started the wave of Indian casinos. It was in the 70s. They had a bingo hall. The state said gambling's illegal. You can't do this. They said, you don't regulate us. We're federal under the treaties. Federal government said, you're damn right. We have jurisdiction here because the federal government's not going to give up jurisdiction if they can keep it. And they said, no, they're right. So they answer to us. And the Native Americans were like, we got a good deal for the federal government, tax money. And then they were like, let's roll. And then Indian casinos popped up all over the place. And now you've got these extremely wealthy tribes that have found a way to succeed.
Is that actually how it happened?
I'm not listening. I'm responding to a tweet. But what?
It was saying that there was a casino or a bingo hall that opened up, and they
yes, I watched this earlier, and yes, that's basically what happened.
Interesting. That's
they said
very
we don't
interesting.
answer to the state, and the federal government says basically
gambling's
like,
legal.
Hey, no, they said, oh, we'll pay federal taxes on it. Don't worry. And the federal government said, okay.
That's so fucking funny. That's so funny. So that's why there's so many like that stereotype of Indian casinos. Interesting.
Yeah. But Sam will have a great response to this too.
Okay.
Because it's through the history that has been bad.
Just like, there's no opportunity like that. Like they were able to stumble across that opportunity for what little opportunities exist
out
for those people.
Of pure sheer luck.
Yeah.
And I have no. If anyone who looks at the idea that there is an opportunity, you can't open up a power plant in Gaza. You can't open up a bakery without the permission of the Israeli. Never mind a casino.
Well, have you heard Jared Kushner? Because there's an opportunity right now. There's a lot of real estate. Maybe a Trump casino, like maybe Taj Mahal.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
not to be too negative, but casinos aren't legal in a lot of places because they have a poisonous effect on society. So it's not this great benefactor gift that we've given them that you can have casinos now.
Also, his premise about how like indigenous Native Americans have recovered completely from our genocide of them is actually totally false. Levels of poverty are much higher among indigenous populations in this country, and solely because of the dispossession and what we've done to the Native American population here. And they speak about this as if it is historical and inevitable, the ethnic cleansing and the genocide. What Israel and Palestine right now is a test of our moral progress from that period, where we acknowledge that was really wrong. Why are we allowing this to happen on our watch right now in front of us? But he's basically just saying, well, they can help themselves. Give them casinos. Let them live on reservations. That's the analogy here.
The upgrade, of course, is that at least that he sees the parallels in terms of what I think he would have to admit was a genocide.
And his prescription is they should fight the legal route, but the legal route only became eligible, even in his telling, open to Native Americans after like the most acute genocide was basically completed. Not that it's not sort of ongoing in a slow form, but like these sorts of things to the extent, like could the Cherokees have, I mean, we saw what happened with that, with the Trail of Tears, and Andrew Jackson's like, it doesn't matter. None of these things actually matter.
Also, Gaza is somewhat of a reservation right now. It's actually worse. It's
Cherokees. That might be the best one to use for a reference, but because it was a Trail of Tears reference, I was like, oh, thank God, this is best. They are the good one. This is the case where the Cherokees are a good one to pick.
open air prison, concentration camp, whatever you want to call it. Like the idea that they already haven't been dispossessed and placed into like a plot of land deemed, acceptable for them by the occupying power here. It's
Jack,
ahistorical.
Do you know why I was like, the Cherokee were mentioned? What could they have done that was wrong?
Weren't
They're
they
victims after all?
Weren't they the ones that like went after the settlers?
No,
they
were
weren't the ones
displaced
that
by
went
the
after
Trails
them?
of Tears.
Okay.
They were called one of the 5 civilized tribes. Guess what made them civilized in the South?
They sold slaves.
They owned them.
Oh.
Not only that, they fought on the side of the Confederacy.
Oh.
Not only that, they kept their slaves after the Civil War for a long time. Not only that, recent history, they voted that people who were enslaved by their tribe could not claim tribal status and kicked all the black people out of Cherokee status.
My God. Jesus Christ.
Pretty bad.
That's insane.
It's been bad. And if
if
anyone looks at the history.
I know, I'm sorry. But what's funny is that because they're one of the larger ones, and because they're like blood quantum thing, they basically accept anyone. If you can trace yourself back to a foundation list of Cherokee, then you can claim tribal status. And so everyone can get Cherokee tribal status, basically. And that's why you'll hear everyone in the South being like, I'm 25% or 25th, 125th tarot card, right? And I got Cherokee blood flowing through my veins. I belong here, right? It's like, yeah, okay, bro. It's weird that the Cherokee are the one you always want to be claiming, huh?
Of what happened to the American Indian in this country. It's indefensible. And I have nothing but sympathy and empathy for that. A lot more than I have for what's happening in Israel. And I agree with you 100%. Well, they have arisen above it.
On the Native American thing, I think it's important to question. It wasn't a monolith.
Bro,
what happened to Native Americans wasn't.
That guy goes, American Indian, right? And Tim is like, hold up. You're saying some too much racist stuff here. They're called Native Americans, not American Indians. And then wait until you hear what he says next.
Like, I wouldn't say European colonists arriving in the into North America is 100% the cause of all strife and all calamity for all Native Americans. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's indefensible. I'm like, certainly there are many instances where
he's afraid that he's gone
Native
down.
Americans went and killed a bunch of colonists for no reason and things like that had happened.
It was inevitable and indefensible. That's the way I would put it. It was
I think there were things that were about like the Trail of Tears and things like that are indefensible. And this is war. This is the history of humanity has been conquest. I think through moral philosophy, but mostly through abundance. Through technological advancement, we've come to the point where we're like, okay, now we don't really need to be stealing land from each other because we're all pretty much too fat as it is. Not everyone in the world, but particularly in the United States and in the developed world, we got so much resources that these things are starting to chill out.
Well, obesity is now a condition of poverty.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So look, we see this in the animal kingdom. Animals, predators that are well fed don't bother killing prey. It's a risk. So if you've got, a lion that's going to go fight a gazelle or something.
We're not eating them. Okay? The Jews are not eating the Muslims. Okay, Tim? What the fuck are you talking about? He was like, it's like Animal Kingdom. I'm like, okay, well, we have, developed brains, first of all. Maybe not you, because immediately went into like food. No, there's a difference. You don't eat anything when you're not hungry, Tim. Sometimes animals kill shit when they're not hungry just because it's around them. Have you seen a cat?
There is a risk of death in doing that, but it needs to survive. When you take these animals and put them in captivity and keep them well fed, there still is instinct, so it does happen. But you'll see these videos where it's like a lion,
because they're locked in a cage, numbnuts. You're
the
way
chicken
more
or
likely
something
to be hurt by a
because
lion in
there's
captivity
no reason to
because of
fight.
that
He's
shit.
not hungry.
Yeah.
Because they're bored. A
So
wild
that's
lion is probably not going to fuck with you. One, because they're not hungry and they're sunbathing.
where
And
we are
two,
going.
it doesn't know what the fuck you are.
Yeah.
And
all right,
I
think
like
that's
these things.
That is,
basically
first of
it.
all, wait. Well, let's get to the part where Sean goes. Wait a second. You're suggesting that crime is a function of need.
Ooh, good point
Oh
there.
my god.
Also, wait.
There for it too.
I mean, also, I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the fact where he says that we're all full in terms of conquest and that there's no countries in the developed world that
Is
would be
anybody-
trying to take territory like Israel or like the war that you defended to me, Tim, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which he said that supporting the Ukrainian defense was
Right?
a pro-war position.
God, Emma, please do not say the United States does conquest. Please do not. No, it's Israel and Russia. Based Emma, I'm back on board. Emma's number one again.
They don't acknowledge that was an imperial war. I mean, and then of course he has to, because he's so stupid. Everything's about like a meme
Birds
about
will
a
kill
chicken and a
shit, too.
lion that he saw.
Yeah.
Like, you know those birds that hate snakes, Jack?
Yes. The
They're
ones with
like-
the feet.
They're cranes. They're like red
Yeah.
cranes. I think they're
Yeah.
from Australia. If I
They might
recall.
be. They just really hate snakes.
Well, 'cause they're a
Online,
ground
when you don't-
nesting bird, so the snakes eat the eggs.
Mm.
So they evolved to just hate them because they're going to
Fair
be
enough.
walking around their territory. Less
Mhm.
snakes in their territory means more
Yep.
survival for their eggs. So
Mhm.
it's crazy that they developed that characteristic at the same
Yeah.
time.
Well, it makes sense as a survival instinct.
The only reason I brought that up is because I was just on Instagram before we started, and there was one kicking up. It was like a stuffed snake laying on the ground. It's just kicking the shit out of it.
So funny.
And I would have sent it, but I had a dumb Pokemon caption on it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I don't care. I want the original funny animal video."
Don't have any political analysis.
It is unbelievable how the level of stupidity here. But he's got to. Yeah, I do. There is a survival instinct when you see him go like, "Well, I need some wiggle room on the Native American genocide. I just need some. I'm going to need that wiggle room in the future."
He in his sort of flight there, he went from moral philosophy to technological advancement to the natural world.
Yeah.
All to get away from actually just talking about what's going on in Israel, Palestine.
It's amazing how he will run. What was the other day we played a clip where he completely changed the topic.
Yeah.
It's fat. He at the very least knows his own. He has his own survival instincts. You see something coming down the road. It's like in the natural world where you see like where even like a little mouse will see that something big is coming. I should run away.
Right. Or, when a turtle goes back into its shell. Can we just skip to that his female co-host here who goes ahead and then, this is so stupid, but I just wanted to point out too that this is an argument made on this.
Wait, what's her name?
I don't know actually. What's it called?
Libby Emmons.
Her name is Libby Emmons?
She's like the editor-in-chief of
Okay.
Post Millennial.
Yeah, I think
Of
she's
what?
a playwright
Of the Post Millennial, like Tim's website.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even.
No, that's not correct. The post millennial isn't his. I don't think. She's just like, she had him on a couple, or he had her on a couple.
What's his website? What's his
It's Scanner, SCNR or some
name? I
shit.
knew it was something stupid.
Yeah, some dumb shit like that. We covered a video where he was self-referencing his own website, which was very fucking funny.
I didn't even know.
Is that Tim's website? No, that's
The Post Millennial is like they are a clearinghouse for.
but it's
Now he's not the one. She did not have her cats kidnapped by Tim, right? He just, or is that like more of like something he does at the end of your tenure?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
But the post millennial is the account that was the one that said I was a pedophile. So this is her argument about what
the post millennial
Palestinian
is hot trash. It's actual garbage.
Yeah, it's
should do.
basically
And I just want to
related to Tim Pool at this point.
Yeah, it's on the level of like Claire Lehman, Quillette kind of shit. It's garbage.
or what Arab country should do in relation to Palestinians. And I just want to make a quick point about that.
If you ask me that now, I would say no. But if you stick me in Gaza for 20 years, I don't know.
But why does no one ever get mad at Egypt? I mean, there's 3 crossings into Gaza. There's 2 from Israel and 1 from Egypt. Egypt supports this blockade fully.
Yeah, Egypt.
They are fully complicit and happy about it. And you have also other nations in the region. You have, there's all these Palestinian refugees. Other nations in the region are refusing to take them in.
So what do you mean?
So what
you mean to tell me that saying, hey, we're full on, we can't take any more migrants, it's affecting our economy. I mean, our economy is basically in free fall. We have to subsidize bread after all. You think there's a difference between that and like active genocide? Just saying, so refusing migrants is equal to active genocide? Like,
I guess so.
Can't you just like develop that take in your head a little bit more? Like Egypt is complacent in the genocide of the Palestinians because they won't let them leave the place they're being genocided in?
Yeah. I mean, Egypt has made their intentions very clear.
Yeah, and like also, yeah, you're damn right they have. They're drowning migrants for Georgia Maloney, bro. They made their intentions clear. They don't give a fuck about human beings.
No.
Okay?
And the only reason that they're there is because they don't want the Palestinians in Egypt.
Well, also, the thing is that they know that allowing the mass deportation of Palestinians is not fixing a problem they have.
No.
Eventually, there can be repatriation programs, right? States can benefit greatly on this. Congo has one right now. One of the best ones in the world is obviously the ones that I'm going to give props to the most is the greatest country in the world, Ghana. Ghana has a great repatriation program, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, let's just say you can trace your heritage to West Africa, not even Ghana, just West Africa, or West Africa, right? Because that's where like most people have Nigerian in them who were exported for slavery.
Mm-hmm.
So Nigeria was the more affected than Ghana, but that entire coastline, obviously, Ivory Coast, big for it, all that stuff. So as long as you can trace your heritage there, Ghana has a policy. It's like the come back policy or come home policy, right?
Okay.
Basically, if you're black in America, you can get a full citizenship to Ghana with like no effort, right? So let's just say you have enough money to start a business, right? And you're going to open up a restaurant. That's all. Just one restaurant you want to plan on opening. You can then go to Ghana and say, I have enough money to open up this restaurant in America. And they'll say, open it in Ghana, right? And so they'll basically platform you to come work there and do like, and that's where a lot of it comes from is people who are cooks. They end up going to open up because then people who are white are tourists in Ghana think they're getting authentic like Ghana food, but it's shit white people eat made by people from America, right? It benefits the ecosystem greatly. And the other thing is like clothing companies, right? So you can host your clothing company in Ghana and pay into the Ghanaian government, pay Ghanaian taxes, right? And basically get a free ride and an advantage that's just not available to white people, right? So it's like you can imagine people crying about this if they learned about it. You're like, oh, just because they're black, they can get a free ride to Ghana. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. But their whole point is to bring wealth, to bring American wealth back to the country.
Because it was all extracted in the world from people. Yeah.
And Congo has something similar, but it's a little bit harder. And all the repatriates there have like gates. They're like in gated communities. So it's like a little bit more, if you have a little bit more wealth, you can repatriate in Congo and they'll bring you there and they'll basically give you protection and stuff. The Congo is a lot, more dangerous than Ghana.
That why is it that these people are why is it that this group of people are so unpalatable to the rest of the people in the region? It's not just Israel who comes against these people. Do you know what I mean?
It's the strategy. Like all of these nations have.
Here comes the guy that complains about culture war to tell us about global relations.
Jordan's population is Palestinian. One in 5 people living in Jordan is Palestinian. Yeah, they don't want them. They hate them. Fucking morons, dude.
Made a pact that they weren't going to take them as citizens because they want a perpetual refugee population there, a stateless group of people, because they want them to go into Israel.
It's all politics.
They could.
Okay, all right. This is
What do you
nonsense.
know?
What
You were
she
so
says
close.
there is the
You were
exact...
so close. I was like, oh my God, he's going to get it. They want him to go into Israel. They're doing great replacement theory. What the fuck? Where did
Are you at all surprised?
No,
really?
I
Like
am.
genuinely?
I'm mind blown. I was really thought he was going to be like, this is what's happening. Like, you know, like this is, you know, but they want him to go into Israel. They want him to cross into Gaza so they can go into Israel. What are you talking about? And also it contradicts what the other lady was saying.
Yeah, they're idiots. He's a
means they would
moron.
like, I don't get it.
This guy complains about women in movies. What do you
Bro.
expect?
Well, it's okay because wokeness is over. Sydney Sweeney has tits. Soul Blade is a game. What is it called? Someone will let me know.
Hellblade? I don't know.
No, it's not Hellblade.
Ah, that one.
The one with the
Yeah.
titties. That jiggle.
Yeah,
the one with the jiggle physics.
The jiggle physics, yes.
Reason that Nazis used, speaking about Jewish people, as to why don't these Western countries take them? Because they don't want them. They don't want them. They're parasites. They're bad.
Literally
There's
said their inability to welcome these people is propaganda for our cause.
And that is basically saying, when she says, what is it about the character of these Palestinians that other Arab countries don't want them? Essentially, what you're doing is just basically rank
they deserve it.
Fascist propaganda. They deserve it. There's something inherently wrong with them. There's something inherently violent. And that is really what it ends up being in the argument. And whenever you hear people talking so passively about violence in the way that this entire crew does, about how horrible it is, but how inevitable it is, just understand that they're making excuses for genocide, and that they are arguing about the inevitabilities of something as if it's the law of nature or the law of the jungle, as he keeps trying to refer to it as opposed to the fact that these are states and governments making these active political choices, and there is something that you can do about it. You can go out into the streets and protest. And
Hey, no spoilers.
this program was actually as anti-war as he claims to be, at least when it's convenient for him because he wants to be pro-Putin, well, then you would be standing up and speaking every day about this genocide, but he doesn't. They just make excuses for it and say it's inevitable.
The inevitable but inexcusable formulation that Nolte used was very interesting, because I see that a lot with people that want it. Like, because why would you be mad at something that's inevitable? Like, you know,
well, inevitable means that we have no control over
exactly.
it. I mean, we have no control over it. This is the way that humans work, and there should be no attempt to really change it in any regard. I mean, the idea of 2 million Palestinians coming into Egypt.
I'm sending you a video. I don't want to watch the whole thing, but it's definitely people should check out. Just because we brought up jiggle physics to put in here to go into just, you know, to cut into the Gaza trending. Here's something unrelated because we mentioned jiggles and wokeness.
About
I mainly want to see your reaction to the
who
video
are
itself.
incidentally like they've lost just about everything they own, and are obviously like traumatized and whatnot. But think of the idea of like of the rhetoric about immigrants in this country that come in with the wealthiest country on the planet.
Yeah.
And the rhetoric that we hear from the right. We need to build a wall. We're being invaded. Where there is plenty of work for immigrants who come in. The idea of a, 1 day of 2% of the population basically coming into Egypt is just absurd. But again, yeah, this is exactly what you heard with Jews in Europe. Like, why didn't all these other white countries take in these Caucasians?
And we should have, and
Saved a lot.
we should have, and the United States and the UK and other countries and Germany should feel incredible guilt.
Were you saying something?
No, I just opened my mouth.
For their failure to, Germany obviously for doing the Holocaust, and these other Western countries for not taking in more Jews when you could have saved lives. But that does not excuse what Israel's doing right now, and certainly does not justify our support for Israel.
Also, the amazing thing about this sort of like inevitable and like, what are you going to do? Move on argument that they're saying, right? Which it's unclear whether they're saying move on from 1948 or move on from 1967 or move on from yesterday or, but now they're saying not only move on, but they're advocating for more colonialism.
Yeah.
Why, like, what's the point? And they're saying, why can't Egypt take these as citizens? In other words, why can't Israel just have more land? Take Gaza. At what point do you move on when it doesn't? The thing that you're supposed to move on from is not stopping.
Then why can't we take them as let's take, do they present an argument as to why the United States can't take every single Palestinian? Or is it because they think that they're, incompatible with the kind of society that they want to build? At another point in their conversation, they speak about how like every other ethnic group has been able to form their own state. That is the whole problem. Religious and ethnic nationalism is the whole damn problem. Even if you want to talk about how Hamas is like a version of that in the sense that they're religious nationalists.
Anti-Kurdish sentiment. Don't give the Kurds a state. Typical Majority Report.
Hey, I was dozing off my ADHD. I took the crazy
I'm just being
pills.
facetious.
I took the crazy pills. It just hasn't kicked in yet. It will maybe on hour 2 of the stream, and then I'll have more engagement with it.
I had this argument fucking with some dude. I was so confused. I couldn't figure out whether I was arguing or agreeing with him. But he was calling the Kurds National Socialists, right? Not Nazis, just nationalists and socialists. I'm like, why? What's the point? Even
they
northeastern
it's just
Syria.
stupid because it's like in the region where Baathism exists, which is what these people
too.
probably support.
Right, and it's
right. So they're trying to frame these people as National Socialists, meanwhile backing National Socialists.
Yeah, it's just so.
But that's what they do. They say, actually, the left wing are the violent ones. Actually, the left wing are the fascist.
But it's just like everything, and I kept fucking with them because they kept saying Rojava because they were complaining about some poll that was comparing Rojava to the Spanish anarchists. And Rojava was winning
on Twitter.
Yeah, and so this Hungry Hammer was fucking mad as fuck. I'm like, bro, the people that love your little Hungry Hammer symbol there killed those people. Like, that, right?
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like stupid. It's just dumb.
Anyway,
everything
check out
is
this
dumb.
video that my friend made. Not the whole thing. I just want to see your reaction. I sent it to you in private chat. I just want to see your reaction to this.
I thought I copied it, not this one. Hold on.
Just because we mentioned jiggle figness and wokeness dying.
This one.
Yeah.
That's one way to open a video.
Oh, she's great. She's so experimental, bro.
Is that translating? Excellent. They seem to be understanding what I'm saying. Hello.
This is great.
Are you a human from the 21st century? Oh, don't mind all of this.
The live, laugh, love poster is hilarious.
She's such an underrated creator.
I am a scholar of your time, and I'm doing my thesis presentation on primitive representations of mammograms in the 21st century. So I've woken you to ask you some questions. Follow me. Oh, not you. You don't have autonomy to move your body right now. I'm speaking to my colleague who is controlling your body remotely. I would like to ask you some questions about this piece of media I found. This is the cave that my team has excavated.
What is going on?
Behold this text that we have been pouring ourselves
Look,
over.
she made this, all of this.
I know.
Like, it's
so much
good.
effort.
Which we discovered on your Class A planet.
That's
What
clearly Charizard. That's clearly Pikachu.
Bombshells, musties, bouncers, lobbies, roundies, butters, mommy, boots, movers, busters, belly, boom, bumpers, bonbons, bongo folders, bean bags, bubbles, bebop, billabong, butterballs.
I swear to God, if this song gets claimed, this
What
better be an
do you
original
think
song by
this
her.
piece of moving media means? Why is this content making your vitals elevate? Can you take care of this? Thank you. You'll be better soon.
This is great.
Much better. Much.
This is very strange.
Believe it or not the strangest video she's got.
That does not surprise me.
She made this one
Better.
recently.
Yeah.
About a song that's was one of my favorite songs as a kid too, and I've never identified with the creator more.
Okay.
Wasn't a kid, but I was
So as I see it,
years.
this video.
I'm gonna skip through a little bit.
No,
I
hang
want
on,
to see what else.
Because it's just she's going to present the thesis now about the video she's
Okay.
responding to.
Appears to be an instruction manual on how to tell the difference between real and fake boobs, as the disembodied voice in this video calls them, in video games. Correct? Did I get that right?
Mai serves as a great tutorial this week because she, being a strong, independent, and progressive woman,
Oh my
leaves
God,
her
is that
breasts
MatPat?
unfettered. In other words, her sweet chariots swing low.
Jesus
and this is our
Christ.
first major indication that Mai's melons are au naturel.
Mostly, I think that the content is a little bit nonsensical,
Oh my
or
God.
I am missing some of the jokes, but there is one section which I am incredibly interested in. Can we get some stimulants? I feel like we're losing them here. I need their focus. Now, as I was saying,
You like how she has a Safe
the
Planet
disembodied
shirt
voice
because
from
she's
this
like a white girl,
2012
basic white girl from the future.
YouTube
funny.
video describes a character's boobs like so.
They do it all, marking time like a pendulum, flopping when fatigued, and getting so excited that they just move on their own for no real reason.
What I am so interested in is that he describes the digital breasts as if they are sentient. He is describing these fictional boobs as if they have a personality separate from the
This is great.
character. The more digging I do, the more certain I am that the people who were creating these animations were unknowingly making a separate character when they animated the chest of these pixel women. Ew, why are you squirming so much?
Okay, so
attention.
there's the thesis, but go to her channel just to show everyone her channel, and she has another video if you sort by popular that's also really funny. You're looking for Abby Shapiro. There she is. She does an Abby Shapiro costume. And this one's also very good. I just want to show how identical she looks to Abby in this, though.
They say when Mrs. Abby Shapiro's image was discovered years ago by the internet, a part of her essence separated from her body.
See, she's putting. This is how the
real
character gets
Abby lives
created. Like,
on.
so she makes the
grows
creators
and
herself,
changes.
right?
But
So
this
like,
image
she just
of the
did one. She just did one. The character was made out of like the insulation in the walls, so they have like welts all over them too, because you get like, you get skin irritation from the insulation.
recorded history exists, frozen in time. Abby Shapiro, I want you to be an icon bigger than your brother with a beloved cult following. I want this for you. I have a couple of brand suggestions in order for you to accomplish this. If you follow my instructions, I will sacrifice something very dear to myself at the end of the video. Do we have a deal? Everybody who is not Abby, before you all pee your pants, let me make my stance clear. I'm not here to fix her, but I do want to speak to her in a sincere way. So if you're here for blood, then click away. But first, like, comment, and subscribe, and maybe become a patron.
That's good too. You should do that to her.
Did you see that? The little subscribe button glowed.
And subscribe, and maybe become a patron.
It only did it once. Lame.
Anyway,
Find
I
the obsession with the
Hey,
daughters
should go
and
be a
sisters of
patron for
right-wing.
her. After us, though. After us.
Men, both interesting and disturbing. It kind of reminds me of the Bowsette phenomenon. Let me explain.
Why did I
Bowsette is
draw
a
this?
fan-made, gender-bent, sexualized interpretation of Bowser, the villain from the Mario franchise. Bowsette is unique because she is completely fan-made and not recognized by the franchise, yet she persists and is repeatedly given new narratives by fans. What's even better is that the transformation is completely possible within the canon, thanks to the Super Crown, which turns any character into a princess. I'm not going to go into the whole world of anthropomorphizing objects or animals and turning them into girlfriends, because I'm working on a separate video about that right now. Alas, we have to focus on the real-world Bowsettes for this video, okay? Maybe there's a part of us that craves an evil princess. Maybe we hope that she'll keep her hot meanness, but just be less evil. What is the feeling when your favorite villain, who has almost supernatural lore, has a hot female version of him? The discovery of Abby Shapiro by the horny left is kind of an example of this. We want her to be Bowsette and step on us so
glad you're wearing
badly
headphones so nobody can hear that you're watching this girl's video.
And she makes us watch right-wing propaganda first. I am currently cosplaying as the meme of Abby that went viral a couple of years ago, where people discovered that Ben Shapiro had a hot sister. Listen, all of you sexualizing Abby. Stop it. She wants to be a modest lady. Sexualize me instead. Abby, I will be your shield. Abby, finally we have this time to ourselves. I think that you could tap into a huge niche just by talking about the things you already do. Like
this is what this a true artist, right? Nobody is doing shit like this. And
but
like,
you know what's
how
funny,
do you describe this to somebody? The videos that this girl makes.
You can't. But you know what's funny is this is the kind of thing I said that I wanted to do with the game things. I wanted to like take the green screen, cut me out, and put me in like weird shit in the video while I'm talking, just to like keep it entertaining. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. That's hilarious.
Conservative style clothing.
Now let's get back to news. But first,
yes.
But first, before we go back to news after this is me giving you time to pick the next thing.
I've already picked the next thing.
Oh, okay. Well, here's me giving you time. Look, check out this chinchilla. Did you know chinchillas cannot resist walls? If they see a wall, they have to drop kick it. And if you freeze while they're doing it, you'll see they are perfectly horizontal with all 4 feet on the wall. Here's the key. Isn't that cute?
It barely looks like it's moving up the stairs. That's so funny. What a funny creature.
And when it goes down the stairs, you know what it does?
They kick the wall as well.
It kicks the wall, but there it makes more sense because the stairs are curved at the end.
Does it bounce off both walls?
Bijou can do a double wall jump.
Ah, that's cool.
But I haven't seen that one. All of them will kick a wall though. What's funny is if you scare them, instead of running towards the hiding spot, they'll run towards the closest wall and then kick off the wall to get a hyper boost back to the hide.
Misdirection.
It depends like how out in the open they are. Of course, but normally they're closer to a wall and they'll kick the wall and launch.
In the day's other news, an Israeli airstrike in Gaza killed 3 sons of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. Israel said the men were militants. Haniyeh accused Israel of acting, quote, in the spirit of revenge. Meantime, President Biden, in a televised interview, called Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's approach to the war a mistake. Speaking at the White House today alongside Japan's Prime Minister, President Biden laid out conditions he expects Netanyahu to fulfill.
He agreed to do several things that related to, number one, getting more aid, both food and medicine into Gaza, and reducing significantly the attempts, the civilian casualties in any action taken in the
Sorry,
region.
I just wanted to check one thing to try and summarize her videos. I'm like, I thought she had it somewhere in her YouTube profile, right? It says, I like making cosplay and art about anthropomorphic objects. So
strange girl.
No, she's not. She's an artist.
Yeah, artists are strange. All true artists are very strange people.
No, she's normal. The most normal person ever.
We'll see what he does in terms of meeting the commitments he made to me.
The president also said that it's up to Hamas to move on the latest ceasefire proposal put forward by mediators at ongoing talks in Cairo. Israel and Iran today exchanged new threats of attacks on each other's territory. The escalation follows a suspected Israeli airstrike earlier this month on the Iranian consulate in Syria that killed 12 people. Iran's supreme leader is vowing to retaliate.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. I also put this in there so we don't have to cover it later. We don't have to cover it now because it's already being covered in PBS is what I'm saying. I want you to go back to that crowd. A lot of people there didn't really seem that into it. I don't see some Kim Jong-un crowds here.
Is vowing to retaliate.
Is this slow motion? Like, wow, this guy back here. You see the guy in like right behind the guy who looks like Hamas grandpa.
To retaliate.
He's really not into it. One guy's looking at his phone. Behind the guy who I called Hamas grandpa, there's a guy who's not into it, and then behind him, there's a guy on his phone.
Yeah, very enthusiastic.
Embassies and consulates in any country are considered part of the soil of the country that owns them. When they attack our consulate,
on the wall, it's Ayatollah Khamenei.
If they have attacked our land, they must be punished and will be punished.
Israel's foreign minister fired back, writing on social media, if Iran attacks from its territory, Israel will
if they attack our land. Well, they didn't. So that just shows that Iran isn't going to do shit. Is that not what he said? Am I deaf?
Well, it does say territory. Maybe they consider Hamas
Go
Iran.
back. Go back to what Iran says. Let me be quiet while it happens.
Thanks, YouTube.
They must be punished and will be punished.
Further.
Yes, I'm going.
Is vowing to retaliate.
Thanks, Daddy.
Embassies and consulates in any country are considered part of the soil of the country that owns them. When they attack our consulate, it's as if they have attacked our land. They must be punished and will be punished.
Israel's foreign.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah. So I didn't hear the first part of the framing.
Okay.
That it's like they're attacking our country. First of all, no, it's not. Second of all, they should be. I agree. They should be punished for attacking a consulate, just like Ecuador should.
It's another unspoken rule. Like you don't.
No, it's not unspoken. I mean, I think I was watching Majority Report and they talked about it. Actually, what's funny, I put another Majority Report in there because it was like, watch what this government official has a take about the Houthis. It's the most basic take you could possibly have about them. It was bad funny. Anyway, like I'm pretty sure it was the Majority Report. No, it was Pod Save America. They were talking about it, right? And he was just making the point that I make with the UN. Like the UN is worthless, but it exists to keep people diplomatic and international.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, the lines of communication.
Let this happen in consulates and embassies. It makes it so you can only have them in friendly territory, which means that you can't host spies out of them, means you can't host Voice of America out of them if you're America, you know?
True.
Like these things exist for a region. That's why in like Civ, right? The first thing that you can do before you're even friends of the country, it's like you can have like emissaries, right?
Envoys, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like that, right? It keeps you send the envoy there, and each of you are getting something out of that, right? Yeah, you know that spies and stuff will operate out of these consulates. We know that in Iran's case, those spies are terrorist groups.
Yes.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm glad an IRGC guy got killed. And it's fucking hilarious to watch them cry about it. Right? But we can have two good things here. An IRGC guy could be dead, and Israel should get in trouble for it. 2 wins. Win-win.
Minister fired back, writing on social media, if Iran attacks from its territory, Israel will respond and attack in Iran. The European Parliament approved a major overhaul of migration law.
If Iran attacks Israel's territory, they said.
Yeah, so if they retaliate, we're going to attack them. No, you did it first, you clowns.
Today, after years of deadlock, lawmakers in Brussels endorsed a series of measures that aim to speed up procedures at the EU's borders and more fairly spread responsibility for migrants across
it's
the
not the
group's 27
Ayatollah
member
crying,
nations.
though.
But human rights groups say the agreement, quote, fails to offer sustainable solutions. Floodwaters are rising even higher across.
Okay.
He does.
Actually, let's cover this, and then we don't have to cover this.
Parts of Russia and Kazakhstan.
Why
after
not?
the Ural River burst through a dam. Europe's third longest river snakes through Russia's Orenburg region. Surrounding towns have been transformed into swamps. More than 100,000 people have been evacuated. In Orenburg itself, streets are now canals. Residents say it's the worst flooding they've seen in decades.
Only 100,000 had to be evacuated.
Something like this happened.
How many?
You know, like they said 100,000 have been evac, right? So that has to mean it's pretty that's not dense population for that type of that massive of flooding. Maybe there's like 900,000 left behind. They only grabbed 100,000, but I'm just saying hopefully that it's a low population,
Yes.
and there wasn't any tragedy. Too bad they don't have the Cajun Navy.
Yeah.
During the Soviet years in 1980 and 1986. But generally, the flooding this year, from the point of view of an old-timer, is very unusual. It has never happened before that the water reached up to 10 meters.
The Kremlin says President Vladimir Putin has been briefed on the situation, though he has no current plans to visit the flood zone.
Of course.
Meantime,
What a great
spring
guy.
Storms have drenched parts of the southern U.S. Streets flooded in New Orleans and
Okay, now we can move on.
I almost put that in there too. That the weather was bad in America, but I was like, nah.
In our national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy as well. So, Mick, is Netanyahu going to listen to the U.S. and other countries here, and could this cost him his job?
So, Kira, the United States is obviously
I just want to point out that Russia was able to convince me they weren't going to invade Ukraine, and went back and forth like every week. I was like, they're not going to do it. They're definitely doing it. They're not going to do it. They're definitely doing it. And at the time when they invaded, I had just said, I don't think they're going to invade. All right. So I want to be clear about that. I'm acknowledging my bad predictions on invasions, but I don't think the Rafah operation is going to happen at this point.
Maybe. They may intervene and stop it. We'll see.
Zelensky is just the Dinkelberg of Eastern Europe. Jack doesn't get that joke.
I don't understand.
Whenever something bad happens, the dad from Fairly Odd Parents goes, Dinkelberg.
Israel. So they're going to have a deference to, if any country, the United States. But he made it clear that he intends to go to Rafah. And if that's the case, I think the U.S. government is really going to want to see a plan to get the civilians, the 1.1.
Yeah, look, we've had Rafah is happening tomorrow. We've had ceasefires happening tomorrow for the same amount of time now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. Shut the fuck up. Like,
yeah.
We're currently they're out of harm's way, or we could see significant civilian casualties. So this is going to be another, I think, friction point between the two governments.
And now ceasefire talks have stalled. Netanyahu has gone as far as saying that he's even set a date on the books for this planned offensive in Rafah. Do you think he's bluffing, or is he going to go forward?
So I don't think he's bluffing. I think they originally pulled this division, brigade, and regiment out as a bit of a deference to the ongoing negotiations in Cairo. But now that it looks like they are falling apart, and there's this question of whether they can even find 40 of the hostages that they thought were still alive in Gaza. That looks like it's
Hamas literally said, we don't have 40 hostages to release.
That
so that's how the current
ceasefire
ceasefire talk is
going
going.
to happen because those ceasefire has broken down. So I think you'll see the staging coming up soon, if that is the case, and hopefully a humanitarian corridor so that civilians can leave the area.
And Israel is widely believed to be behind this strike that killed 2 generals at Iran's consulate in Damascus. Now Iran is warning Israel that no Israeli embassy is safe. How do you see this playing out? I mean, are we on the verge of a much bigger regional conflict? We've been talking about that possibility.
I swear
for
to
months
God,
now.
if Israel kicks off embassy
Kara,
bombings,
since this started.
Like Iran already fucked this up with Come In Me in power. Like they had, like the SAS was basically designed for that embassy hit, you know, and they still killed somebody trying to rescue them. You know why?
Why?
They Waco'd them. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
A fire. A fire from a thing, I think. It might have been a smoke.
We talked about
a fire and killed the one of the
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Especially the United States concerned that this could become a regional conflict, and it looks like it could. It depends on how the Iranians react. If they hit a consulate in another country, of course, that's an issue for Iran because the other country would obviously have issues with that. Or they could use their proxy forces to send missiles, rockets, and drones in swarms into Israel. And then it would be up to Israel on how they responded and whether it does escalate. Hopefully, this is something that's done. Nobody essentially gets hurt, of course, and that this is over. If not,
like
this could
the
be
Iron
a
Dome,
significant turn.
The Iron Dome is susceptible sometimes when you launch over 200 short-range rockets. Like, yeah, get a slow flying drone in there. Okay, dude, they won't detect that. That will work out for you.
That'll definitely work.
Hamas has drones.
The White House says that Israel is ready for a ceasefire after 6 months of brutal fighting, but that Hamas leadership is unwilling to meet Israel's terms and release some of the hostages seized during the October 7th
No idea.
Is it for flare?
Attack on Israel, which provoked an Israeli military campaign that has flattened much of Gaza.
There could be a ceasefire in place today.
Shut up.
That would extend for several weeks
to
be built upon longer if Hamas would be prepared to release
when
some
did
of
this
those
come
people.
out?
So let's train the attention.
Sully, you're already the person that we pick on the most. Why do you have to do this to yourself?
Where it belongs, which is that the world should say at this moment to Hamas, it's time. Let's go. Let's get that ceasefire. We're ready. I believe Israel is ready.
Family members of some of the American hostages met with White House officials Tuesday to press for their return.
What we have heard is that there is a deal on the table right now.
I mean,
that all of the parties.
This is a question that answers itself, doesn't it? I mean, if you know enough about Bibi, you basically have the answer. Why is he being stringent? We know.
And are willing to work with. We are waiting now, and the world waits for Hamas to get to yes.
Yeah, I was being rhetorical. Yeah.
The Biden administration began calling for a ceasefire a month ago, but not all Israelis want one. On Monday, this group marched near the Gaza border to demand the opposite.
Oh, so PBS
telling the international
putting the Gaza in it?
VOA.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Pronouncing it
community
correctly.
to place pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, they're placing
He said
pressure on
Hamas.
Netanyahu and our government. We didn't start the war, they did. Okay? They murdered 1,200 of our people.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
You
also seems determined.
Ignorant slut. Dwight, you ignorant slut. I can't believe
to press forward with
they started the war. Okay, maybe the current one, I guess.
Sure. Sure.
Plans to attack the southern city of Rafah over Washington's objections.
We will complete the elimination of the Hamas battalions, including in Rafah. There is no force in the world that will stop us. There are many factors trying to do this, but it will not help because this enemy, after what he has done, will not do it again.
And I'll say U.S.-led diplomacy
because they'll be dead. All the Palestinians will be dead.
Warned that Hamas, which has deep roots in the region and strong ties to Iran, is a formidable foe whose appeal may be growing in the face of Israel's assault on Gaza and on Iran-supported groups in the region.
I don't know.
It remains to have.
I don't know if their appeal might be growing. This whole thing about like TikTok is making people into Hamas supporters. I mean, we've been talking about this since the beginning. It's been alarming at how many PSL rallies are happening. How many of these rallies are controlled and organized by the PSL?
Mm-hmm.
And I think without the PSL there, you wouldn't see the rhetoric the way that it is. So you can partly blame TikTok for that, I guess, because TikTok will just show you what's popular.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And PSL is obvious. I mean, even their like Abby Martin's husband, who's one of the founders of it. Right. So is Eugene. Right. Like Abby Martin's husband, he's a millennial. He fought in the Iraq War. It's crazy. Abby's a millennial, too. And she's already doing the gray hair look. Or maybe she isn't anymore. She was for a minute trying to look like the wise mom. I was into it. Anyway. But like, I think that really shows something more about like the PSL and how much Iranian influence is in this country.
Yes.
And then you look at Ukraine, right? And you look at the anti-Ukraine protests that are there, right? They're probably maybe not as much because as the Palestinian protests and stuff, but you look at the difference in the coverage and the alarmity that's going on. Somebody says something vaguely pro-Hamas at a rally, gotta put it on the news. There's a fucking rally with code pink where somebody's carrying a Nazi flag along with a Russian flag and a commie flag or something going on outside the Lincoln Memorial. Who cares?
Awesome.
But there's still like the same amount of like a threat.
Tremendous.
Actually, somebody saying
currently
something vaguely pro-Hamas isn't exactly a threat, but the presence of the PSL is a threat, is what I mean.
Across the region, which is very disconcerting as well, because this is a form of radicalization that the United States and its allies should be concerned about.
But as Israeli bombs rained down Tuesday, not on Gaza, but into neighboring Lebanon, the prospect of peace.
I'm sure it's going to happen.
U.S. officials
yeah, definitely
predict a significant Iranian attack on American or Israeli assets in the Middle East as soon as this week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer
have y'all considered that Iran are pussies?
Nope. Fear.
Iran funds the PSL. They're literally the PSL. Like, yeah, it's like, so like our friend Pega, she's from Iran, right? And she lives in Atlanta, right? So she went to the Stop Cop City protest, and like there was like IRGC guys there.
Oh, epic.
Like some of the people like that were like organizing at the top were communicating with them. And it's because of like PSL and shit.
Mm.
And the thing is that like we know that they're there and we need them there.
Yes.
Like, we can't
that's the
afford to
problem.
start splitting up our coalitions to oust Cop City. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's too important.
The PSL is major like IRGCIO. Look at Hezbollah TV.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how they are. They fucking like some of their main content platform is doing apologia for the Iranian regime. It's fucked.
To defend its assets, Iran is angry about Israel's strike on its consulate in Syria last week. The Biden administration says if Iran attacks Israel rather directly, it almost guarantees a regional conflict. Joining us now, Congressman Darren LaHood,
well,
Republican
Biden
Peoria.
had the
He's
warning
on the Ways
already.
Means Committee.
Biden has continually said that there needs to be, the civilian, like, need to be protected if you go into Rafah. It can't be a full invasion or we're going to get real mad. The thing that changed was the aid workers being killed. I mean, that changed it's now the majority opinion of probably the most Democrats that aid should be cut off to Israel. Nancy Pelosi, I mean, we'll put it on, I'll put the Pod Save America thing. Like, I think they show some of the comments that some of these people made. I'll grab that for the next video and give you a timestamp for when it starts.
The House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party and the House's Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Congressman, thank you for joining us.
Good to be with you.
Let's start this morning with that warning. Newsweek just penned U.S. troops face constant threat. Well, the U.S. has remained firm on saying our military was not involved in the airstrike on Iran's embassy in Syria. Officials still think American assets are under significant threat. This is Gaza is ongoing, seemingly a growing issue for America. Well, what can you tell us about this?
Well, first of all, I will tell you this. As it relates to Iran, they're a state sponsor of terrorism. They cannot be trusted. If you look at their malign activities throughout the Middle East, remember, just a little over 2 months ago, we had 3 U.S. soldiers on the Jordanian-Syrian border that were murdered by Iranian proxies. Their proxies in Iraq, their proxies in Syria, their support for Hezbollah in Beirut and southern Lebanon, and of course, their blatant support for Hamas
Their
and the
support
Houthis.
for Hezbollah in Beirut and southern Lebanon. Also, dude, grab the foregrip. Come on, what are we doing here? Anyway, but the whole support for Hezbollah in Lebanon, they are Lebanon, buddy. Like, the ruling government answers to Hezbollah, buddy.
And so we need to be, vigilant in terms of doing everything we can to stop the authoritarian regime that is Iran and the terrorist actors that remain in Iran. And they're the genesis for much of this, of much of the problems in the Middle East. And listen, I have a lot of faith in our intelligence services and our military throughout the region, but they cannot be trusted. And what I worry about is the Biden administration continues to try to negotiate with them, try to work. They worked on the nuclear pact with them. I don't think that's the right approach. They have not shown any ability to play by the same set of rules and standards that everybody else in the world does.
Okay, duly noted. To China, Secretary of the Treasury, I believe, Jennifer Yellen is in China right now. This as China continues to build its Navy, which has been and seen as a threat to just about everyone. Now there seems to be growing support for, potentially U.S. TikTok ban, Chinese-owned TikTok, this over security concerns, government-owned basically. And, China's talked about a lot, but they don't seem to be overt like Russia invading other countries, a leader killing his rivals openly. Which country concerns you more right now, short-term and long-term, China or Russia?
Well, it's definitely China. I serve on our Select Committee on China, which is a bipartisan committee that was set up specifically to do 2 things. One, expose the malign activities of the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, but secondarily, figure out how do you win the strategic competition against China. And I think you do that on the economic front. But make no mistake about it, China has a plan to replace the United States. They want to replace us technologically, militarily, economically, and diplomatically. And they're working at it every single day. Now, they may not be overt, as you mentioned, but they're doing it in many different ways. They're doing it related to their espionage, related to their stealing of intellectual property. They're doing it on things like producing the precursors of fentanyl to go to Mexico and then come to the United States. Right. So these are all things that we have been focused on and need to continue to be focused on. And again, I don't think the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, can be trusted. The problem, of course, is we have a strong economic relationship.
Okay, this is about Iran. Why are we talking about China next?
They can't help themselves.
Fucking hell.
Oh my God, bro. They got it all broken up so well.
We saw this. I'll just play it.
Yeah. I said we don't have to play this, remember?
Yeah,
Okay, I found it. It's actually
it?
it's the first part. The Gaza coverage is the first part, but
All right,
I just want
share
you
it.
to look at how well they fucking break this up. It would be nice if we had somebody who's able to do this for us. Actually, guess what? Anyone can do it. It's public. You can just go in and you can make the little organizational cuts in the video yourself to organize the sections. Somebody's actually done it for some of our videos, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't remember which ones though, but it was one of the LTECs.
Interesting.
On the 18th of January, and we said at the time that this showed that the so-called
that ain't
it dropped the pin from when I last stopped watching, because I stopped watching at this. It's the first one, not the first one, but the first one.
Turn to Gaza because, last week we talked about the Israeli drone strike that killed those aid workers with World Central Kitchen, which is that great relief organization founded by Jose Andres. So in the wake of that airstrike, President Biden called Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. He reportedly read in the Riot Acts with a list of demands that included opening up more crossings into Gaza to get aid into Gaza. And he called on him to drastically increase the amount of aid getting into the current access points into Gaza.
Are you paranoid about that glass of water being too close to his
Biden
computer?
also wanted those changes to be...
No, because I would laugh if he tips it over.
I'm just watching it, being like, bro, your MacBook's right there.
Announced immediately, and he told Bibi that if they didn't happen, there would be consequences that could include losing U.S.
I kind of like this setup. The microphone, computer in front. That's how you control everything, and then you have a central screen, which is the stream. I kind of
well, they don't. They have first of all, they have a technical director and all that stuff. They have a floor director. They have a technical director. This is a huge company. They do a good job making it look like this is just like a podcast type thing, right? But he's reading like notes and stories from his laptops. These guys work really, really hard.
We could totally do this. It would
so
just
that's why
require being
this
in
is why
America.
this is one of the models I said I would like to be able to achieve. It's not something that you can achieve with without a big budget. But like just looking at the desk is like it's got the holes in it for the wires, and it's like it's a podcasting like cable management desk. It's a great desk that's because news desk they'll host somebody and it'll be awkward because the news desk isn't really designed to have a back and forth. So there's on the other side of the desk, this way everyone's sitting at the desk in a circle and they're all facing different camera points. But then like on the one guy's show, like they'll have the table full and they'll cut and there'll be more people that are sitting on a couch to also like comment on the show. He does like an improv-y like news show. It's not my favorite. I like the Pod Save stuff though. Anyway,
support for the war, or maybe the U.S. conditioning aid to Israel. It's not entirely clear what was said. So we do know that Netanyahu quickly announced there would be new crossings for aid to allow aid into Gaza. They seem to have allowed more aid at the existing crossings. So on Tuesday, April 9th,
remember
Israel
when
says 460
last time I played him, it was the Mehdi Hassan thing, and I said I do disagree with some of what he's saying, but I want to play this because I think it's an equally because that's me. If I think you have a valid take, even if you're Al Qaeda, like I'll platform that take with good faith and stuff. So he was saying that Biden could end it at any time because Reagan's called and said enough, right? Remember that was his point?
Yeah.
Well, Biden did that and it had an immediate result. So props to Mehdi Hassan there. It didn't end overnight. Biden didn't end it overnight, but he certainly put a lot of pressure overnight that he should have a long time ago.
68 aid trucks were inspected and transferred to Gaza. On Monday, 419. On Sunday, 322. That is way up from the February average of 98 trucks a day. In other Gaza news, the CIA director Bill Burns was in Cairo for the latest rounds of talks about a ceasefire and hostage release deal. There have been reports that the negotiators on the Israeli side were mad at Netanyahu for not giving them enough flexibility to make a deal. It sounds like that has changed a bit at least.
We would have to get proper chairs. Those chairs look shit. If we were going to do more of a sit-down thing, I would opt for couches with a table in the center.
I fucking hate couch stuff.
Well, couch is something more comfortable than
look.
whatever.
I'll give you this. You know TLDR? They have a podcast. Guess what their setup is?
Couches.
One couch next to the news desk.
Interesting.
It's not bad, but I do hate couches.
Kind of like a late show thing.
Kind of.
Late show vibe.
Kind
Interesting.
of.
Interesting.
East, according to Axios, Israel's latest proposal includes releasing 900 Palestinian prisoners in the deal. That's up from 700. Netanyahu, though, is still promising to launch a ground invasion into Rafah, the city in southern Gaza where over 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. He says he has picked a date. Save the date, I guess. It's a weird thing to do. The defense minister, by the way, says there is no date. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the right-wing national security minister, says he will withdraw support from the governing coalition if a Rafah invasion doesn't happen. So that's the politics.
That's probably why
in
there's
Israel.
a thing about the date.
Yeah, that's why there's a fake date on the calendar. The U.S. still says this is a terrible idea. We haven't seen a plan to protect civilians, so hope it doesn't happen. So that's like the big ticket policy disputes, Ben. I do want to get to the broader
great thing to throw in
US
there.
Political opinion on the war.
From Ben there, who's finally back on the show. He's been calling in most weeks because he's been all over the world or something. He says it earlier in the show, but he just threw that in at the end, right? That because Itamar Ben-Gvir is going to withdraw support, so it would collapse the government. So that's why he keeps saying a will they or won't they. I said it's to keep Hamas intimidated. I think he has a much better take. It's to keep Itamar Ben-Gvir, who should be ousted anyway. They're probably going to oust him specifically. He shouldn't be in government.
Second, but I'm wondering how much do you think these, well, I don't know if it's quick action. I don't know if it was quick action or quick announcements from Netanyahu at this point stems from the fact that Biden finally laid down the law.
Okay, it's just them talking. Do you want me to skip through it?
No. It's all good. You can speed it up
On this call, or how much of it is like 6 months of public opinion turning against them, and just knowing that
they're
this
just
like
introing what they're about to talk
indefensible.
about. They're going to show coverage.
I think, and first of all, there's an interesting, you and I were talking before about Miliband's, what he's hearing from people on the ground, not seeing changes versus some of these trucks getting in. But part of that is that there are also supposed to be these additional crossings, where there may not be changes yet. I do want to say though, and I know you hit this on PSA, world, those were just like you. I listened to Pod Save America on my drive-in today. But it bears emphasis that the strategy as articulated was always like, you got to hug Bibi, you got to only disagree in private, we can't condition aid. We should recall, Tommy, that you and I, way back in the 2020 campaign, were trying to get every candidate on the record about would you condition assistance, right?
Shut up, Bernie, shut up, Pete.
Bernie was a Pete.
Well, remember, it was more narrow. It was like, would you condition aid if it's used to annex the West Bank? It was hard to get people to agree to that.
So what we've learned is that strategy is bullshit. Doesn't work. It's so self-evidently wrong to say, we'll never say that there'll be any conditions and expect you to change. The first time that Joe Biden reportedly directly said, if you don't do X, we might consider Y. So they weren't even specific about we'll cut off military assistance or offensive military assistance. Just him saying that at least led them to announce this change in policy and to get some trucks in. So we now have a data set. What happens when you say, we're not going to condition anything, but we'll counsel you in private? That didn't work for 6 months. Then there's one phone call in which he said that, and guess what? They changed. And so the lesson that should be taken, not just for the next few weeks and not just until there's a ceasefire, but forever going forward, forever, is that if you have leverage, you need to use it. And this idea that we say that we'll use leverage with every other country, but not Israel, is an insane way of doing policy.
And not since the George H.W. Bush administration, where they very clearly used leverage, as did Ronald Reagan, by the way. There were threats, there was public shaming, there was lots of criticism of Israeli government policies at the time.
Yeah, and what I'd say is, we in the Obama administration, I think, could have done more, particularly on the Palestinian issue, to exert that leverage. I frankly would have liked it at times. But on the Iran deal, where Netanyahu came and gave a speech to Congress opposing it, well, the leverage was we just did. You can also take actions that are contrary to what Netanyahu wants. So that to me,
and win those fights.
Yeah, that to me is like the headline of this last week. And again, we still haven't even seen a specification of what the consequences would be. It seems like it's offensive military aid, but this is a sea change in the Biden administration's approach. if they follow through on it, and if Israel doesn't follow through on their commitments, then we do really need to see some conditionality,
Now, when
not
they
just
start
announced, but
talking
actually
about the
imposed.
kitchen
Yeah, I mean, then-
workers that were killed,
Mhm.
that's when you'll jump forward a little bit because
Okay.
it's going to show the interview we've already watched with
Yeah.
that one lady when we were like wild she's being all
Mhm.
sad voice on them. So
Yes.
part of this will be about that, and then jump forward and it will be about Nancy.
The other quick point I wanted to make on this is it seems unclear whether these new aid crossings have been opened yet or not. But it does seem clear that, at least according to the Israelis, about 4x the number of trucks got in the last couple of days this week than got in on average in February. I wanted to read for you
then
a tweet
an
from a guy named Ron
average in
Dermer. He's a
February.
top
That's 4 times the amount of 0 is still 0.
Yeah.
Netanyahu,
Friend of the
a
pod, yeah.
really horrible guy.
Yeah.
On March 26th, he tweeted the following: "Those who suggest that Israel has a policy of denying food or basic assistance to the people of Gaza are simply spreading falsehoods. It's a blood libel against Israel." Well,
Oh my
it turns
God.
out that one phone call from Joe Biden can quadruple the amount of assistance allowed into Gaza through the existing crossing. So I don't know that was a blood libel. It seems like it was a policy choice.
Yeah, well, it's a policy choice too that they announced in the first days of the war.
Right.
Like the defense minister was saying, no food, no water, right? I mean, this is something that they went out and announced. And look, this is not to excuse anything about Hamas. The reality is Hamas does not control those crossings. Israel does. That's just basic fact. I'm sorry. Like it's the case that we can see with our eyes that Israel controls everything that gets in and out of Gaza. And sure, there may be difficulty in getting aid to some areas if Hamas is operating there. But if you talk to Miliband, the other point he makes that's really important is that this isn't like charity. This is international law.
Right.
Israel is internationally legally obligated to let this assistance get in. That's common practice in war zones. And so also to say it's too hard because it's a war zone, that's not how this works. In all war zones, the warring parties have an obligation to allow for assistance to get to civilian populations here. And so that's what needs to happen now.
Yeah, this isn't like a siege in the Middle Ages. This is modern
yeah.
warfare. Before we move on to the politics in the U.S., I did want to play a clip from Jose Andres from ABC News
Yeah,
over the weekend
so
talking
this
about
is
this
where you can skip.
devastating attack on his staff and what it meant to him and the organization.
Your CEO said this was unforgivable.
Yes, pick
In this bad direction, there's nothing I can do. This guy was a chef.
Yeah, a couple of really great restaurants.
Like we were in DC.
And said that she believes Israel's war will be considered.
Go back a little.
Yes.
That was the politics. So
Green light future weapon sales, including items like F-15 fighter jets that wouldn't be delivered for years. You got Nancy Pelosi signing onto a letter with 40 House Democrats asking Biden to withhold additional arms transfers.
Nancy
until there's an
Pelosi?
investigation into the
I'm
Wolf
sorry,
Foundation
sir.
airstrike. And Senator Elizabeth Warren said
Nancy, it's
that
Speak
she
Joe.
believes Israel's
Look,
war
I don't
will
want
be
any kind of
considered
jokes
a
right now,
genocide.
Nancy.
So that's incredibly, she's leaning very far forward on this. But in case you hear that list and think like, oh, that's just a bunch of liberal Democrats, please listen to this this medley of comments by the former Council of Foreign Relations Chairman or President Richard Haas, Joe Scarborough, and Democrat Chris Coons.
These attacks are continuing, and yet so are U.S. arms transfers to Israel without conditions. They've been going on for 6 months. Why does Israel need 2,000-pound bombs to be used in high-density populated areas? Then, 10 days ago, what does Israel do? It expropriates 2,000 acres of land in the West Bank for settlement construction. Where is the White House reaction to that?
Let me ask you this. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump know in 2018 the sources of Hamas's illicit funding, and they still did nothing? They wanted that money to get to Hamas. I'd like to know why, because we don't know in America. Have there been any investigations in Israel at this point?
We know.
If Benjamin Netanyahu, prime minister, were to order the IDF into Rafah at scale, they were to drop 1,000-pound bombs and send in a battalion to go after Hamas and make no provision for civilians or for humanitarian aid, that I would vote to condition aid to Israel. I've never said that before. I've never been here before.
So Richard Haas worked in the Bush administration, both of them actually. Joe Scarborough was a Republican congressman. He was in that clip, was ripping into the Israeli economy minister. Chris Coons is a moderate Democrat. He's very, very close to President Biden. So Ben, like as you were saying, I'm very glad that the DC foreign policy consensus is moving to a better place.
So I think
it is very gross.
I think those clips that they showed were really well selected, which is so. I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty good coverage of the Israel situation going on right now. Is a ceasefire going to happen? Nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. Still, nothing ever
Here's
happens.
something has changed.
Oh God, what is this?
It's Eid in Gaza, but the end of the fasting period brings
Oh,
little
I
joy
was thinking
amidst the
about putting
devastation.
some of the end of the
How's Eid coming for us?
Ramadan
With
stuff
unfairness.
from Gaza.
Well, this is specifically Australia potentially changing its stance on Palestine.
I just felt like, I don't know. It made me feel a little uncomfortable to be like, this is how Palestinians are celebrating the holiday. Like, obviously it's like humanizing, showing they still have hope and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it
but
just
that's not
doesn't
what
make
this
me
is
feel
about.
good. It does, like,
No,
I
I
don't
know.
know. It might be something to do with Syria and like seeing like Christmas and stuff happen there.
Yeah, maybe.
But something's in me where I just can't do it.
Destruction and without a ceasefire. While in Australia, the foreign minister is looking for a circuit
As I said, it's not about that.
I know.
breaker.
I don't see ultimately
Ah,
any
anyone.
security for Israel without the
issue of Palestinian statehood being resolved.
Is she dressed like a Jedi in a suit?
She always looks like that.
She dresses like a Jedi who wears a suit.
I'm sure.
What are the odds she is a Jedi? Look at this though. It's like just trying to dry your fucking clothes so you have something to wear.
Israel and Palestine to coexist side by side, but negotiations between the two are going nowhere. Now the government's contemplating a shift, signalling it might be open to recognizing Palestine as a state before any settlement is
the
reached.
framework of coexisting side by side, while showing that nobody wants to live next to that, so it's not going to be side by side. Like it can't just be side by side from what it is now.
Yeah, there needs
Like
to be
people
like
cannot live
mutual
like that.
input.
That needs to be the actual responsibility of the Israeli government to like actually do shit. You know, like segregation by design is being tackled every day in America. It's time to tackle it in Israel. Apartheid should have ended when Thatcher fucking croaked.
Yes.
There are those who always claim recognition is rewarding an enemy. This is wrong.
There's no decision yet, and the foreign minister is making
I
it
bet
clear
people claim
Australia
that.
will not
Huh?
I bet people claim that. What a
take
dumb
this step
thing to
while
say.
Hamas remains entrenched in Gaza.
It was more a trial balloon being floated, I think, which is kind of the foreign minister's style.
But against a backdrop of violence, every subtle shift brings close scrutiny.
It sends the wrong type of signal to terrorists that you can get outcomes from the type of horrific actions that were undertaken on October 7.
The Palestinians, for their part, have reacted to every offer of peace with
A lot
violence.
of
That's
things
why
should
we
have
an
died
absence
with
of
Thatcher.
October 7.
A lot of
The
things should have
Palestinians, for their
died
part,
before Thatcher, including Thatcher.
Yes.
It's not even about the pain, because like it's almost like you know how we say like you got to keep like morality and stuff out of like serious policy discussions and things like that. Like the pain and the suffering of the Palestinian people, like this type of perspective almost shouldn't be considered. It's just the density of how people are living and the poverty there. Like that is not, you just need to think about your own values, like Jared Kushner wanting to develop that area. You know, maybe we should let Jared Kushner develop that area, but also like make it under the authority of people who live there. Like if like let people invest in beachfront property in Gaza. That would be fucking great, actually. Jared, it's been cleared out for you to make those fucking opportunities, Jared.
Send in Jared! J-Man!
have reacted to every offer of peace with violence. That's why we have an absence of peace and a two-state solution.
Palestinian advocates say recognition is merely the first step that Australia must take.
It's time for Australia to treat Israel in the way we treat other rogue nations like North Korea and Russia.
Like, how can you
Sanctions,
like be like,
recalling our
where do
ambassador.
we support a two-state solution after it's going to be 3 states? It can't be 2, right? And you made that happen. And not only that, the part of that second state that you consider the two-state solution doesn't exist anymore. It's
Gaza.
been destroyed.
Yeah.
That's what. Here you go. We did. It's like literally, like imagine, like it's like a package showing up that they dropped out of the airplane without a parachute, you know,
No,
and then they put it on your doorstep and say, "Can I get a tip?"
It's Ace Ventura. It's Ace Ventura in the opening scene, the package delivery, where he's kicking the box around and like shaking it up. It says fragile on it.
You know,
It's just
and
broken glass.
there's like, you know, lives in there.
Yes.
Right? So that's why it's like like why you'll hear me say I support a one-state solution specifically with the right of return. And like it's technically like it's illegal to displace anybody, right? So like Palestinians who've already had their homes taken, they legally can't go back and reclaim their homes. Squatters' rights, you know, international squatters' rights. But, you know, that territory needs to go, like Nelson Mandela's take. That territory needs to go back to the Palestinians. Except I'm more progressive than Nelson Mandela because I support a more modern solution than what was common at the time. But at the time of Mandela, we still had Arafat. It wasn't this Hamas, you know, how Tim Pool said they created Hamas to split them. He was right there, you know, or not Tim Pool, Moonlord.
While in Gaza, the prospects for peace remain remote.
We will complete the elimination of the Hamas battalions, including in Rafah. There is no force in the world that will stop us.
If Australia were to recognise Palestine, it wouldn't be alone. Around 140 nations, including most of the global south, already do. But at the moment, almost
and
all
you're
Western
technically in the
democracies are
South,
in that
so
club.
you can
Countries
pretend that you're part of that coalition. You know?
Sure.
It's like the second high
Geographically.
school I went to, all right? Because, like, this is a firm stance of mine, is that taxes should be distributed evenly for schools. And my mom is like, I don't want to have to pay for any go to school. And it's like, you're still paying for your local school. Like, why do you care? Why do you care if, like, you uplift another school and it's still the same rate that you would be paying now, just because other people who also pay into that school don't pay the same rate? Wait till you hear about billionaires. Like, what are you crying about? You're crying about black people paying less tax on something than you instead of the fucking billionaire. You know how much wages have probably been stolen from you because you're a woman who worked in the 70s? Like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, so when I went to my first high school, it was like a private school. It was a Catholic private school because my grandmother wanted that. So it was like the poor Irish school of the town or the city, right? But they did a bunch of DEI, right? So they got a bunch of people who would have went to the inner city schools, right? So it was awesome because there was such a mixing of culture there, right? And we were all coming for Jesus. No, but like it allowed these parents to keep their kids out of those fucking awful schools. And it was like a shitty school. It was shit, but it was still like affordable for these families. And they helped these families out to boost their attendance, you know? Because they needed to boost the class size, you know? And one of my best friends, his mother actually worked as a lunch lady inside the school too. And that's what got them, because they were really, really poor. He only had one, because they had a uniform. He could only afford one shirt. And one day a dog like ripped it apart. So we had to have it held together with safety pins. And it's like, no one ever like decided to buy this guy a new shirt. Like none of the teachers or anything. Like, come on, guys. You're not going to just give this kid a new shirt? It's literally the arms are held on by safety pins. It was wild. And then I go to like my last 2 years, all white people, right? There was like a few Muslims, maybe a few Asians, and that was it. Like there was like a really flamboyant black guy who would wear the fake tattoo sleeves. And he was cool.
Okay.
And I can't remember any
tattoo sleeves.
Yeah. They're like
the one that a literal sleeve that you just put on your arm. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, they were great. But like seriously, like that's how white it was. It was really white.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the best schools in the country because it's based on property tax, right?
Sure.
And the whole reason I set up this tangent is just I want you to put yourself in my shoes. You know, this disparity between like growing up, how I've seen these things, right? And going to a school and it's all white people and they say like, what is the slogan? It's all over the school. They say diversity, something we all have in common. Like, yeah, okay. They were so woke. Like, we love diversity. Where?
Hilarious.
Where? Shut up.
Like Australia and the United Kingdom were to shift, then it would leave Israel more isolated. Exactly how that would play out on the ground, either now or well into the future, is much harder to predict. Stephen Jedgetts, ABC News, Canberra.
Australia has long supported a two-state solution, but why is the government now flagging the prospect of recognising
fuck property? It comes out of wages. Just like every other tax. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to get a property tax. It's just going to come out of your wage. And if you earn a big wage, it's coming out more. Simple.
a Palestinian state before borders are negotiated with Israel? Here's the ABC's national political lead, David Spears.
Australia reacted carefully back in February when British Foreign Secretary David Cameron first canvassed the possibility of recognising a Palestinian state without Israel support. Now Penny Wong has nudged Australia's position forward, echoing her British counterpart and framing this as being in Israel's best interests. Even floating the idea demonstrates Australia's willingness to take a tougher line with the Netanyahu government, particularly after last week's airstrike that killed Australian Zoni Frankham. It also reflects the growing international pressure for Israel to change course and intensified efforts behind the scenes to find a lasting peace. No decision has yet been taken, and there are preconditions for any Australian move to recognise a Palestinian state. Hamas must release all hostages, and the listed terrorist organisation can play no role in the future of Gaza. Exactly how the government thinks Hamas should be removed, though, is unclear. Some in Labor acknowledge there's domestic politics at play here. The
Okay, so
is
they're
trying
not going
fend
to do
off a push
anything.
from
Good
the
to know.
pro-Palestinian Greens in a handful
Waste
of
of
electorate.
time.
On
Thank
the
you.
other side,
It's just some gobbledygook. Uh-oh, Nancy Pelosi.
Vouch. Horseman.
Like the way like
Pelosi
goblins
supports
get
halting
drawn
arms to
in
Israel.
porn. They're
Nancy
all
Pelosi,
like more than
thick
3
short
short stacks.
Congressional Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, signed a letter to the President and the Secretary of State, Abe Lincoln, urging a halt to weapons transfer to Israel. Man, can you imagine how bad you have to be on this issue for Nancy Pelosi to be flanking you from the left?
Nancy.
Oh God, my one weakness: words. Anthony Blinken.
Nancy Pelosi.
Right to express our shared concern and outrage regarding the recent Israeli airstrike which killed 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, including an American citizen. In light of this incident, we strongly urge you to reconsider your recent decision to authorize the transfer of a new arms package to Israel and to withhold this and any future offensive arms transfers until a full investigation into the airstrike is completed. If the strike is found to have violated U.S. law or international law, we urge you to continue withholding these transfers until those responsible are held accountable. We also urge you to withhold these transfers if Israel fails to sufficiently mitigate harm to innocent civilians in Gaza, including aid workers, and if it fails to facilitate or arbitrarily denies or restricts the transport and delivery of humanitarian aid into Gaza. It's estimated that over 32,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the start of the war. Oh, it's got citations! Cute. And they even link. The links work. See? Look, it's turning into a little pointer. Nearly half of whom are children. The most recent report from the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Initiative, that's quite the title, indicates that 1.1 million people in Gaza are experiencing catastrophic food insecurity, and widespread famine is imminent and expected to occur anytime between now and the next month if there is not an immediate cessation of hostilities. While we appreciate your administration's recent efforts to increase the delivery of desperately needed humanitarian aid to Gaza, these efforts will not be sufficient to meet the extraordinary need on the ground. The Israeli government's restrictions on the flow of aid into Gaza, coupled with the death and grave harm that aid workers have faced during this war, are compounding
People
this
care,
hunger
they can
crisis.
go read it.
Recent
Nobody
reports
here
indicate that hundreds of
nobody
aid
here
trucks
wants to
sit
read.
idle outside the Rafah border, crossing due to Israel's restrictions, and now over 200 aid workers have been killed since.
Okay, let's get to him watching some news.
Any surprises?
Reacception
Well,
time.
I don't have enough of the big policy brain that Dylan Burns or whatever has, or Sam
I
Slater,
do.
to remember every member of Congress. So if you asked me whether I expected Shelley Pingree to be here, I couldn't really tell you. But no, I'm the fundamentals are here, you know. And
Yeah,
Senator Chris
Nancy.
Coons has said we need to add conditions to U.S. military aid to Israel, which is huge.
Words with Benjamin Netanyahu. The president has had words with Benjamin Netanyahu. At what point does the policy change? Do you support a change in policy instead of a carrot, instead of words, a stick, saying to Israel that in order to get military aid, you have to change your tax? When does that happen?
I think we're at that point. I think we're at the point where President Biden has said, and I have said, and others have said, if Benjamin Netanyahu, prime minister, were to order the...
Chris Coons has a lot of influence, by the way. He's known Biden for a long time. Him switching over on this is a pretty big deal. It's not just like a random senator.
IDF into Rafah at scale. They were to drop 1,000-pound bombs and send in a battalion to go after Hamas and make no provision for civilians or for humanitarian aid that I would vote to condition aid to Israel.
The biggest bomb you can drop? 500 kg, bro.
500 kilograms.
500 kg, yeah.
Mm.
That's a spicy
That-
meatball.
that
Dropping
can
from
count.
space too, so you also
That
have
a
the
1,000
impact of
pounds.
500. Yeah, so you also have a rod from God effect with that.
Epic.
I've never said that before. I've never been here before. I've been a strong supporter of Israel.
Isn't he like some real power behind the throne shit with the DNC? I think, yeah, like Benjamin says, my understanding is that he's got a pretty direct line to the president, and he's one of the representatives of the will of the president in the Senate. You know, when it comes time for all the Democratic senators to get together and make decisions about what they're going to vote for, what strategies they're going to take, this guy will be like, I've been chatting it up with Biden and that sort of thing.
The whole time I've served in Congress, we just appropriated another $3.3 billion of support in the last appropriations bill we did. The challenge is to make it clear that we support the Israeli people, that we want to and will continue to have a strong and close relationship with Israel, but that the tactics by which the current prime minister is making these decisions don't...
Extreme incompetence sounds like a disgusting understatement. No. I liked that. I actually really liked that. Because listen, think about the wording on this, okay? Look,
Netanyahu has stated that this was a tragic accident, blah, blah. If this is true, it's unacceptable. So the response to that claim is they don't think it's true, which means they're suggesting that the IDF deliberately targeted. Like the way they respond to this, the implication is, okay, even if that was true, which I doubt, it's still unacceptable. But, you know, I think the implication here, Nancy Pelosi has signed onto a letter that implies very strongly that Netanyahu and the IDF have been deliberately killing aid workers to facilitate a mass famine. That's a lot. That's pretty big. The killing of the World Central Kitchen aid workers has been by far the largest.
I am wrong. The plane flies down and the plane does drop the bomb. So it would not have a rod from God effect. As usual, he's
Lies.
right.
Turning point, because it was so, first of all, because they weren't Palestinian, right? They were real people. They were Westerners, for one. And for two, because it was so blatant, so transparent, so impossible to defend, you know? They killed John America. This is the biggest shift we've seen thus far. That's the kind of letter that allows for a 180 in 70 years of domestic policy. Just keep in mind, guys, the Democrats aren't all stupid. A lot of them are aware of the fact that Netanyahu is a loon and a fascist. They're just very locked in on this course. What a lot of them have been waiting for is an excuse. Wait for the IDF to do something so bad that they have a political excuse. They have the ability to look at that and to point at it and go, oh, see? Now, I was with Israel before this point.
Boring video that we should stop watching. How would a plane carry that much weight in on it? 500 kilograms? It's 500. I thought it's also 500K. So it's like 500,000 kilograms. So it's kg, right? Or is it just 500 kilograms?
I think
You
it's
let
the
me know.
payload. I think it's the payload, not the weight of the bomb.
You're a payload.
Sure.
Let's move on to the US. Let's get to the
Biden says he's considering a request from Australia to drop the prosecution of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Last month, a British court ruled the Australian, who's being held in a London prison, can't be extradited to the US on espionage charges unless American authorities guarantee he won't get the death penalty.
In February, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese backed a motion in Parliament's lower house calling for the return of the 52-year-old to Australia. Let's go to our North America correspondent.
Now it happens. Are you fucking kidding?
Miller. She joins us now from Virginia. Very good morning to you, Barbara. Well, Joe Biden.
You have it memorized? I always fuck up the respawn. Every time I try to type it in, I fuck it up. I never am able to get the respawn.
Biden's comments very interesting, but what was the context of these comments? Quite a brief comment from the US president overnight.
Indeed, and apparently kind of out of context. We have the Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, visiting the US at the moment. He was walking in the White House grounds with the Japanese leader, and a question was thrown to him about what he thought of Australia's request to bring the prosecution of Julian Assange to an end. At first, he said he couldn't hear, and then he mumbled in quite poor audio, "We're considering this." Now, that's the strongest indication at that level we've had that the US is really perhaps paling on this idea of extraditing Julian Assange over the publication of classified material. There were reports some time ago that perhaps a plea deal was in the works, that it was being considered. And as you mentioned, of course, the Australian Parliament formally calling for the matter to be brought to a close and for Julian Assange to be allowed to return home. We contacted Julian Assange's lawyer, who said that it was encouraging. The lawyer then reiterating that in the lawyer's view, Julian Assange shouldn't be locked up in that UK prison, trying to appeal his possible extradition to the US. And then here in Virginia, we also caught up with Pat Conroy, the Australian Defence Industry Minister, and asked him for a reaction to President Biden's comments.
The Australian government, from Prime Minister Albanese down, being very clear that we think the Assange matter needs to be brought to a close. We think it's been going on for too long, and we've communicated that to both the United States and UK government. So I welcome President Biden's comment.
Did he
I
surprise you? Did he come out of the
still would
blue?
like him to go to trial for them to just immediately pardon him. I think that would be funnier, but if we're gonna do it without a trial,
I think that would break his
guess.
brain. He would spiral.
Like,
he would fucking
who gives a
like
shit
an outburst.
anymore? They're like since Julian Assange is basically irrelevant at this point, why don't you stop this?
Oh, look, I think there's been no surprise that there's been a lot of conversations at senior levels from the Australian government, so I do welcome them.
Pat Conroy speaking there with you, Barbara. And as you say, Minister Conroy is in the US as further initiatives are announced around the AUKUS Defence Pact. What sort of meetings has he been holding in the US at the moment?
Well, we're here in Newport News.
And we don't care. Yeah, let's do this one.
In 2024, the abortion debate continues to be heard nationally by the states and in American homes. But in Arizona this week, the focus has been on a law from 1864. It's Supreme Court ruling to revive a 160-year-old ban on abortion in virtually all instances.
The near total Civil War era ban that continues to hang over our heads only serves to create more chaos for women and doctors in our state.
Obviously dangerous and devastating, but we really don't know the true extent of how awful this decision will be.
Ecuador is the one. Yeah, the Americans tried to raid Ecuador on this actually, even though which is what makes it ironic that they went after Mexico's embassy because they got protection to protect their embassy from America. Like they're fucked. Like. I really, really hope more people paid attention to that and have an issue with it. I know Americans are too stupid to follow something like that.
The latest ruling now banning abortion unless the mother's life is in danger, even in cases of rape or incest.
Decades of precedent are being supplanted by politicians.
Not only is that the worst,
absolutely
like possible policy, but even like hardliners don't say when it's the life of the mother. They say like health because they know that sometimes it's better, right? Because these people actually want, like the people who do want this, they want higher population, right? So like if the mother's health is in jeopardy, not her life, as in she won't be able to have more babies, they support it.
Yeah.
Right. Under that condition. So the fact that it's like you have to basically either if you're about to die, then it can happen.
Yes.
Like you have to be on the table dying. It basically effectively bans it in general.
Decades of precedent are being supplanted by politicians and judges who have absolutely no business making medical decisions for my patients.
I agree.
The ruling can be challenged over the next 2 weeks.
We are 14 days away from this extreme ban coming back to life. It must be repealed.
It's another consequence of the US Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade that had guaranteed a constitutional right to abortion.
I cannot believe that we are even talking about what we might do to doctors if they care for women in this way, what we might do to patients.
Again, thrusting the issue into the spotlight of the presidential election.
There are now 21 extreme state abortion bans in effect across the country. 1/3 of all women of reproductive age now live in a state with an abortion ban.
From Joe Biden's challenger earlier this week.
Has
this
Biden
50-year battle over Roe v.
Wade,
get
it
out of the
happened
federal...
during one of the most important diplomatic processes of the decade, maybe, right? Japan coming to America going on right now. That's all that's been going on. So they might ask him because he took questions. It's in there. I saved it. He took questions from the press while the prime minister was there. And so there's some of that. And maybe they asked him in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if he does maybe tomorrow or something when this is over and done with. But this meeting with Japan doesn't come to America. No. Like you might think we have really good relations and they're over here all the time. No. Like China comes more at this point. So like, and also prime minister highlighting on PBS of all stations. Of course, he's going to go on the state media, I guess. But like, him saying that he hopes that the outcome will be like some Japan signing on to a moon project.
Yes. Big.
Like that's a lot of, that's a lot of force projection for America and Japan in the region. Yeah. So
hands and brought it into the hearts, minds, and vote of the people in each state was really something. You must follow your heart of this issue, but remember, you must also win elections to restore
He's
our
such a
culture.
pussy.
To the people across
Remember,
Arizona
we
who are
must win
concerned about the
elections.
future of abortion
That
rights
means,
in our
hey,
state.
guys, I'm not going to get elected if you do this. Wait till
Yeah.
I'm elected, and then you can ban all the stuff because I don't care about human beings anyway. I only care about me.
And he can't get re-elected, so why the fuck would he care?
We'll see.
It's another reason not to elect
We'll
him because
see.
he's vengeful and doesn't have to worry
We'll
about re-election.
see. Anything can happen.
You can make your concerns known at the ballot box.
The Arizona ruling is the latest in legal setbacks for abortion rights. Earlier this month, Florida's
this
top
needs to be
court
Latin
cleared
America,
the way for an
let me tell
abortion
ya.
ban from 6 weeks. Sarah Jane Bell, ABC News.
Well, let's welcome back human rights lawyer and author Julie F.K., who joins us out of New York.
Her name's
Julie, good to
JFK?
speak.
Yes.
I don't care about the
What is
interview.
an arcane rule from the Civil War era playing a part in the rights of women in 2024?
The most important news. An ad.
Hello, everybody. Get ready for a milkshake. You got plenty of it. All right. This is an original from 2016.
Oh my God, John said he doesn't care about the interview with a woman during the abortion thing. Dude, I'm just looking at the specials. Well, I'm gonna try. We'll see. He's being a brat.
See? You knew what was happening. You got it. That's cool. What's your name? Marjorie. Okay, Alon, let me get this pen out of here. He understood long before the rest, right? Oh, good. You are fantastic. You know Shelley? Yes. A great host. And are you guys friends or something? Well, that's nice because he's been there a long time too. I think right from the beginning. Right from the beginning. We did a radio interview with Shelley yesterday, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you very much. I hung up. I said, "What a nice guy that is."
I'll bring in my clubs tomorrow.
You let me know. I'm telling you. You let me know, Shelley. Watch his show. His show is great. Listen to his show.
Absolutely, 95.5.
He got it. You two guys got it.
And all these kids do too.
I think so. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So you're getting lots of milkshakes. Look at that handsome guy. I wish I had like that. Right here.
Oh yeah, me.
Hi, fellas. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody. How you doing, Trump? I'm doing good. I love you. Everybody having a good time?
I'm very surprised the reception isn't more aggressive, if I'm being completely honest.
Get ready. Yeah, I'll give you one. You have one?
Y'all got one.
Come on, man. You have it? I'll sign it.
I don't got one. I need one.
See if you can find one. I gotta give him one. My original.
I feel like they're fucking with him.
That's a valuable one. Grab one of these here. Really good. Thank you very much. That's great. Your family's good, right? That's good.
That is true. It is a very Christian restaurant. That is a very good point.
Stop the steal!
Oh my God.
Take that. That's gonna make you good and healthy. It's gonna grow back that tooth. There you go. Who wants it? Yes, you can. So you can afford to have it. You know why? Because you're thin. Who wants one?
What a bad look it would have been if they gave him chicken to give out. Fucking like if Chick-fil-A really wanted to fuck him over, they could have. They really could have. This is so cringe to me. This is painful. This is very, very painful to watch.
Anybody know Brian Jack? Brian Jack is running.
It gets better because Fox News writes a whole narrative about this, and I put that on there.
Yes.
I put canvassers together, so all these HBCU students that you see here, I brought them here to meet you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
We've also knocked doors for you in the past for your past re-election bid and when you ran the first time.
Wow.
I was interning for the GOP at that time. Doing a lot for your tax credit reform bill and everything like that.
Well, we took care of those colleges.
Sure did. Much
Can you
better than
find
my
that?
kids.
Bro, he had to touch somebody. He hated that. Go back. Was it a black person that he touched like that? Okay.
Sure did. Much better than mine
Now,
did, so I
you remember I went over this. I showed you how because you were like, why does the president pull people when he shakes their hands? It was like Peru.
Yeah.
And it's because Trump has this fucking handshake where he pulls you in, right?
Yeah,
the
you
iconic
showed.
Trump handshake when he watch how he shakes this person's hand.
I was interning for the GOP at that time. So, yeah, doing a lot for your tax credit reform bill and everything like that.
Well, we took care of those colleges.
Is this after he shook? Did they already shake hands?
When? What? Shake, what are you doing?
He
Where?
shakes her hand
This is Stoneman. This is Morehouse. This is Morris.
before she even starts talking, I think. He turns around.
That's good. We're not going to let him read this. Take that. That's how to make it. There you go. Who wants it? You know why? Because you're thin. District 3.
HBCU students that you see here,
Oh.
I'm here to meet you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
We've also knocked doors for you in the past for your past re-election bid, and when you ran
It was a black person that he could barely handle touching.
doing a lot for your tax credit reform bill and everything like that.
Well, we took care of those colleges.
Sure did. Much better than Biden did. So this is Clark Atlanta. This is Stoneman. This is Morehouse. This is Morris.
Isn't that great?
So I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you.
We love you.
Okay, 4 p.m. We did 4 p.m.
Come here, let me give you a hug.
Please do.
Oh my God! Now he's gonna touch her for real.
He hated that.
No. He realized what this is and he loves it. Now he can say, "I'm great with the blacks."
This
he
is
realized how
yeah.
into him this young, attractive black woman is. Like, that's gonna give him street credit now, just like the mugshots. That's gonna be when he's like, "I have street cred. Black people like me because I have a mugshot."
Thank you, Trina. That's really nice. So we took care of the black colleges, universities. They're taken care of now, and she understands it. A lot of
That's
people don't
true.
understand it.
That is true. And this is a Tim Scott point.
Tell them how y'all been suffering.
So that is true. Historic black colleges, Trump made great investments in there. This Biden student debt policy is good too. It's not like, Trump can have good policies. He should have had more.
Yes.
I
can't find this Fox News one.
Oh, it might be in US. It might be in Trump Biden. Because sometimes they fall into multiple categories, so I'll put them on multiple lists or one random one. Yeah, I think most presidents do. But that girl is probably young enough where she was personally affected by it. Or maybe she wasn't. Who knows? Like maybe she just, it is Georgia. Like obviously, like there's going to be Trump supporters of every kind, everywhere. But we know what region we're in here.
For y'all. Are y'all hungry?
That's really nice. Huh?
There's no housing.
You know each other. You two know each other. You should.
That's my mentee.
Yes.
I'll tell you.
Picked me up in 2017, Mr. Trump, and he's been a great mentor ever since then.
I'll tell you what. And he's a great mentor to me too. We had a great talk yesterday.
Absolutely.
Right? That talk I covered all over the place. I went all over the world. That talk I did. With you
I got in trouble with the team because they said I went over my time. But
no, my team. Don't worry about it. And we'll do it again.
All right. Well, let's see what Fox has to say then.
Did you find it? It's yes.
Yeah.
Look at this thumbnail. This thumbnail has it all, man. I gotta say, this might be one of the best thumbnails of all time. Just the fact the natural cadence of Donald Trump, and making sure they cover up that he's doing finger pointing at people with Biden going, oh, Biden doing old man face. He's got a polka dot tie on.
Battling over who gets the nuke codes, but the two candidates are already going nuclear on one another. President Biden launching this preemptive strike.
What, in your view, constitutes the
Preemptive
primary threat
strike.
to freedom and democracy at home?
Donald Trump. Seriously. Donald Trump uses phrases like he's going to eviscerate the Constitution. He's going to be a dictator on day one. I can't think of any other time in my lifetime in history has occurred that you've had somebody who's had this kind of attitude.
Hang on. Biden gave out 3 different time scales, and we better make a joke about that, Greg, because that's going to actually be relevant and actually comment and actually you can make a joke out of this. He said, like, of all time, greatest for all time. Then he corrected himself and said, in my lifetime, which is still a long time, and then said, like, of all time again.
Yeah.
He said in history. So it's like in the US of my lifetime in history. 3 different time scales stumbling around it there at the end because I was like because I was gonna say Civil War, but he said in my lifetime, and I was immediately canceled out because he was born after Civil War, right after it, the year after.
Kamala is backing up Joe's fear flex.
Joe Biden was
Had it
born in a
or
log
hit it.
cabin,
Donald
like Abraham
Trump
Lincoln.
Totally had it. Had it over and over and over again.
Oh my God.
There's so much at stake in this election.
I
don't
have
think
to
it's
see this
hyperbolic to say
podcast. The
this
I've Had It
genuinely-
podcast, and it's just power bombs talking to Kamala Harris. It's like the most Hillary Clinton voting ass broad I have ever seen, right? That might be
100%.
Hillary in a wig for all I know.
Could be the last
I'll be back.
Democratic election we ever had. You're right.
You can't call it broad.
But
It was a
I'm trying to
joke.
figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Had it or hit it? Okay. But Trump is not letting those attacks slide. The former president out in Georgia, where he's got a hero's welcome at Chick-fil-A in Atlanta, and ordered 30 milkshakes for customers who apparently are not lactose intolerant like me. He unleashed the whole
Oh my
arsenal
God. Oh, you lactose intolerant, Greg.
He's the worst president in the history of our country. He's corrupt and he's incompetent. He can't put 2 sentences together.
No.
I think we're gonna have a tremendous victory. I predict
They're not woke.
that
They're just
November
wine
5th
moms.
will go down as the most important day in the history of our country. He's done more damage than the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country. There has never been anybody that's damaged our country like crooked Joe Biden.
How?
Had it or hit it. Apparently,
How?
Donald Trump is no Willie Brown, Dana. So, do you think they don't think it's hyperbolic to say this genuinely could be the last Democratic election we ever have? Maybe it's me because
No, I don't think it's hyperbolic.
Isn't that the definition of hyperbolic?
No.
I think you're right. Actually, and you know what? The next time we play our D block game,
I bet
Yeah.
you wish
I'm
that
not-
is
oh,
the
that's
case.
I will have you as my partner. Okay, so they have been talking about protecting democracy for a long time, right? And
Name
they've been
those
saying
top
all this
10
about
worst
Donald Trump.
presidents.
And I'm assuming
Trump.
that they did that one because they
I mean,
believe
that's a
it,
hard one.
and also because
like,
it
to
probably
think of,
goes well
like,
for them
'cause, like,
for their
the
base, which
worst
they still
ones,
need to lock up. But the
like,
problem is, right now,
a lot
they
of those
squeeze-
bottom guys, they're just so forgettable, you know?
That is true.
You know, like,
Trump is the worst, though.
you know,
So
they're
he's
like,
number one.
you know, James Monroe was terrible. Nobody's going to
Hmm.
throw him out, right? Like that would be a deep cut.
The 2 presidents leading up to the Civil War.
Yeah, but you know, he would say stuff like, well, a funny thing for Trump to say in that case would be Grant. That would be funny because that's associated with like hating him is associated with being pro-South of the KKK.
Yeah.
You could just list the most modern Democratic presidents. Then say the Democratic Party itself is just taking this country downhill. And also, I think one of the worst presidents, Nancy Pelosi, because she was really running everything when Obama was in charge. The Democratic Party can't even run them down. They've done 2 fake presidents. Joe Biden's not a real president. You know, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
squeezed all the juice out of that lemon.
Putting
And
10
President
worst
Trump and Donald,
presidents to see what history
sorry, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are tied on who will protect democracy. So I don't know how much more they're going to be able to do on that one. The other point is you have this really weird dynamic with Biden where in the days leading up to the State of the Union, there were leaks from his administration that he was going to issue some executive orders on immigration in order to get the border under control. Then the night before the State of the Union, they said, actually, no,
Yeah.
he is not doing that. And it's because the Republicans didn't pass the bill. And what did we find then 4 weeks later? Now we are back to he is likely, possibly, maybe going to do this executive order because he realizes how bad it is. And that's how you get to a 70% disapproval on the border. And my last point is, it's the economy, stupid. And when you have an inflation report like the one you had this morning, you will get to inflation, economy. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago on the cost of your groceries, the cars, the gas, all of that? That's what this election is going to come down to.
I think you really hit it. Jesse, I'd love to go to some sound on tape, please. And then I will come to you after that. Let's roll that, Gladys.
No, they want
We're examining
to
whether or
make
not
it
I
seem
have-
like Jan 6 was no big deal. Which is easy to do because, like, the democracy wasn't under threat, right? And it wasn't under threat because we have actual security and safety measures. You know, the reason why it wasn't under threat is because, you know, they could have prepared better, certainly, but to I think to like instantly them comparing it like the worst day since 9/11, like to act like no, democracy was never at threat. That doesn't mean that it still wasn't an attempted overthrow of the government organized by the president. It was a fucking joke of what happened, but so is Bolsonaro's thing. Like, out of all the unsuccessful coups, Trump has two of the funniest.
That power. There's no
Jackie laughing 'cause
guarantee
you know
that
you
I have
instantly
that
know what
power
the other one
all
is.
by myself without legislation. And someone suggested I should just go ahead and try it. And if I get shut down by the court, I get shut down by the court. But we're trying to work through that right now.
Jesse, this is an amazing comparison between a leader and a non-leader. When China,
Yes, Trump is not a
got
leader.
that
You're right.
virus out,
One
you
guy
hear
was.
Trump go, let's
hang
talk
on.
about shutting down the border.
Hang on. We're comparing this. So wait, hang on. We went for Trump. Trump is at Chick-fil-A buying 30 milkshakes to Biden is working with the government to try to achieve something that you want. By shutting down the border, did Trump shut down the border by not letting people who had work permits in? So it increased illegal migration. Are you looking at presidents right now?
No, I've got the. I was just curious because I got because I donate to Doctors Without Borders.
Oh, base.
Right. And they send out this little magazine, and I was like curious because the front page is Gaza, right? So I'm curious what was inside. There's a little bit of a side tangent. So I was curious because it's like it's Doctors
more
Without
entertaining
Borders,
than Fox,
right? It's Doctors Without Borders. I'm like, maybe this might have stuff that we've been talking about. I open up to the stories. And the stories, these little sort of highlight stories, Rohingya camps in Bangladesh, rehabilitating war wounds in Ukraine, MSF suspending activities in Sudan, a region of Sudan because of the RSF, South Sudan using AI to treat snake bites, which is really cool.
Interesting.
Then a big bit on Gaza, obviously, but just like pretty much exactly, and northern Afghanistan, issues in northern Afghanistan. So, you know, pretty much exactly what I expected from them, and this is why I donate to them, even though I can't afford it.
You know what else you should donate to that you can't afford, everyone? You can get your name below. You can just give us $1 and instantly cancel it, and your name will stay below forever until we get full and found ourselves and we have to start making space. But that will be a while. I mean, at least, you know, who knows? Maybe we won't make it, so it'll be our whole history. I mean, if you want us to make it and you want us to continue, and you want this show to be around forever, I mean, I think it's a good deal.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Goes, let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. Blah, 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 blah. And then nothing happens, and then he returns to it. This guy can't act.
Well, he can act when he wants to.
Yeah.
He acted on bailing out students for their loans, but now he's.
My chinchilla.
I think he's just buying time because he's been debating in his head what he's been doing about this. This is just to kind of entice people to get them all excited about it. But those cameras at Univision made Joe look old. Those were bad cameras. I would never do another Univision again. And he was squinting. I mean, he looks 100 years old in that shot. That was not a good.
He is 100 years old, bro.
That's an old 80.
Do cameras make Trump look young? Like. That is fucking Skeletor. Like, the cameras made him look old. Yeah, because they're good cameras. What are you?
Yes.
What? See, our cameras, we're like George Lucas when he made the speeder effect. We just smear Vaseline on it, and it takes the age right out of us.
They keep.
I was so confused. I was reading this like 7 different times. I thought it said Riz, not NZ. My brain is broken.
Keep juking me.
saying he's going to end democracy.
My brain is actually broken. But I'm pretty sure they're laying off people in Australia as well, so that doesn't surprise me.
Hey, you know what they should do?
Come to us, because you know
Yeah,
what we
help
are.
us build something.
Exactly, because you know what we will be.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
I got it.
I hang around with a lot of liberals. My family's liberals. Even
Have to
my
hide
mother
that again.
doesn't think he's going to end democracy. This
Change-
talking point only
change
exists
the-
on
change the-
MSNBC.
change
No
the
one ever even
word
comes up to
that it
Johnny
is.
on the streets and says Trump's a dictator or is going to end democracy. I've never heard this anywhere except on cable news. It's not sinking in.
Aren't you cable
And
news?
if anybody's a threat to democracy, we can play that game. It's Joe Biden. I mean, his buddies at the CIA and FBI interfered in the last election.
Of course they
They're
did.
still blocking investigations into the Biden crimes. So if I don't like playing that game. I don't think that game is effective. I agree with Dana.
They had
This
to
is about
say the
economy.
Biden
Stupid.
crimes.
The Chick-fil-A event. This was an event to behold.
It
Now,
was
everything you heard
30
about Donald Trump in the press is
milkshakes,
he's
dog.
like this dangerous racist. He waltzes in there.
Oh,
orders
wow.
food, and
Dangerous
about a
racist.
dozen
He walked into
African-American women
Atlanta
flocked to him.
and people were nice to him. Wow. How many of these people you think are plugged into local politics and or politics in general
And have heard what he's been saying.
and
Yeah.
give a shit who's president at this point?
They're just like, oh, famous.
Did their
person.
lives improve under Trump or Joe Biden? How many? How many people do you know? And I mean this in general for everyone out there. How many people do you know that specifically have been affected by something?
Beyond COVID, probably nothing.
Take selfies. African American women, the most loyal voting bloc of the Democratic Party. He has them giggling.
Oh my God. I told you, bro. I told you
Racist.
they were going to run with this.
Racists would interact with the opposite race if
Yeah.
it meant getting control of the country.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, we've been over this. I've said it. Like the difference, like I made this whole proposal of like what the distinction between nationalism and fascism is, and it's many cases it's mostly the racial component of it, and that like nationalist groups, you can't just say that they're racist anymore. It's
No.
I'm not racist until you disagree with me. They're totally open. I mean, the Proud Boys was run by a Cuban guy.
Yeah. Started by a dude who's married to a Native American chick. Like,
Named
come on.
and put a butt plug in his butt on
Yes.
on video, and he's gay. It's named after a fucking
He has
Disney song, is what I was gonna say.
Mm.
They talk about breakfast cereals, like
Yeah, that was when
Myanmar.
McGinnis made
I
it
know
up.
this. Yeah,
Yeah,
There,
when fucking-
there is some developments there lately.
Oh.
I mean, like a lot, like even Pod Save America, I think mentioned it that they'll get into it soon. Or
Mm.
Pod Save the World, sorry, it's the same thing.
Lining up. Says,
I know
"Mom, I'm famous
people
now."
who've been affected by the president. Well, like what's interesting in New Zealand is like the president doesn't really like have to worry about getting assassinated. Like you can go find them grocery shopping and talk to them. Like that's not a thing that happens here, you know? Like I'm sure they're allowed to still drive their cars. Maybe.
Yeah. But I think also America's position is a bit more important than New Zealand's.
Prime Minister. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. You have one of the weirdo countries.
But not being able to drive a car is not worth being president of the United States. Womp. Not
I
worth
think
it.
George Bush feels the same way.
Yeah, I think he would
He's
agree
like,
with
what have I done?
It all love in the Chick-fil-A. Now, if he can
It's
just
so
do this,
funny
I
how
would run a
American
Chick-fil-A
Jack
campaign.
is.
That's a great idea.
I would just go to as many restaurants, grocery stores, malls.
It's
as
so
I could,
funny how
and
many
just have
times I get
regular
called
American-
American because
Yeah.
of how much I'm involved with and know about American
Well,
politics.
you're always talking about like I like the car with the gasoline, and I like the gun
Japanese
with
cars.
the bullet that go real fast.
I like guns, but Japanese cars, not American cars.
Yeah, but they have to have the gasoline in them.
Yes,
Yeah.
they must go bang.
You don't
And
think
sworn-
Americans like Japanese cars?
No, I think Americans like American cars because Americans are nationalist pill.
No, not at all. First of all,
No, I'm talking like the people who
one-
buy
one-
the America trucks.
Hang on. One, the Ford F-150 is the #1 selling vehicle in America.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean American sales outweigh Japanese car sales. Japanese cars are huge here. Honda Civic, one of the most popular cars.
No, I know, but that's just econoboxes. That's just like economy cars.
Drive in one of those because of
It's the way it is here too.
By Billy Fusillo here. I have to show you
Mm.
one of the commercials. He's a car guy, but he had the most annoying commercials, and he paid so much money for ad space. But he was an awesome car dealer. Like he always was doing like great deals and shit. A place to definitely buy a car. But he made it really popular because he made an interview going, "It looks exactly like the Jag. The only difference is the little dangly thing on the front." And like I knew his kid. Like his kids like went to our school, but
Oh,
like
that's funny.
we went to like it was like the underleague baseball team in Syracuse, right? And we went there, and Bill and we let us into his box. Like he let all throughout the year, different little like teams got to go there and being boxed local thing. But his kid was there, and he literally had every Tamagotchi that exists. He chained to his bag.
That's awesome.
I have to try and figure out how do you spell this Italian. Oh, I typed it in and it auto-corrected because they know these are the greatest commercials. I might start putting these in. You know?
Toyotas are awesome. Toyota is what I want.
Oh yeah? Perfect transition,
I
Jack.
want one. But it's one that I can't get here because it's an import. So it's an issue. But they're also the ones that are imported here are $20,000 more expensive than the ones in Japan. So I'm conflicted.
Like this guy in this region of New York, I can guarantee you'd get one of his ads every single commercial break. People fucking hate him. This is like the Donald Trump level at his time. He has a jet that says huge on it. But he's the owner of the dealership, and he just did all the commercials. And they go out there, they shoot like 20 commercials at the ahead of the month. He hired a really good commercial guy who had already been doing commercials to do it with him. Became the king of used car or new cars. The king of new car sales in the region.
All over Buffalo, people have always wanted to drive a Toyota Corolla for the dependability, okay? They go forever, folks, and now you can at $99 a month. It's Billy Fusillo right here at the beautiful Fusillo Toyota right here in Grand Island. Folks, it's easy access.
That's actually pretty good. $100 a month?
Bro, the amount of Italian on this guy coming on. This is the classic Syracuse Italian. They all moved because that Syracuse is also in Italy, so they moved. A lot of Italians moved here specifically because it was named after an Italian town.
That's so funny.
2 minutes, you're at the store. $99 a month, a brand new Corolla. August extravaganza. It's huge, Buffalo, huge.
It's not proper pizza etiquette.
If you got $129 a month, you'll be driving a beautiful Toyota Camry. It's Billy Fusillo right here at Fusillo Toyota. Folks, $129 a month, that's unbelievable.
I swear to God, if Billy
beautiful
Fusillo
Camry.
claims me,
So many people have always
23
wanted to drive one, and now
subscribers.
you can, folks.
See, YouTube came around. It was the worst thing to happen to Fusillo. He could have kept putting his ads on there for free, but they didn't really have an ad program back then. He didn't survive that transition.
During the August
unlucky.
extravaganza right here at Fusillo Toyota in Grand Island.
Hey, Billy, no matter what you hear about the economy these days, if our business is any indication here, if you saw
Hyundai Elantra.
the outlook for the economy could not be brighter.
Tom, I'll tell you something. At Fusillo Hyundai, #1 Hyundai dealer in the Capital District. We're going to sell 2002 Hyundai.
So, because his catchphrase is huge, he did this one deal because he does one, all car dealerships,
Yeah.
they do 1 month of the year that's like the car month, right?
Yeah.
And he did that, and they said if we sell above these cars, we won't allow Billy to say huge for like a whole month or a whole year. And so, like, then they put this whole gimmick about him spelling it out in every commercial and stuff. Like, for like 30-second commercial spots, a lot of these end up getting like way out there. But this is just a classic shitty Italian guy yelling at you about police in his fucking cars.
Elantras for $10,900. That's a 13.5 vehicle for 10.9 times. That's incredible. 100,000 mile warranty, fully equipped. It doesn't get any better. That's a great indication of value.
Folks, don't miss this opportunity on 6th Street here in Schenectady. Fusillo Hyundai, where it is
huge.
It's me, Tony Lasagna, from the neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
Love him. And that is what is going to win him the election.
Like Tiffany.
You know,
who's Tiffany?
Joe wouldn't do that because he's chicken.
Because he's chicken.
Yes, you are what you eat. Hey, Judge. So I think did the VPs claim that you met with 150 world leaders and they all expressed concern about this? You buy that? You buy what she's selling?
No, never have, never will. No, I don't even give it a lot of thought. Look, the whole idea, and I just want to continue with that theme for a minute, of Donald Trump being a threat to democracy. I mean, who is it that, as Jesse said, weaponized the DOJ, the CIA, the FBI? You know, they've impeached him, they've indicted him, but they're the ones who were taking him off the ballot. Okay, it's the Democrats who made up that political dossier that they took to a corrupt FISA court by a corrupt attorney general and United States attorney to try to spy on him. They were spying on a candidate for president of the United States. This is done in third world countries. And by the way, I will segue very smoothly into the fact that Joe Biden has made us a third world country. Never in the history of this country.
America's a third world country, apparently.
Hang on.
What a take.
I'm sorry. I got to come back to Billy Fusillo one more time.
For fuck's sake.
Okay, but it's important. Okay.
Do it justice, but once you heard that word said by that man there on local TV ads, you knew.
So even in Florida, this guy was selling cars because this is a Tampa Bay ad. So he sold more than just cars in Syracuse. This is a really successful car guy.
You were
also notice the title spelling mistake.
Famous for
what does that say? Lasting legacy in Tampa Bay.
his car ads that ended with promises of a huge deal. He died in Sarasota today at 65 years old. As Fox 13's Evan Axelman
it says 64 at the bottom,
guys.
Behind
more than a great sales pitch.
There was never a doubt as to the deal you'd get.
It's gonna be huge.
Billy Fusillo himself told you so.
It's huge.
Sean
he was giving away TVs.
Never saw such a magician.
Where's Billy? Is Billy
That's before
here?
TVs were
When they
basically
come
free.
in. Not the car. Where's Billy?
The most recognizable car dealer in Southwest Florida and upstate New York, founder of 24 dealerships, and the greatest tagline in car ad history, died in Sarasota last night at 65. He leaves behind two loving families, one related to him and those who learned everything he knew.
Billy would sit down with the customers, find out where they're from, what their wife's name was. It literally was almost never about a car deal. It was always about them.
Indeed, he was known for
That's what
a
a
heart
salesman would
that
say.
was, you guessed it, huge.
When he made the offer,
the glasses he had on.
Indeed.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the guy, right? This is when you think the guy, right? This is the guy. Those glasses, that's him.
He was known for a heart that was, you guessed it, huge.
when he made the offer, he didn't want publicity for it.
Preston Rudy was working for then Congressman David Jolly in 2015, trying to help an injured USF student get home from Cuba. That was all Billy needed to hear.
He called me and said, hey, I've got a plane. I'll
And
fly
like
to
I already
Cuba. I'll
said,
pick her
like
up.
he
I'll bring her back.
supported little league teams by letting them get box seats to a basically like a semi-pro game, like all year round. Basically funded the stadium at that point. Should just call it Fusillo, the Billy Fusillo team.
Home.
That's the Billy who Sean wants to thank, as he sits in the very office Billy himself once occupied.
He says, listen, if you're half as good as these guys say you are, I'll give you a store in a year in Tampa. 10 months later, he gave me a store in Tampa. So he's also a man of his word.
So apparently his word was
Huge. For that, I owe him quite a bit. He gave me my first general manager job. He's left a lasting impact on everybody involved that knew him.
How many can truly,
family of immigrants, obviously, because he's Italian, says it itself. This is the American dream, folks. It's huge. Is that his daughter? She's a baddie. I hope she's 18 here.
Keep him in your head.
All right, welcome back in our spotlight today. British Foreign Minister David Cameron meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken his trip to the U.S. to persuade congressional Republicans to pass an aid package for Ukraine. But before arriving in Washington, Cameron made a surprise stop in Florida, meeting at Mar-a-Lago with the presumptive GOP nominee, Donald Trump. Now, in a statement, the Trump campaign said that the meeting was held to discuss several issues impacting both countries, including upcoming elections in Britain and the U.S. and the implications of Britain's withdrawal from the European Union, the need for NATO allies to meet their commitments on defense spending, and ending the killing in Ukraine. Now, Secretary Cameron defending the Trump meeting at his press conference today.
Of government ministers meeting with opposition politicians in the run-up to elections.
I guess this is the stream of shit fucking news edits. Jesus fucking Christ.
I remember when I was Prime Minister meeting Mitt Romney when he was a candidate. So these things are entirely proper.
Well, this marks the second meeting that Trump has taken with a world leader in recent months, by the way. He also met with Hungarian President Viktor Orban in March. So I want to bring back our panel to discuss, and joining us is our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, as well. So thank you all for being here. And Selena, let's start here with you. We know that there's a precedent for a presidential nominee to meet with world leaders, but how significant is this one?
Yeah, Kano, well, look, it's not just the UK.
I don't care.
Please have a seat.
Okay. Not going to watch that either.
What was that?
The Japanese Prime Minister Kishida.
It was a press conference after their meeting. We may watch it some after.
Oh, when they're taking questions.
Yeah.
When I said if he was asked questions about Ecuador, it'd be there.
Yeah.
Arriving in Washington for the country's first state visit to the US in 9 years. Hanging over the visit, Nippon Steel's planned takeover of US Steel. Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research writing this. Japanese officials suggest they believe their best play is to stay quiet and work with the Committee on Foreign Investment to try to secure a positive recommendation. Avoid putting Biden on the defensive and see if the situation improves after the election. Tobin joined us now for more. Now, Tobin, as we know, a big element of this is to try and secure the vote in places like Pennsylvania. Is that working?
At the moment, I would say it's not working yet. Biden's still behind in the polls across the blue wall states that he needs to win. Polling very tight in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, a little bit more pro-Trump in Michigan, but I think all well within kind of competition distance for both candidates. So, it has not worked yet, but it is understandable, I think, that Biden and the Biden campaign are looking at that swath of political territory with a very keen eye.
Tobin, do you sense the Japanese understand, or are we at risk of isolating some of our allies?
I think they get it. I mean, I think that we've seen in the response to the situation from Prime Minister Kishida and sort of officials around him in the wake of Biden coming out sort of surprisingly strongly against the deal a few weeks ago, that they understand there's no real percentage in pressing him on it at this point. The company is still very gung-ho on the deal. I mean, you're still seeing lots and lots of, advertising, lobbying focused on DC types kind of touting the economic benefits of the deal. They're continuing to try and engage with the union, even though the USW seems very dead set against the deal. So it's not as if the Japanese side in general has given up, but I think you are seeing at the governmental level, they're not making it their number one priority. The summit this week is much more focused on security issues and defense cooperation, where I think the mutual interests are more aligned. And, they will.
I don't know who that is.
I'm here, but know that it's not a foregone conclusion.
When it comes to the CFIUS review, what the administration is looking at is whether or not there is this connection to China. Do you think that's warranted?
China.
I think this is all downstream of politics. I think if you were doing a purely neutral, staff-driven CFIUS review with no concerns about politics whatsoever, if this were a company that did not have United States in the name, that had a kind of iconic legacy to it, I don't think authentically that there would be problems. I mean, as we're seeing in the summit more broadly.
The response from Japan has just been like, it would be a really good business decision because Japan is that capitalist in its institutionalized state at this point. Like they just will always be like leverage with, hey, good business though.
It's just how Japanese do things.
Japan is probably our most important ally in the Indo-Pacific, one of our most important allies globally. I think Japanese control of U.S. in general is not a big security concern. Steal a little bit of a special case, but I do mostly think that we are seeing an exercise in mitigating the kind of potential political liability of allowing this, again, quote unquote, iconic U.S. company to be acquired by a foreign entity, regardless of where that's domiciled.
It's also Pennsylvania Steel, you know, like that's like, you know, even there's even a Fallout DLC based on that.
Japanese Prime Minister is now on American soil, arriving in Washington for a state dinner at the White House tonight with President Biden. Governor Cooper will be there as well before bringing the Prime Minister back here to North Carolina. This is an important trip. Japan is one of the largest U.S. trading partners and a huge source of foreign investment in North Carolina. Tamara Scott joining us now with what we can expect.
Hey, Joel. Yeah, there is a lot of hype surrounding this visit, and there are a lot of companies in our country and in our state alone with ties to Japan. So this trip, first to D.C. and later here to North Carolina, can be seen as an opportunity to strengthen our relationship with Japan. Now, the Japanese
short
Prime
out
Minister
for
is
you,
to visit Raleigh on Friday, but first he's making stops in D.C. to visit with President Biden and
probably
Governor
just you.
Cooper. In just a few
Her
minutes.
mic coming in when it bumped to her.
Japan Prime Minister.
You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear a cutout. I'm just distracted by all the noise being made by people in the fucking house.
That's why you probably didn't hear it.
Fumio. This follows a bilateral meeting. The two should be wrapping up right now in the
Chat,
Oval
you
Office.
let me know if you
Later
heard
today,
it.
The President and First Lady will host the Prime Minister and Mrs. Kishida Yoko for the White House dinner honoring our relationship with Japan. Governor Roy Cooper and First Lady Kristen Cooper will also be in attendance. Then later this week on Friday, the Prime Minister will travel to North Carolina. Now, over the past decade, the Japanese companies account
Oh,
for
what's
half
that about you liking
foreign
Japanese
investment
cars?
in the
Guess where they're
state.
made,
There are
Jack?
40,000 North Carolinians working for
Yeah, for
business.
America. They also make Japanese cars in Australia for Australia too.
Based in that country, while in North Carolina, the Prime Minister will join.
I was away. Jack, we gotta go back. We gotta go back to when they bumped to her. Chat needs to hear it to confirm.
In Guilford County. Our team sat down with Governor Cooper ahead of the visit
Not
this week
important
to talk
enough.
about the impact of this visit.
And we also know that supply chain, other companies that
The most
supply
ADHD
Toyota and the
stream
other
out
companies
there,
that are
man.
coming, provide jobs for the people of North Carolina. So
Put my foot
we know
down.
that this link is important.
I'm the
That's
producer
the thing.
today.
That's the thing. After midnight is when I start to mellow out and I perform better.
I'm the captain today.
Okay.
Take part in a luncheon at the governor's mansion. We'll have full coverage all throughout the day on Friday, so stay with us for all the updates. Tamara Scott, ABC 11, Eyewitness News.
Thanks.
It looks like there was 3 countries making a discussion, and like Poland or Singapore, whatever one has the that's Indonesia. They had one of them's got red on top, white on bottom, but it looked like it was 3 countries, some random weird one, and then 2 Asian countries, or an Asian and European country, whatever one is red on top. John, you're being real right now. Crazy, because this is the type of attitude I have when they say we don't want you to work here anymore. You know?
Also, it's from the New York Post, looking dazed, shuffling
Yeah,
around.
like that's why I put it on here because of the title specifically, right? That was dazed, him looking around, looking at cameras, like where am I? I think he knows.
Distinguished guests, please rise if you are able.
I'm
for
the
conclusion
president?
Of the ceremony.
What?
And departure of the official party.
That's not an American flag.
They got all the states.
Looks like it.
They hear the Marine yelling.
Yeah.
In Washington right now, though, President Biden and the First Lady are greeting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, and his wife at the White House for an official visit. The leaders are set to announce heightened defense and intelligence cooperation between the 2 countries. Our Ed O'Keefe is following all of this for us from the White House. Hey, Ed, looks really nice out there today. Things are
I would
starting
love
to
to see this, though, for real. I would love to be there for this specifically.
Oh, okay. Why?
This is fucking cool. Like a 2 head of states meeting. Your army band is out there playing. They got all the state flags out there. Like, it's cool, you know? Like, I'd like to be there. I'd like to see it. The Easter egg hunt? No, I'm good. But seeing the child cry was hilarious.
To the president and remain standing for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Japan and Mrs. Kishida, and the playing of the national anthems of Japan and the United States.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's hear Japan's. I love this shit. Ukraine. Is that a Ukraine flag? Ukraine support spotted. There's some Ukraine stuff as well with Donald Trump.
We'll get there.
Hey, Ed, I know you, the national anthem is
Shut
playing.
up! We're trying to listen to this on!
Take us through the agenda for today.
Shut up, Ed!
Vlad and Anne-Marie, good to be with you. The president, as you see, is about to walk out of the White House here for the beginning of these meetings. What, in essence, administration officials will tell you is
thank God they cut
the
to him so we could still hear the music.
to really begin boosting their military and intelligence capabilities at a time when China is causing so much concern across the Indo-Pacific region. You're going to hear today about a series of steps across the military, the economy, education, society, that just once again boosts and bolsters the relationship between the United States and Japan. Perhaps the most notable one, and we can see.
Oh, yeah, he looks dazed.
The White House
Very.
here is plans to, in essence, more closely coordinate the U.S. and Japanese military on Okinawa. It's a critical military outpost, of course, in relationship given China.
I can't believe we lost Billy
clearly
Fusillo
has
at 64,
modern, frankly, as the
but
relationship
we
that the
still
United
got
States
this
with Korea.
Skeletor
So as Japan has boosted
motherfucker.
its military spending in recent years, we're now, in essence, going to meet them as they continue to grow and work on boosting that relationship in the coming months. And again, all of this designed to counter the aggressive nature of China these days. Tomorrow, this
He's
meeting
probably
expands
in
to 3.
pain because his hip hurts. He's got a
Well,
bad
let's take a look
hip.
at these at this arrival.
And he's got to walk around, so he's not looking forward to walking around on his hip. And recently, he did bend down to help a child fling an egg, and that probably took a lot out of him.
This is so great.
So Ed, you were talking. We're going to
Great,
continue
they
to
came
watch
back
these
in.
pictures as the president and the prime minister sort of greet other dignitaries, including the vice president and others. But you were talking about how the agenda is shifting tomorrow.
Yeah, so in addition to all the announcements that will be made today, tomorrow this meeting expands to 3 and will include the president of the Philippines.
Sully!
For the first time, these 3 leaders are going to meet here in Washington. Again, at a time that China is causing some pretty, we're taking a much more aggressive posture against the Philippines. As one U.S. administration official told reporters last night, in essence, it's China now that's isolated in this situation, not the United States or not Philippines, as they continue to face off with the Chinese Navy off of its shores. Again, at a time when the Middle East,
This is
Ukraine,
see, like I've
dominate
never
a lot of the
actually
coverage in-
stopped and like looked at this. So, see, they're like shaking hands with both of their entire cabinets.
Yes. All the ones that came anyway.
Yeah,
This
and like
country,
this
when it
is
comes
the
to foreign
first time
policy,
they've
it's
come
these
since like
relationship with Indo-Pacific
honestly, I
countries
think
the
they haven't
president
come
has
here in a
worried about
decade. I really
and
think
focused
it
on
might
quite
be a
intently
decade
over
at
the
this
course of his
point.
term.
I think they
These
said
kinds
something
of
like
official
that.
visits by their leaders are designed to
Something
send
like that,
signal
because they
to those
definitely
countries,
don't
send that
travel
signal
all the
across the
time.
Indo-Pacific,
America
especially
goes
to
to
China to say,
Japan.
while you think about invading Taiwan, while you think about taking over much more
Well, they're
of
also
the
coming
Indo-Pacific
here
region,
to
or at
also
least try to
like
flex your muscle. Don't forget
levy
that the United States
business
is watching,
stuff
working
as
with
well
allies.
too.
Yeah.
So it's
Things
not
like
even just like a state
putting a
talk that
Japanese
they're doing.
astronaut on the moon.
No,
When
it's
the United
everything.
States returns to the moon in the coming years with the Artemis mission. That's on the list of things being done. Japan's going to be paying for some new submarine cables.
You know,
to
it's
some
going to be the
far-flung
best part
Pacific
about the
islands. All of it
Artemis mission. It will be the way cooler moon landing, and we can say it to those people who had to watch the Apollo landing on a shitty 4x3 CRT while JFK was president. We can go,
You get
ha
4K
ha,
live stream.
ha ha, your moon landing was worse. And they're going to be like, but ours
And
was
fake.
first. But ours was first. It was more historic. And it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, because everyone
Prove it
wants to
wasn't
watch the
fake.
black and white boxers and not the not Mike Tyson fighting Evander Holyfield, you know. Come on.
Again, designed to keep the United States in touch with those areas as China tries to boost its influence there.
It's like we had Babe Ruth. He was the greatest.
I think
Nobody gives a fuck
we think that the national
about
anthems are
Babe
just about
Ruth.
to begin, Ed. So let's just pause for a moment while we wait for that.
Does he have a shoe? No. Just a candy. Is
Korea
he
would also be a concern for
is
Japan.
he
Is that on the
stunned
agenda at
and
all? Or
visibly, what did
is
they
China
say?
sort of the biggest threat?
Confused?
China is certainly the most urgent one, Anne-Marie, but yes, obviously. there's
The
always
last
concern
time
when North
Japan
Korea
came to
may be up
America,
especially given that
it
it has
was to
continued
attack Pearl
in the past year
Harbor.
to conduct missile tests, or at least threaten to conduct more of them. What we're going to see next is the official review of the troops here. Again, we don't do this that often in the United States, but for these, what this is a official visit, because of course the prime minister is the head of government, not the head of state. That's the emperor, of course. But he's getting the full treatment here today to reinforce the importance of this relationship. Yes, North Korea would obviously be a concern. China, but it's even other sort of broader concerns, things like cybersecurity, the future of artificial intelligence. There are going to be a lot of announcements regarding commercial and academic research work between the two countries. In that regard, there's been some concern that Japan needs to work on its cybersecurity and information technology security at a time of graver cyber threats around the world. And so part of what today's meetings are about is reinforcing that and announcements of plans to help them with that.
Interesting.
But one of the more remarkable things of the last 3 years, at least what U.S. officials would tell you, is that this is a country that
redcoats, watch out! Watch out! They're back!
Neutrality, of course, in most matters, and not been as big a global player in the years, of course, since World War II. But what the Prime Minister has done is, in essence, injected Japan into those conversations, visiting Ukraine, speaking out quite forcefully about its concerns with China and what Russia is doing in Ukraine. That's stuff that thrills the president because he wants to reinforce these relationships between countries like Japan, South Korea,
Biden's
Vietnam,
so robotic.
As China does
he's working
what it
through
is
it,
doing or
those
threatening
steps.
to
He's
do.
getting his steps
So
in
by having
today.
this meeting today, by broadcasting these images to the world and into China especially, it reinforces the signal and the message the Biden administration has been trying to send, which is if China tries to be more aggressive and take on its neighbors and take over broader swaths of the South China Sea and other areas, the United States
can
will
control
respond.
the pace, though. It's not
Let me
like
ask you while
the
we
commander is deciding the
about some of the other
pace.
news bubbling up over the last couple of days, including what's
But
been
he
happening
does the way he walks with his hands
has there
open.
been
He's
any
so
reaction
stiff.
from the Biden
It's so funny.
about what many are calling
You can tell he's
draconian,
limping now because of
law
his hip.
implemented by the Arizona State Supreme Court. I know the administration has
He's
been,
losing it. You can tell
messaging
he's losing
on
it. He's
abortion
losing
rights,
steam.
over the past couple of months, but specifically as it relates to what's going on there.
They anticipated the ruling would go this way, Vlad, and so you saw pretty quickly the White House yesterday denounce it. The vice president,
Oh, he pulled out a sword, barbarian,
in a series of social media posts that this is what Donald Trump caused, and a Democratic Congress and President Biden would restore the Roe versus Wade protections that were in place before. She's going to be visiting Arizona on Friday to make that point a little more sharply, and so that plays out, of course. While officially, at least, the White House is focused on this visit and the big geopolitical impact it can have. Here comes my favorite part of the whole thing, guys. These guys performing now. This is the distinct part of these visits. Take a look.
Let's watch.
Yeah.
All right, are we done with this?
No!
Fuck's sake.
I want to hear the. Oh, stop! I wanted to hear the band.
They're fucking redcoats. Fuck 'em.
Listen, that's why
Cannon
they're playing
them.
the enemy's theme.
Cannon them.
That's why they're playing the enemy's theme.
Where's the White House defenses? Cannons. Cannon the redcoats.
You have to admit this fucking awesome, right?
He's swirling his little twizzle stick.
Look at it. This is so cute. It's so cute and quaint.
The flutes. Oh my god, no fucking way. That's unreal. What did you do today? I played the flute for the president.
And the Prime Minister of Japan. Have you seen the Egyptian military trying to play other countries' anthems? It's fucking hysterical.
I think so. They always fuck it up, right?
Yeah, it's because you play
You
it
said
in
that
like
was your
you
favorite
normally
part, and I
do it in
understand
like
why
your
that's kind of
country's
pulled out.
instruments,
Can you tell
right?
us a little bit more about what we just saw?
And like our marching
it's all
music
part of the
traditionally comes
official
from those
military's
types of
official,
flutes and drums.
greeting in the review of
Yes.
U.S. forces that goes on anytime they hold one of these arrivals here at the White House.
In 2
President there
years, it's
essentially
coconut
telling these guys to
time.
go at ease as he now
What
comes
does
to address
that
the crowd.
mean? Coconut is gonna go on vacation.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. On behalf of Jill and me, the Vice President, the Second Gentleman, and all the American people, welcome to the White House.
I'm gonna put the Egyptian army stuff in the streaming fun playlist.
Okay.
64 years ago, our two nations signed a treaty of mutual cooperation and security. President Eisenhower said his goal was to establish an indestructible partnership between our countries. Today, the world can see that goal has been achieved, and that partnership between us is unbreakable. The alliance between Japan and the United States is the cornerstone of peace, security, prosperity in the Indo-Pacific and around the world. Ours is truly a global partnership.
Boring.
Yeah.
No
Put the band back on. March the flutes.
In an episode that aired this week of his podcast, Joe Rogan made the prediction that Democrats are going to pull Joe Biden out of the 2024 race in May.
I love this.
No.
The reacting to Joe Rogan meta is back because he's back on YouTube.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May, they're going to pull him.
No way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems. And then the country understands. And Newsom is going to have his support fully. And Kamala is going to I don't want to be president.
That would be a disaster. Pulling your candidate 4 months from the election.
Okay. Hang on. Sorry. What's funny is because I was immediately thinking about Kamala Harris, right? I saw coconuts. Of course, the first thing I'm thinking of is Kamala Harris. But I didn't realize that's what we meant, is that coconut time is her coming in after Biden retires. It was like,
cool,
you know,
vice president.
obviously, because I was like, he's going to go on vacation.
Bold prediction.
There's two predictions there. One, that Biden is going to drop out, and then two, specifically, that Gavin Newsom is his replacement.
I don't think either of those things are going to happen. I don't think Biden
You're
is
right.
going to drop
They
out in May.
aren't.
I absolutely don't think Kamala Harris would just decide to continue being vice president, step aside for Gavin Newsom. If something does happen to Biden.
Criminalizing. Well, she legalized paid surrogacy.
No, I didn't, but that's cool.
So that's cool. But second part to the story, the Pope today did some unwoke shit.
Okay.
And it's in there if we want to get to it. But he basically said surrogacy is demonic or something. And so is changing your gender.
Great.
But remember, he was woke and gay before because he said gay people
have a right to exist.
Yeah, basically.
And there will be a bitter feud to be his replacement. She's not just like going away quietly.
I don't know why people say that. What about Kamala Harris has ever evinced to you like a shark-like appetite for political power? Like what about how she has been operating as vice president?
Out of a coconut tree?
I'm not saying she's good at obtaining power, but she will go for it.
She fails.
I mean, anyone would.
She fails up. Let's be real. Kamala Harris is a cop that failed up.
So is Eric Adams.
Or in what
Literally, that's not
That
even
is going to be the vice president.
to her. Well, I'm not saying she'd win, but she's going to go for it.
It doesn't mean anything. What does it mean for her to go for it? Stomp her foot and put her hands on her hips and say, golly, I wish I were
I'm just going to rally the party infrastructure to support
How? What party infrastructure is aligned with Kamala Harris?
What party infrastructure is not the entire thing?
The whole party infrastructure that has been signaling for months now that they are aligned with Gavin Newsom.
You think so?
Absolutely. Gavin Newsom did a town hall during the heart of primary season.
On Fox News.
It doesn't matter. He was given opportunities that progressive independent candidates like RFK Jr. or Marion Williamson
they're demoing
were
him.
never given. He literally did a debate with, Ron DeSantis, posturing himself as a potential candidate. People aren't pulling Gavin Newsom out of the ether. And I will say, years ago, after 2020, I remember having debates and conversations on my podcast about what the future of Medicare for All was going to be. And even people in progressive spaces who are more insidery, people who work with unions and the like, were alluding to the idea that Medicare for All was going to come via Gavin Newsom having supported the policy in California and then moving to the White House. So for many quarters, the idea of Gavin Newsom being kind of the great white hope of the Democratic Party has been percolating. So I think that's not an incorrect assessment. And I also really think people are overstating the extent to which Kamala Harris' existence is at all an obstacle. She is not being demoted. She was elected. She was chosen to be vice president. She would continue to be vice president. I don't even see how that's a knock on her.
How far back do we have to go? Other than Dick Cheney, every single vice president has sought the presidency of the last gajillion.
Right, but it wasn't her turn to seek it in 2024 anyway. The expectation was that Joe Biden was going to run and she was going to be VP. And so no one's dislodging her settled expectation. She can still run in 4 years if that's what she wants to do, right? Or
not if she gets
8 years.
leapfrogged by Gavin Newsom.
She's a young woman. Gavin Newsom's young. Everybody's young, and they all can have their time and their turn. But if the reason that Joe Biden is dropping out is because the poll numbers are terrible, he has no faith and confidence in the American people, I don't really see how putting Kamala Harris in that slot is going to remedy the situation. Someone who's also been dogged by incredible poll numbers. So this is about the strategy that may or may not be implemented by the Democratic Party. And if you really do believe that you're about to lose this election by putting forward a uniquely, historically weak candidate like Joe Biden, then yeah, I think it's worth having a conversation about Gavin Newsom being frankly, a very likely, incredible heir.
I don't think Biden's going anywhere, so it doesn't matter. He wants to be president again.
Wow,
is he
I agree with him.
capable of winning and serving? Maybe
none
not,
of this
but that
matters.
doesn't matter. No
This
one can
guy
make him
is
go
right
away.
for once.
He has decided, frankly, it's a little bit too late to switch him out now. If they'd done an act, he could have said he was going to retire at the end of his first term after the 2022 midterms, or even earlier or later, allowed there to be an actual primary process that takes place. Then we could have tested this. Then we could have found out if Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or someone else emerges as a more likely successor than Kamala Harris. None of that happened. At this point, I mean, I think he's in it. I don't see him going away.
Here's another bit of evidence of why I think this might not happen. The question of debates.
Why what might not happen?
Joe Biden being the nominee. The question of debates. Now, Joe Biden said last month that a debate would depend on Donald Trump's behavior.
You know why she's
so already being in a place where you're signaling you might not be willing to submit to a debate after avoiding the entire primary season.
She is making money off the grift of convincing people that someone who's even better than Joe, like Bernie Sanders, can still come in. It might still be Bernie time. All you people who came from Bernie who watch me, like the reason the Young Turks is doing what they're doing, right? With a conservative grift, some people have been saying, no. They're anti-Biden because their audience was made out of Bernie bros, just like hers. So that's why they're like this. Crazy that the other guy, like, it's just like, we can move on from this. Like, who cares about that? I put him in there just because I know I'm going to get mad at whatever they say. Kamala Harris is the last desperate. She's the last desperate grab of, hey, I'm one of the kids.
Donald Trump has had a last-ditch effort to delay his criminal hush money trial defeated, with the case still set to begin early next week. The former president tried to have the trial moved from Manhattan, claiming that the city was too liberal to get a fair jury. But the judge refused to accept that, and jury selection starts on Tuesday. Trump has also managed to anger both sides of the political divide with his latest statement on abortion.
At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people. You must follow your heart or, in many cases, your religion.
Those cameras make him look old.
Posting on social media, he said he wants to leave the decision up to the states. Republicans want him to commit to a nationwide 15-week ban, while Democrats want guaranteed access across the country.
Okay.
Donald.
Always watch this. Biden lashes out while Donald Trump gets milkshakes. Biden is lashing out, saying he's going to kill democracy. What a dumb story.
Donald Trump is forced to leave the presidential campaign trail and take a seat in the courtroom yet again. The former president faces criminal charges related to a $130,000 payment from his attorney Michael Cohen to a former porn star Stormy Daniels,
who's in
shortly
jail
before the 2016
by the way,
election.
Cohen.
The
he might be
prosecutors
out now.
argue the payment.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Why?
Haven't gotten to MTG yet, right? Because that's the head story. I don't know. Blame Jack. We haven't gotten to any of those things at the top except Gaza. Anyway, finish.
We did the AUKUS update.
Oh, we did. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, that was, I think, partly the Japan stuff. Let me check. Maybe there was more stuff with Australia.
Is that what you consider AUKUS?
No. That was something else. There's another thing here. We'll get there.
You think AUKUS is more important than Japan coming to America?
We're getting there. We're doing US. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're just doing Trump and Biden.
I'm just saying. Maybe I would have put Japan in the title if it wasn't going to cover AUKUS.
Whatever.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Was made to silence her about an alleged sexual encounter with Trump.
She wrote a book about his dick.
He is accused of falsely categorizing these payments as legal expenses in his financial reports.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are.
Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges and claims this is a politically motivated case.
It's a shame. It's a shame what's happening to our country. This is election interference. They are doing things that have never been done in this country before.
Trump's return to the courtroom has stirred fresh debate among New Yorkers, with opinions sharply divided on the upcoming trial.
President Trump is a citizen just like everyone else, or a resident just like everyone else in the United States. He's subject to the same laws and responsibilities as we all are.
Actually, nobody else would be charged. It's only Trump that's getting charged for something that never happened.
Former New York City prosecutor Bernarda Villalona says Trump faces 34 counts of falsifying business records.
He faces a maximum of 4 years in jail per count, but also there's no mandatory minimums. Will he go to jail here?
First
in
of
New
all,
York State?
hang on.
That even with going to trial, that
CrossFit is for dumb people. Let's be clear about that. What she was doing was called CrossFit. Exercising is something different.
I'm not even going to get into it. CrossFit.
If you want to learn more about CrossFit, go to Bro Science Life.
Fucking hell. CrossFit is all momentum. There's no muscle engagement at all. It's a joke.
Well, did you see her workout video?
No, I didn't. It's
cringe.
It's literally high intensity interval training. It's literally HIIT. It's cardio.
Dude, she is like so powerful now. It's insane. Well, I mean, we have to get there. I've been waiting to get into Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I think a lot of the reason that people are leaving wasn't so much because of Trump, but really how much power she's been gaining in the House, and people are like, I fucking hate her. No, you know, they're seeing her force her way. Even Lauren Boebert tried to stand up to her, and now look what's going to happen to Boebert. Bye. But that's only because she was running away from, like, I think a really problematic domestic situation. I'm not sure if it was abuse or it's just fucked up, but which is really why it happened. But it's just ironic that she was trying to stand up to MTG because they disagreed on how fascist they were going to be. And she called her a bitch.
New York University law professor Richard Gildas says this trial is historic.
It's certainly unprecedented in American history for a former president to be criminally prosecuted. There have been prosecutions, successful criminal prosecutions in some countries of former prime ministers. So it's not unprecedented in a kind of a global perspective, but certainly in the United States, we've never been in a situation like this before.
As the former president mounts his defense against these charges, observers watch and await the outcome.
I found Midas Touch immediately doing a
Donald Trump delivered a little message
on it.
Of course I did.
Today on the Truth Social, which incidentally lost about something like 15% of its value overnight.
It's almost like their evaluation of it as a multi-billion-dollar enterprise may have been a bit self-serving because Donald Trump owns over 50% of the stake in it, and he needs some money.
I got news for you, though. Here's the good news, is that if we apply the same valuation metrics to this show,
come on, invest.
Multi-billionaire.
Let's take it.
This thing is worth billions in terms of what we have not lost. Here is Donald Trump. This is Trump and the Republicans know that abortion is a real problem for them. Every election since Dobbs has gone against the grain in a massive way against Republicans. And Trump is out here basically trying really just appeal to suburban women in some of these blue states or purple states, you know, something like the Pennsylvania, the Wisconsins,
and Arizona,
North Carolina,
Arizona and Florida are going to have it on the ballot. I mean, not that Florida's going to, I don't think, turn blue, but it is the best situation Democrats in Florida have been in and down ballot.
It's like their personal account, and they have an official state account. This is posted under purple. I have to mute it because there's a song in it.
Yep.
But for those of us who believe God fills us with the Holy Spirit to guide us, Sunday workout, then church, strengthen your mind, body, and soul.
Correct.
Okay, you really do need to strengthen your mind, though, lady. All right, you ready to? So, let's see. Let's see what type of song it is, real quick. Okay, we'll see. We'll check in more on another note. Oh, she's powering up. That's her chi. I think she did this to cover up her beautiful ass that I want to tap. What?
All
right, let's hear another note of that song. Okay, that's enough of that.
It's not even proper form.
Oh, just wait. It gets worse.
Like, okay, you're doing
look,
you're doing
bro,
clean,
this is going to be, you're about to be tortured. I'm just letting you know. You're not going to like what's about to happen.
Oh, yes, the momentum ups. Amazing. That's hysterical. I see
But it
people
works out
doing
your
these
core.
in my gym. It works out nothing. It is
But look
all
at,
momentum.
she's in so much shape. She's like the hot to trot lady in Congress now.
I'd like to see her do an actual
look. You tell me.
strict pull-up.
Would you look at now look what she's doing. I mean, this is real, right? What about this?
No, that's not how you're supposed to use that machine.
Yeah, but she's, that's gonna burn your core, right?
Sure.
Toe touchies from that rotation.
Looks like it's gonna blow your back out, is what it looks like.
Yeah, well, sure, but I'll blow her back out too. Let me tell you. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert?
Boebert.
Okay, I agree, but still,
It wasn't even a contest.
I want
not even a hesitation. Did you notice? Did you notice that there was zero hesitation there? Here's a real question for you.
I feel like MTG is less drama. She's just like she's like just into it to get what she needs out of it, and like you understand that,
Sure. But here's the real question.
Psychosis.
Here's the real question. Here's the real question.
Obviously, my pick is Nancy Pelosi and her mommy tots. Okay, what'd you say, Ted Cruz?
Nancy Pelosi?
Did you say Ted Cruz?
Yes, Ted Cruz or Ron DeSantis.
They're the same picture.
They're your options. Who are you going with?
He doesn't torture people. He just abandons them when they need him.
Fair ugh.
At least you'll get holidays to Cancun. I want to eat. Look, you'll understand when you get older.
This is why Arizona's not going to help him at all, actually, with this statement. But it's places where it's not on the ballot that this is what he's hoping will help him, which is basically just saying status quo. They're pushing the IVF, but again, let's be clear.
An extra hole.
He's got as many holes as women do.
Yeah, but that's why he has the beard to cover him up.
The IVF.
He'll catch all the shrapnel in his beard.
IVF. To say that you are in favor of IVF and that you think that life begins at conception, I'm sorry. You cannot reconcile those two things. It shows that for the most part, the vast majority of these people are unprincipled about it. It is really just an electoral thing. There's a huge swath of the American public, 20-30%, who thinks that people should go to jail if they get an abortion. But Donald Trump he's just lying to people. But here it is.
Under my leadership, the Republican Party will always support the creation
Did we hear this?
Yes.
of strong.
Next, let's get to mommy Marjorie. I'm gay.
Why are you gay?
I don't know. Just made that way. Yes, this little man.
It
Talk
doesn't serve
about
our interest,
homos.
I didn't think, to not fund the government and shut it down at this critical time, because imagine a scenario where Border Patrol agents aren't being paid.
Did y'all know his
PTSD
voice
agents
sounded
aren't
like
being paid,
that?
flights are getting canceled. We're not paying the troops. All the things that the government
Yeah, I
does
did.
would come to a grinding
But
halt.
I
That would
forgot
put a
because
lot of pressure on the
he
American
never
people and the
talks. It's
American
always other
community,
people
very
talking
desperate
for him.
I
But
don't
God,
let
does he sound like the
us
pathetic little turtle man?
the Republican Party to continue to govern, to maintain, keep, and then grow our majority in November. I thought that would have been a great hindrance to it, and so that wouldn't be helpful, and nor does the motion to vacate help us in that regard either. It would be chaos in the House. So Marjorie and I are going to visit later today, and look forward to the conversation. And I'm not going to discuss it anymore and discuss it with y'all. I'll discuss it with her.
And Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is doubling down on her threat to move forward with an effort to remove House Speaker Mike Johnson from his leadership position. Our national correspondent Atra Elnishar is all over the latest from D.C. So Atra, this is fascinating.
Look,
as far as I'm someone
this
who
MTG stuff, like it's there's a lot to get into here. All right. And like, you'll know when we've gotten to enough of it, when you start thinking, John's right, she does run the Republican Party.
My grandmother back in the day when Ronald Reagan was president and Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House, and they actually got bipartisan legislation pushed
Well, you
through.
can be like
Now,
that
Marjorie Taylor
Adam
Greene, who's
Sandler
from a
movie
tiny
where
district in
they
Georgia, is
all
running
the
show, and
jokes
that is
are
why
about
so
who
many
takes it in the
Republican
ass out of the two of them. Because that's hilarious. Reducing people to just like holes that you put things into. Which one of you is a woman?
finishing
Hilarious, Adam.
their job. They're bailing, like Ken Buck getting out of there, saying that
Girl on
it's
the
like
right's a baddie, and you can tell.
Yeah,
You can
and
tell because of
Congresswoman
how
Marjorie Taylor
high,
Greene is actually
like she
all those early
almost,
retirements
you know,
you
she got the like
mentioned,
turtleneck thing going on. That's how you know that they're baddies.
You reckon?
Oh yeah, I went to Catholic school, dog.
Okay.
putting a lot of the blame on Mike Johnson for those folks retiring. So we're hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene essentially make this broader claim that Speaker Johnson has failed at leading the GOP conference. She put out this scathing 5-page letter to her colleagues yesterday, and her top complaint
She
that
wrote
Johnson has
5 pages.
surrendered
She can write
Democrats
5
lost sight of the
pages.
promises he made to the House Republicans just 5 short months ago when he was elected Speaker. She also faulted him for allowing George Santos to be expelled from Congress, really placing all the blame for the issues that this razor-thin majority has had on Johnson's feet. She took issue
You're
with his work
both
with
the
Democrats
woman.
to pass
Yeah,
the budget and
that would be my
consideration
response.
of aid for
Both.
Ukraine. At one point in the letter, Kim, she says Johnson is no different than top House
break their
Democrat
brains.
Hakeem Jeffries. As for Speaker Johnson's response, he's keeping it pretty short, somewhat diplomatic. He says that they've got honest differences on strategy, but that his door is always
Look,
open
man.
to her. So now the question is, will Marjorie Taylor...
What you look, it may sound like that, but let me tell you, Vosh is right about gay guys. Okay. If you know, you know.
Greene actually back up her words with
That's
actions
why, like,
and force a
it's-
floor vote
it's-
on a motion to vacate.
Really, it's really like people who are like in like the gender fluidity transgender range that I think are like out of all the queers, they're the most fun. Because normally they're down to just do whatever.
Sure. I'll take your word for it.
I mean, yeah, you know, you don't have those in Australia.
Oh, there's plenty.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Vacate. And if she does, how many Republicans will join her? Will any other Republicans join her, or will she fail right away? And then there's the matter of what
gay guys
they could allow.
really are the women in the relationships. Yeah, in that retrospective, we're going to demean women in that way, that they're naggy and annoyed, I guess. If we're not going to reduce them to holes and instead negatively apply these negative traits to women. I've only like I've mostly dated women though, so I like women, not men. As you know, that's the soundbite.
Like what we saw in October, in this moment, just before an election, when there are so many high stakes issues that need to be addressed, like Gaza, like immigration, like Ukraine aid, or will they strike a deal with Johnson and get him to commit to helping them with some of their priorities and in turn save his speakership? We'll have to see. But very different than what you described watching with your grandmother back in the day.
I mean, I don't know what Mary Harper would think of politics in 2024, but I do know that Donald
She
Trump...
would probably be fascist.
Who?
Her old mum.
It's the grandma mom in SpongeBob. Yeah. That's just the worm in the chair. What? Hey, young lady, is your mother home?
Yeah. Hi.
Did you address the conference just now on the motion to vacate?
I did not. FISA was the most important topic that our conference needed to talk about, and with the rule vote today at 1:30, but again, I respect my conference. I think that's what should be talked about today.
A number of your colleagues I just spoke to really are opposed and concerned about this motion to vacate, especially at this time, an election year, distracting you guys from taking the case to Democrats. What do you say to them, to those members, the pushback they're getting?
Most of the members I've talked to support the letter that I sent. They completely agree with it, and that's the only feedback that I've heard. So I obviously haven't talked to the few members that you interviewed. It's a very serious letter. In the
Who did you interview, by the way?
We can't continue to be led by our elected Speaker of the House that's passing the Democrat agenda. Our voters will not tolerate that. We can't win the majority by going out and passing the Biden agenda. So it's just not going to work.
I'm not putting that comment on the screen, but
yes,
I support you.
Congresswoman, where do things stand on the motion to vacate?
I went over this yesterday. I sent a letter out to my colleagues yesterday morning. The current discussions in our conference meeting this morning is about FISA. But it's pretty clear and obvious.
How many times do you think she was stopped walking after this meeting to her office?
Has been well received.
About
and
12
it was
times.
basically speaking
All by
quiet
Forbes.
out loud. He's in there urging members to reauthorize FISA, and I don't think he has the votes for it right now, is what I'm gathering.
Okay, I don't care about FISA.
Yeah, you do. That's part of this.
Good morning. Thank you. You're meeting later this morning with Marjorie Taylor Greene. What is your message to her? And previously, she had said,
Look at him. Look at how he's. Look at his face. That's a cuff.
We haven't seen Biden or hair of that bill yet. Is that part of
Biting his lip.
Well, on the supplemental, the House members are continuing to actively discuss their options on a path forward. There are a lot of different ideas on that, as you know. It's a very complicated matter at a very complicated time. And the clock is ticking on it, and everyone here feels the urgency of that. But what's required is that you reach consensus on it, and that's what we're working on. With regard to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a colleague. I've always considered her a friend. Marjorie and I don't disagree, I don't think, on any matter of philosophy. We're both conservatives, you know, but we do disagree sometimes on strategy and with regard to what we put on the floor and when and those things. Marjorie is frustrated by the last...
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, in this picture, where do you think Mike Johnson would most likely be if he was in this picture?
God, what are you picking? What are you sending? In the chair. I have a chair. La 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 la. Wow, wow, you are. King of the castle.
Why are those chairs always in those hotel rooms?
The appropriations package, the spending bills, and you know what? So am I. I mean, here's the reality that we have to remind everybody, and you all know in the room because you're here every day, but some people back home don't realize.
Oh, no
have
way.
A majority in U.S. history. We've got a one-vote margin right now.
Bro, I found a picture of the bedroom.
Like this, and at the same time,
oh no.
This is Mike Johnson's bedroom. You're gonna be so shocked. There it is. Where he
we Republicans only have that majority in one house. We don't have it in the Senate, obviously, where Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are in charge, and we obviously don't have the White House right now. That's a Democrat there too. So we are not going to get, because of that reality, we are not going to be able to do big transformational changes.
I think if you're a speaker, you should be able to speak and not sit up there like fucking Stuart Little sounding ass up there.
We know are necessary, and for example, the budgeting and spending, we're not going to get all of our priorities.
Huh? Can you speak up, pussy?
Let's see what CNN says.
In our politics lead, quite a bit has happened since House Speaker Mike Johnson took this
behind two
selfie
fascists
with Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene 5 months ago. Their collegial relationship has turned into a full-blown feud after Greene filed a motion to oust him from the speakership last month. On Sunday, Speaker Johnson called that move a distraction.
Again, the mission is to save the Republic. And the only way we can do that is if we grow the House majority, win the Senate, and win the White House. So we don't need any dissension right now.
However, dissension, especially Republican dissension, will be on the agenda next week when Speaker Johnson says he plans to bring a vote on aid for Ukraine,
Johnson,
Israel, and Taiwan to the floor of the House. It's a move Marjorie Taylor Greene says should cost Speaker Johnson his job. CNN's Manu Raju is live on Capitol Hill. And Manu, you just spoke with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. What did she have to say?
Yeah, she bluntly warned the speaker not to move ahead with any Ukraine aid package, even as the speaker is planning to change the Senate's bill, try to woo Republicans, include some new border security measures.
She
said that absolutely should not go forward. She is a staunch opponent of more aid.
Well, you know, maybe she just might hurt herself doing the CrossFit.
divided over this issue. She told me, she said that
Legal
she
reasons.
said, I
it
think
was a
that,
joke.
let me tell you, when he forces that vote, again, under suspension
Yeah,
with no
everything I
amendments
said
and
has been a
funds
joke.
Ukraine, and people find out how angry their constituents are about it, that's going to move the needle even more. But I'm going to tell you right now, funding Ukraine is probably one of the most egregious things that he can do. Now, she would not go as far as saying it was a red line, but she went right up to that line. And remember, any one member can call for a vote seeking the ouster of a sitting speaker. The question, would Democrats come to Johnson's defense if he does move forward with aid to Ukraine? That is still uncertain because it's unclear the form this Ukraine aid package will take at this key moment. Now, there are also concerns, Jake, that if there is a push to oust Mike Johnson, who would only be the second person ousted ever as Speaker of the House through a vote on the floor, that Democrats could work with moderate Republicans and move forward a more moderate speaker. Greene pushed back against that contention. She said, I don't think we can get any more moderate than Mike Johnson. She said there's not even any daylight between him and Nancy Pelosi at this point. He's literally turned into Mitch McConnell's twin and worse. And she went on to continue to rail against Mike Johnson's deal.
Yeah, I bet she railed him.
To keep the government open with Democrats. She did not
Look, let me tell you. Let me ask you this:
at the last
who's
minute.
more likely to be someone who likes to peg people, Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert?
Oh, definitely her.
Now you know why she's hotter.
She's a leather daddy.
Oh, yeah, that's hot. Keep talking about it.
It pushed that through to avoid a government shutdown. But Mike Johnson facing the perils of governing this narrowly and bitterly divided Republican House conference. The question is, when will Marjorie Taylor Greene move forward? She would not reveal her plans.
Well, they've been saying that's what they're gonna do. So this is her responding to what the number one Democrat agenda right now is Ukraine aid, for sure.
Yeah.
And now that we have it gotten to progress to a point, because remember I said I'm sure it will eventually come. I'm shocked it still hasn't, just like I'm shocked Gaza ceasefire hasn't still happened, but I'm also not shocked at the same time. It is the fucking government after all. But I said in the beginning that it was going to pass with the border policy they nuked, and it was going to unfortunately, fund like more exploitation of migrants, because that's ultimately what the border policy will cause, and it's going to mean more money in Israel's pocket. And I said those are unfortunate things, but if they have to be tied to the aid, whatever. Now it might look like there won't be any aid going out to Israel, like no Israel aid and Ukraine aid. So while it is much, much later than I would like it to be, like it could have saved a lot of Ukrainian lives, but there is just a slight silver lining to me of maybe Israel also, like, Israel being in the crosshairs is good to me. But they, like, Hakeem Jeffries basically was like, yeah, we won't vote to oust you if you bring that Ukraine aid too, right? And he said, it was like, if you'll basically get a security guarantee from us if you can, if you work with us and give us those packages, right? So Marjorie Taylor Greene essentially is making the position where he has to do it, because the Democrats are going to hold the power on whether he gets voted out or not. Right? So she's responding to that by pushing harder, saying the oust is going to happen if you cede to the Democrats and give Russia give Russia an actual threat again, like give them fucking artillery shells and shit. Like,
yeah.
I mean, just yet. Jake.
All right, Marjorie, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let's discuss this with the panel. I mean, first of all, just fact check. Speaker Johnson is very conservative. He's nothing like Nancy Pelosi. You can't even understand it, and yet she's a force in the Republican Party. So listen to what she said to Steve Bannon yesterday on his podcast.
Everywhere I go in my district, everyone is so angry at Mike Johnson. And one guy said it to me like this. He goes, do they have Mike Johnson's wife tied up somewhere and have a gun to her head? What is wrong with Mike Johnson?
Whoa.
To actually say,
what about that? Sounds like a scenario Mike Johnson is into. Is he also tied up, Marjorie?
This lizard has no concept of the world. Lives in pure bliss. Zero clue.
You can tell.
Lives
looks
to
stupid.
eat bugs.
It looks stupid.
Yeah. Look how he holds on though. It's funny. He's super chill. He's just chilling. He's just literally just hanging on. absolutely cannot comprehend MTG. That's a concept far beyond many things.
Oh, so, somebody being converted to the MTG camp now that it's been put in the role that she's the Dami mommy.
Steve. And he's a liar.
Hold on, hang on. All right, now normally I'm reluctant to give a microphone to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Chinchillas
but
aren't
she speaks
esoteric,
for a
they're
big part of the
magic.
Republican Party.
They're magic.
Yeah, they're covered in fairy dust. You touch them, you get all glittery after. The dust really is glittery because
Don't
it's
get a
got like
ferret.
the quartz and stuff in it.
Yeah, don't get a ferret. Ferrets are gay. They stink.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're gay.
Part that has. Really
I don't
had an
know. I
impact,
think ferrets
on
are way
Congress.
more like
Absolutely. I mean, look, I work
a
for
weird person has a ferret. Okay.
I agree.
I think guinea pigs, hamsters, gerbils, chinchillas, and like budgies, parakeets,
rats.
Nope. But those
Bullshit.
ones,
Bullshit.
those
Rats are
ones, I
perfectly
think are very normal for people. I think people who own rats are also in the weird category. Normal people just don't. I can't go to Petco and buy a rat.
Seriously?
No.
What the fuck?
Gerbils, hamsters, sometimes chinchillas, guinea pigs.
Weird. We can buy rats readily here.
Bunny is also normal.
Yeah.
Obviously, dog and cat are also normal.
Mm-hmm.
But like anything beyond, like if you get one of those, like, if you get a parrot of some kind, weirdo, right? We're only talking like parakeets and what are the little cockatoos that have the yellow cheeks like Pikachu? What are those called?
Cockatiels.
Huh? Cockatiels?
Cockatiels, yeah.
Yeah, those ones are fine too. If you're normal. And then even in the dog and cat territory, there are some weirdos out there. Like if you have a Savannah cat, I don't want to talk to you. I'm sorry.
What about dogs? Any weird dogs?
Well, if the cat is specifically because I'm allergic. I don't want to be with anyone who's like that into cats, right? Because I'm
Right.
like really allergic to them, and it just makes me uncomfortable. It's just it's just how I was born. Can't judge me. What about dogs? Weird dogs? There are some. There's like I
think people who dock tails on dogs are fucking weird.
There's that,
if you
but
see
there's
someone
like
with a dock tail, that's a red flag. Unless it's a rescue.
it's like wolf dogs, right? Like the the hybrids, right? That's obviously like that's a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
Most dogs that I can think of, I was trying to think of like what's actually weird, but most of it was just annoying, like the little frou dogs that they have that they put their hairs and ponytails on top of their head and stuff.
Yeah.
Those are still like common dogs. Look, the cat ears are the most effective tactic available. You can't deny it. They should they even were like, "Hey, we're LED on the side." Right? And they're not. It's like it like turns on LEDs for a split second if you turn them on wireless to connect them, and that's it. Like I don't know if they even I might have to unplug it and then turn them on, or it might just be dead. See,
Oh my
they do
God.
light up for a second and then it goes away.
That's so funny.
Tim Scott, and that was, Tim Scott approves broadly, of degrading the Russian military through aid to Ukraine. And when we go to Iowa, that was something that, we'd have to deal with a little bit. But look, I think a couple keys here.
And also, we all agreed that bunny ears would be much cuter. It's not my fault they don't have bunny ears readily available that aren't children's headphones. I bet you
We already
Finster
saw what we
has
can do on
bunny
some
ear
of the border
headphones.
bill at the end of last year. What does he say on this? Number one. Number two, it's a little bit different than 6 months ago, I think, also because there's less of an incentive for Democrats to let this thing go totally off the rails and bring the House to a standstill like we saw. It was frozen for 3 weeks when they didn't have a speaker. Number three, I think more than anything else, they'll get by this. It'll be a speed bump with Ukraine. But what does this happen in, say, November? If Trump gets elected, will he want to install a speaker that's more ideologically predisposed to him? Does he want to keep Mike Johnson? Or if he loses, is there a free-for-all? Watch more so after the election what this does to Mike Johnson than anything else.
I mean, just again, Speaker Johnson is all in on Donald Trump. He's just also trying to govern Republican.
He's governing with what is getting to be a smaller and smaller group of Republicans, right?
Because of the Marjorie Taylor
I'm
Greene,
not
the world keeps
crazy.
phasing them out.
Yes,
The
and that is-
headphones that I found are cat ear headphones, but their chair has bunny ears on it. I knew I was associating bunny ears with Finster for a reason.
That's hilarious.
Mike Gallagher, congressman who's very deeply respected in bipartisan fashion, expert in foreign policy, effectively leaving Congress this month, but just at the right time to make sure that his seat cannot be replaced.
Yeah.
So Johnson has an even slimmer majority to make things happen.
And we should note that Congressman Don Bacon, who I don't know that I would call him a moderate, but he's certainly sane. He's from a swing district in Nebraska. Framed the situation for Speaker Johnson like this: "Quote: He's got a gun to his head right now, but we need to have a Churchill."
What's with all
not a
these
Chamberlain
gun
right
to the
now.
head
He
things
could be
going on that
the
they're
right
talking
side
about with
of
Jits?
history. I'm not sure that Marjorie Taylor Greene knows who Churchill or Chamberlain are, but that's a World War II allusion to standing up to Putin.
What was really funny, something that she discovered that was
weighing in
super
on his
funny.
mind. You seem pretty.
Who?
MTG. It was like some basic history thing that she learned that was super funny.
Ah,
That
no
she
clue.
didn't know. It was super funny.
Not sure.
Strong words, especially when foreign leaders have come visited the White House. They have a specific message for Speaker Johnson. I remember one of the Polish leaders who visited with Biden last month saying the world is basically hinging on your shoulders. The fate of Ukraine.
When she went to the Holocaust Museum,
Johnson. You saw
that
him have a
might be it,
conversation
but
with
that
President
sounds like a
Zelensky, in
different
the last
funny
couple of days.
story.
It's a
It sounds
That's-
like she
that
definitely
sounds
said
familiar.
some stuff. Like I didn't realize how like barbaric this was, or she didn't hear about the Holocaust beforehand. That is one of them, probably, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what I'm thinking of. It might be that though. I think it was
Matter
something
of
much
how-
dumber and more basic.
he does this and how he
Like
sort
a
of
war that
is able to
happened.
finesse getting a foreign aid package through this Congress with this House Republican conference. I was really fascinated with the reminder that when Speaker McCarthy put through Ukraine assistance and sort of a test vote, if you will, it only got 100 or so House Republicans. So if you figure that's kind of the ceiling that Mike Johnson is working with, that's why the threats from the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world is really potent for someone like Speaker Johnson.
So Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, is stepping down from his leadership role next year, although he will serve out his full term. On Monday, he laid out his priorities in a local radio interview. Take a listen.
And I'm particularly involved in actually fighting back against the isolationist movement in my own party and some in the other as well. And the symbol of that lately
Yeah,
is,
you're coming out of your
are we
shell
gonna help
there.
Ukraine or not? And I think it's
Yes.
extremely important that we do that. So
Yes.
I've got this sort of on my mind for the next couple of years is something I'm going to focus on.
But you heard Marjorie Taylor Greene insult Speaker Johnson by comparing him to McConnell and Nancy Pelosi.
Times have changed. Yeah, everybody has a gun to their head. It's like the end of Reservoir Dogs. I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
Stop
like-
it!
What is this fucking obsession?
Stop
It's
it!
not
Stop
just this.
appeasing the cuck stuff.
Fucking hell. All right, I'm done.
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh,
For the first time, the parents.
there's not more MTG stuff?
No, that's it.
Okay, I believe you.
There's 7 videos on the US list. I played all 7.
Okay. Do you agree that she runs the GOP now?
If she doesn't, it's getting very close. And the
Who
more
does?
people that leave,
Who
it's
does
getting
if
even
not her?
closer.
It's not
That's the
McConnell.
question. No, it's clearly not Mike Johnson.
Well,
Trump.
that's the thing is like there's the speaker and the person who runs shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like Chuck Schumer. Like, yeah, sure, he's not the Speaker of the House, but everyone acknowledges that he was most powerful behind Nancy Pelosi, and like they now is the most powerful.
Yeah.
Of an American school shooter have been sent to prison for the crime their child committed. A judge in Michigan has ordered Jennifer and James Crumbley serve at least 10 years each. Their teenage son.
That's not
is
even a
already
bad
serving
sentence, realistically, though.
No, but they.
I think
didn't-
anything under 15 is humane
Sure.
without parole.
2.5 years after
You
their
can do
teenage son
under
became a
15
killer,
years without parole, and I consider
Michigan
it
court-
humane. It matters where there's also where they're staying and what kind of facilities there are.
Yeah.
forces James and Jennifer Crumbley to take responsibility.
My husband and I used to say we had the perfect kid.
In November 2021,
yeah,
Ethan Crumbley pulled a 9mm pistol from his school bag, shot dead 4 fellow students and wounded 7 others. At the same time, his parents vanished. They'd later be arrested as it...
They look like great people.
Well, that's the thing is just like some of the stuff that you've skipped over. They like go into like why they're getting jailed on, why they're being facilitated, and some of the evidence against them, and like
This is the first video.
I know, but there's like there was more from months back. I put a bunch in today because it's finally like a #1 story, but it's been in there as a minor story for a while now on The Wire.
There was only one in the playlist, so I had to search for them.
Oh no, I took them off
James
because they're
Crumbley
so
had
old.
bought his son the pistol just days earlier. Both he and mother Jennifer had been called to school on the morning of the shooting to be shown their son's macabre drawings of a gun and a bullet-ridden body. They refused school requests to take him home.
I am sorry for your loss as a result of what my son did.
It is the sentence of this court that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
The court also hearing from victims' loved ones.
You caused the most cruel thing I could ever imagine. You guys made loving Hannah so painful.
Ethan Crumbley, 15 when he carried out the shooting, but charged as an adult, is now serving life
That
without
shouldn't have
parole.
happened.
His case historic, though.
No. Think about this.
Because he's 15.
Not only that, but this is like so on the parents more than like any other school shooting has been.
Oh,
Like they literally
absolutely.
were like, they texted him after this, and they said, "We're not mad. Just don't get caught next time.
Jesus
like
fucking
be
Christ.
smarter about saying these types of things." They said that they wouldn't change a thing about their parenting, right?
I did
like
hear that, yeah.
they are so implicated,
Yeah.
like with this. So they facilitated a situation. Like they didn't they neglected their kid basically as well. They didn't like even like not disciplining him. Like that's how they didn't care. There's
Who bought
like
him the gun?
There's so much evidence of other neglect, like them not being involved, them not talking to the kid or caring about him, you know? So they also facilitated the situation that put him in the condition that he was in, right? So to charge him as an adult on something that's partially adult's fault, not like that's a minor and the person they were supposed to be the guardians of took place. If the parents are being charged and implicated in that, it shouldn't
Then
be
they should
charged as an
reassess.
adult.
They should reassess.
It just shouldn't be charged as an adult, in my opinion. I think that's
Well, maybe now this sentencing has been passed, they'll put in a challenge. Who knows?
Instances.
like just because the crime was bad doesn't mean you charge somebody as an adult. That's such bullshit.
Yeah.
15. No, fuck off.
Punishment that you face will never be enough.
This morning, an American first with a maximum sentence.
It is the sentence of this court that you serve 10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years behind bars for both James and Jennifer Crumbley, each
shit.
convicted of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 Oxford High School shooting carried out by their then 15-year-old son, Ethan, who's serving a life sentence. The families who lost
Life
loved ones
sentence,
in
bro.
court.
That's ridiculous, honestly.
The judge
Like
Tuesday-
especially because the parents are so implicated. Right? Like the Parkland shooter, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Like and plus he was 18, I think, at the time. But this is like the embodiment of like clearly a distressed kid,
Yeah.
you know, who's literally writing on paper, make
Help
the thoughts
them-
stop.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Like, come on. Like it's like how many more signs do you want? It's not like some of these other people that just like fuck it. I want to kill people today because it'll be fun.
Yeah, it was a different scenario.
And like think about that. Like they had to have known the kid was suicidal buying him a pistol the day before.
Surely.
admonishing both James
You characterized yourself as a martyr and threatened the well-being of the prosecutor.
and Jennifer.
During your trial, you announced that you wouldn't do anything different.
You say you wouldn't do anything different. Well, that really says on what type of parents you are, because there's a lot of things I would do different. But the one thing I would have wanted to be different was to take that bullet that day so she could continue to live the life she deserved.
Jennifer Crumbley later attempting to clarify that comment.
With the benefit of hindsight and the information I have now, my answer would be drastically different.
Also telling the court she found God and trumpeting
the power of forgiveness.
Oh yeah, is that because you're facing 15 years in jail and you'll come out basically dead? Is that what it is? Is that why you've changed your mind?
It sounds
it's
like
not the fact your kid killed people.
It's at least 10
it's
with possibility of
self-preservation.
parole.
Scum. Nah, fuck this bitch. Scum.
No, I
Rot in
agree.
jail.
Aren't you more mad at them than the kid though?
Yeah, 100%. Fuck them. Hope they rot. I hope they die in jail. I hope they die sad
I would be
and
fine
cold.
with the sentences being reversed, but honestly, I think anything.
Yeah.
Life is just. I mean, we need to get rid of the death penalty in this country before I start
Mhm.
complaining about life in prison at this point.
Yeah. There's small steps.
Somebody was just killed with the death penalty. I didn't put it in because I don't think it was like not like the nitrogen one that was like so fucked up.
It was just like a
But
standard
they might have put it in the Democracy Now thing that we watched, the brief that I showed you. But like he cut
Possibly.
everyone's hair at the prison, including the guards.
That's what his request was?
Well, no. That's just how he got known. Like he's been in there for a long time. He killed like his wife or something.
Okay.
And got executed for it.
Mm.
One of the most common types of crimes out there is like killing your spouse,
Yeah, spousal crime, yeah.
Like it's different when we're talking about actual serial killers, but hey, maybe she deserved it. That's a joke.
James Crumbly addressing the families.
I am sorry for your loss as a result of what my son.
No, you aren't.
No, you aren't. You're sorry that you're going to
This
jail
tragedy
for
is
it.
taking
Yeah,
hold.
exactly. It's the exact same situation as those 3 guys who hunted down that black kid in Georgia.
Yeah.
Right, and gunned him down. They're not sorry it happened. They're sorry they got caught. It's very different.
Incredible toll on our family.
Prosecutors arguing both parents ignored clear warning signs their son was violent and gave him easy access to a gun.
And after sentencing, defense attorneys for both parents declined to comment. Moving forward, the state tells
Yeah, I
us
would
all
too.
3 members of the Crumbly family will be held in separate prisons. And in court documents, Jennifer's attorney wrote she already plans to appeal. Savannah.
No
Maggie,
shit.
thank you so much.
Of
Joining us
course.
now is Nicole Beausoleil, who lost her daughter Madison in the Oxford school
We
shooting. You know,
don't
she
need
just saw
to
made an
get this far into it. I just wanted to know the legal stuff.
All right, we'll see what CBS has to say. Did we want? No, we didn't watch this one. I want to just
We're
skip
hearing
through it
from
and
the
see if
judge.
there's anything new.
Surrounding each defendant. Think that people felt the judge could send.
Meaning that they could still spend a significant time in prison. Nikki Batiste continues here with us in Studio 57. Nikki, you've been following this case. What was the sentence
Noticeably lacking on the coverage that they bought him the gun.
that we were expecting today? How close does this get to that? Is this kind of maximum?
I think it's hard to say what anyone was expecting. I think that people felt the judge could send a message today, and she did. She
said it was
no
the
words. She
maximum
talked about how
sentence.
much she
In
judged
the
Cheryl
clip they
Matthews
just
thought
played,
about
they
this
said maximum. What a dumb question.
case. What struck me is there are state guidelines for sentencing, and I believe in this case it might have been around 8 years for a sentence. And the judge was talking about how those state guidelines for sentencing in this case did not take into account James and Jennifer's account about what they did, their negligence, she said. And she also talked about the unimaginable suffering of the victim. So she went as far as she could today, the judge, and I think that her message will be heard loud and clear across the country. And hopefully
I
parents
hope
will pay
so.
attention to their children across the board and their mental health.
I hope so.
I want to bring in.
I mean,
also
this is
Dante
something that I've been advocating for a long time.
Yeah,
Is that
like, this is-
anytime
this
there's a
is
school
mimetic.
shooting, the parents need to come in
Yes.
too.
Yeah, this could be a positive mimetic trend as well.
I hope.
This could honestly be a positive mimetic.
This was
trend.
especially
So-
heinous, though. Like
Yes,
the
yeah.
right away, the shit that we got from this information on the
Yeah.
parents was wild.
who joins us. Dante, from what I understand, the maximum, and as Nikki was saying, was at 15 years. That's what we walked into today. Now she's sentencing, the judge is sentencing both parents to 10 to 15 with credit for just over 2 years, 2 months. What does 10 to 15 years mean? What happens now?
This is groundbreaking. This means that the judge wanted to make a statement and make it absolutely clear that they should be punished to the highest extent possible. She talked about going beyond the guidelines in this case, and she did. But what this means is these people were sentenced to 10 to 15 years for essentially being bad parents. And that's what this means. So you have to look at where does this lead us as a country? Now will prosecutors go after parents not only for mass shootings, but say individual murders? Or if
Shut
they
up.
rob
If
somebody,
they're
or steal
culpable,
something,
yes.
would they be responsible? They did.
If your child says, I'm going to murder somebody, and they give him the gun, then yes.
Yeah.
Did not take enough action to prevent their child from doing that or recognize that their child
They
was capable
literally
of it.
got a
I think this is a
note
groundbreaking
presented
sentence.
by
I
the
think there's
school that
absolutely
said,
gonna be
I'm going to
implications
shoot
on
people,
both sides.
basically,
There's
and
more
refused
attention.
to take them
Well, it
out,
does
knowing
open up
he had the gun on him.
Yes.
To be able to not only prosecute the person who committed the crime, but the person responsible for the person who committed the crime. And this is the first time that this kind of thing is happening in this country. And there's going to be a lot of fallout from this.
Well, that brings me, I kind of, before I ask you the next question, I kind of want to remind viewers of some of the details in this case. I mean, he had expressed in journals, and Nikki, you can tell me a little bit about, more about this, but I recall that he had shown signs of needing mental health assistance. The day of the shooting, the school called the parents, showed them drawings that showed a gun, bodies with blood all over them, and a lot of other signs of violence that he, as I mentioned before, he went on the run. I mean, there were all of these signs. And so when we think about, will any parent now be held liable for the crimes of their child? Nikki, if you can walk us through some of those other
I'm done with this bullshit. Fuck you. Shut up. They weren't just charged because they were parents.
No,
why are you framing it that way?
It's such a weird way to frame it. Okay, let's do this one. Now we're into Globby. Are you talking? No.
이 나라가 지금 여도 야도
But you're gonna have to read it out loud for everyone.
Yeah.
지금 이 나라가 지금
So currently see deep division in public opinion. I want to see lawmakers
굉장히 분명히 분열된 것 같아서 분명히 분열되지 않고
reaching an agreement
합의가
and make the
돼서
country more stable and stronger. Pretty standard.
안정된 나라, 굳건하게 사는 나라가 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
I hate this fucking update. Fuck YouTube.
네, 다하고 따지지 말고 좀 국가를 위해서 건전한 의견을 가지고.
That's funny. He goes, I want them to stop talking about rightists or leftists. I want them to focus on the country.
다하고 따지지 말고 좀 국가를 위해서 건전한 의견을 가지고 서로 대화를 하고 타협을 해서.
Healthier dialogues for the sake of the country. Fair enough. Based old Korean man. He looks very happy.
There's still another American shooting to cover on the U.S.
Yeah,
list.
I know.
There's still a few things on here.
I just wanted to
Mayorkas. We have to do more FISA stuff.
So yeah, I think basically the opposition came in and won. I think is what happened. I'll find another one. Here we go.
On there. It is on there. I did put one story on it.
Yeah, one.
President Yoon Suk-yeol may not be on the ballot
Finally,
for
a talk
parliamentary
one.
elections in South Korea, but the vote is set to put his leadership to the test. With the opposition currently holding the majority of seats in parliament,
There's another
the
shooting
Conservative
thing that's on
Power
there.
Party is on a mission to gain enough votes to break the political deadlock. The leader of the PPP says giving the Progressive Democratic Party too many seats will throw South Korea into political turmoil.
The fateful hour has arrived to decide whether the Republic of Korea will collapse into shocking chaos or overcome the crisis. Your vote is ultimately the future of the Republic of Korea.
300 seats are up for grabs in the National Assembly. With the help of satellite parties, the PPP commands 114 seats,
PP.
while the DP controls 156. The PPP is hoping to flip 30 of those seats in these elections to gain a majority. Without them, analyst Seo Yoon, who's currently grappling with low approval ratings, could become a virtual lame duck for the final 3 years of his term. The opposition has attacked the president over his economic policies, record low birth rates, and scandals surrounding the First Lady. His main rival Lee Jae-myung is urging voters to punish the PPP.
We must now change the direction of government affairs. It is even more important to warn Yoon Suk-yeol's administration this time so that they do not go further down the wrong path.
Lee, who lost the 2022 presidential election against Yoon by the narrowest margin, faces an array of corruption investigations. He says they are politically motivated by Yoon's government, who have branded him a criminal.
Interesting.
Still a lot of U.S. stuff that needs to be covered.
Okay.
Don't even worry about Globby today.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a few different stories on this, and one's closer to the top. There's "We're Stop Killing Each Other." So after we finish the initial coverage, that's a person who is involved, like their family was involved or stuff. It's like towards the top.
Yeah.
There's a Jared Kushner story in here too, but that's old.
Okay. Well, actually, before we get back to the US stuff, I just want to do this one because it's like the AUKUS Indo-Pacific thing. It's just a short one.
The Prime Minister joins us now live from Brisbane. PM, good morning to you. You've struck a deal on missiles with Japan. How's that all going to work?
Well, what we have done when I was in Japan last year was upgrade our security relationship with Japan. This is a deal between Australia, Japan, and the United
I didn't
States.
even look at any of these things about the
Capability. We want to
kids'
cooperate.
parents. I
with
didn't even look at
countries
chat for their
in
takes on that
particular.
one.
And
I
of
was
course,
too
as an
mad.
advanced technology nation, and the US is our closest ally.
So what's it actually going to mean? And secondly, how's that going to swing with
When did
China?
you say
We really
this?
are winding them up at the moment.
Before
Well,
the
it's about
shooting thing, I
increasing
think.
our defence capability, and that's in Australia's national interest. And we've said with China that we'll cooperate where we can, we'll disagree where we must, but we'll always engage in a constructive
Cringe.
manner, and that's what we're continuing to do.
You're
and we're
poking the
seeing
bear, though.
the product of that constructive engagement. Well, we're engaging constructively. This is about our national defence, and all nations have a right to ensure that their defence capability is maximised. That's precisely what Australia is doing.
Okay, the US is becoming increasingly concerned about growing tensions in our region. Overnight, US President Joe Biden announcing a joint missile pact to counter China's growing
This
aggression.
is right. So they
Also, please
it
do
said
not-
something like they've already been in there for like 2 years, right? So so the sentence still being 8 means that like that's how she was probably able to do that type of sentence.
Yeah.
Announced that for the first time, Japan and the United States and Australia will create a network system of air, missile, and defense architecture.
All right, let's go live to US correspondent Lauren Tomasi, who is following this announcement for us. Lauren, this will bolster our security efforts in the Indo-Pacific.
A big bolster, Sarah and Carl, and it's also a very firm indication of the focus which Australia's greatest ally, America, is placing on the Indo-Pacific.
And obviously,
region in what is
we
a
will
fresh
have
move.
more coverage because they'll start revealing details about what more was talked about with this
Yes.
visit. But
Yeah.
there's also a Trump thing where Britain went to visit him. We should touch on that today. There's one video.
Already did.
Oh, where the British went to Trump?
Mhm.
Oh, I wasn't looking, I guess.
To counter Chinese
I'm all
aggression
over it.
across the Indo-Pacific region. The US President Joe Biden saying this network system is all
ADD.
about
It's starting to
enhancing
like
regional
kick in now.
security
Like
through
I
an
said,
integrated
midnight.
missile defense system,
Yeah.
and also
I mean,
through the
the
sharing
medicine
of
is kicking
important
in.
defense information. This is a really big step up of defense by these three countries, and it comes at a time when consideration has also been given to Japan joining the all-important AUKUS alliance.
Our AUKUS defense partnership with
Well,
Australia.
what about New Zealand? They
Who?
just get forgotten?
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Australia and the United Kingdom is exploring how Japan can join our work in the second.
This is the acronym is just going to get worse and worse. They should just call it the Indo-Pacific Defense Partnership.
I don't know. I
So,
think AUKUS is cool, but we just need to forget what it stands for.
Yeah.
This is on advanced capabilities, including AI, autonomous systems. All told,
Like,
that
what was the
represents a
thing
new
that Trump
benchmark for our
replaced
military cooperation across a range
In
of
Mexico, what was that policy?
The announcement of this missile
NAFTA.
pact today
NAFTA.
comes as the Japanese Prime Minister
Sounds
is in
cool. I don't
Washington.
give a fuck. North American North American Foreign Trade
Trade
Agreement or federal
Agreement,
trade.
yeah. Whatever it is.
Either way, who
in
cares?
DC for an
Just like
official
who cares
state
what
visit
AUKUS
just 5
stands
months
for? It
after our
stands
own
for
Prime Minister
nuclear
Anthony
subs, my
Albanese
dude.
Yeah.
Was afforded the same honor. It's such a clear indication America
Yeah, with
really
a
focusing
worse
in on
name.
its allies
Am
within
I
the
right?
Indo-Pacific region and focusing in on security as China
Free trade
continues
agreement.
to create that growing aggression across the
Makes
region.
sense.
Lauren, thank you.
You think USMC? You think you better think NAFTA has a better name. Anyway, we can't joke about this. It's time to get serious. Not now, Nancy.
Well, we're going to begin this afternoon with some breaking news
I
in
don't have time for your
Philadelphia.
jokes
Police
right
say
now.
several people were shot as a large crowd gathered in West Philly. Police do not believe this was an active shooter situation, but rather an exchange of gunfire between two groups on the street. We also know that several
Philly
firearms
moment.
were recovered from the scene.
Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan in the newsroom with the breaking developments. Jim?
Joe, gunfire this afternoon in a crowded street in Philadelphia.
Okay,
At least
cokehead,
two
calm
people were
down.
shot.
There have been arrests and guns confiscated. The scene where the shooting happened in the Parkside section of Philadelphia is
Oh my
home to
God,
a school
chill.
and a mosque and a synagogue. Hundreds were out on the street when the gunfire broke out. Police still sorting out what the cause of the shooting
This
may
guy
have been,
was
but people scrambled to
trained
get
for
away.
sports
One
at
person
Syracuse
fleeing the gunfire
University. That's
may
his
have been
issue.
hit by a car. There are reports that one school resources officer did fire shots during this melee. It's not clear if that resulted in any of the injuries. Several blocks
During
have
this
been
melee,
closed off for the crime scene. There are
terrible
no reports of
word.
anyone dying yet.
I
but
love
you
these.
can
You know what they're
imagine
doing
the
right there?
terror of those in the
What,
Do you see
the
the
walking
cops?
through the park? Yeah.
crowd. There was an
That's
event
so
celebrating
funny,
the end
right?
of Ramadan going on, but
Yeah, looking for gun casings.
Yeah, and stuff, and bullets too.
Mm.
police are not saying that group was the target
They don't
of the
have
shooting.
metal
More
detectors for
likely, they
some
say the
reason.
shooting was
Yeah,
about
what
some
the fuck?
street disagreement unrelated to the events of the day. Again, at least 2 people shot and 4 in custody after gun.
4 in custody.
We begin first with
Hey, I
breaking
wanted to
news
hear
right
that
now.
guy
You're taking a
more.
live
He
look
was
from
funny.
It was over.
Oh, okay.
Philadelphia, where authorities are on the scene of a shooting at a Ramadan event. We know at least 2 people have been shot here, and they have been injured during this event in West Philadelphia. Police have arrested several people and located multiple guns at the scene. We're going to bring you updates as they develop throughout the evening. Thanks so much for joining.
Thanks.
We're following breaking news here. A shooting
Been on
in
this.
Philadelphia,
As
and
I've
right
said
now, as we've
before,
understood, at least one
the
officer.
whole migrant situation with Mexico was created by NAFTA because it moved our production, our steel, to Mexico, and it moved their farms up to America for food production. Before, we were just buying the food from them. You know, it's like, think about how much corn this country subsidizes. You gonna tell me that corn is more North or United States American than Mexican? North American, yeah, like it might be all North American, but it is Mexican. It is a Mexican thing. The Mayans are the reason why corn was everywhere. Their trade network was the reason why it was everywhere.
And
if
Mexicans.
you've ever had a corn tortilla, boy, are they hard to actually roll, right? But people don't know those aren't the ones you roll. Those are the ones you fry yourself, idiot. You don't roll a burrito with a corn tortilla. But bro, have you had a corn tortilla?
I think so.
Like they literally taste like corn chips, right? They don't taste like nothing like a flour tortilla does.
I mean,
flour tortilla.
I've had hard tacos, which is basically just a taco.
Yes,
and
that's basically what they are. Is
okay.
But
they're elite. They're much better than soft tacos.
well,
Get that shit
in Mexico, they'll mainly use corn tortillas and stuff because it's not like a burrito thing. But we went it wasn't jet skiing. It was something else. It was something boat like. I remember being on the boat. Yeah, like they were like personal speed boats or something. It wasn't jet skis though, because my mom thinks jet skis are dangerous, and she was doing it with me.
Huh.
And we come back, and they and I was vegetarian at the time, huge pussy. But they made fucking like quesadillas for everyone. And they even had ones that were vegetarian that were just cheese, which were the best quesadillas I've ever had. Let me tell you, boy, do I wish that I didn't get the vegetarian shit and really like chow down on a real authentic thing instead of pussy food that is for vegetarians. Like, come on, like you're not going to eat meat in Mexico and support the ranchers of Mexico. Oh, you kill animals. Yeah. Well, Mexico needs it for their economy. Did the animals think of that?
Maybe they shouldn't have existed.
Anyway, corn tortillas are fucking awesome.
What
but don't try to make a burrito out of them.
Anyway, back to shootings.
Fired shots at a gunman, according to a law enforcement official. There were 2 victims who were rushed by police to a hospital there in Philly with gunshot wounds. One is actually considered a possible suspect. This happened near a celebration marking the end of Ramadan Eid. However, police currently do not believe that it was connected to that celebration.
Well, let's bring in
why are
CNN's
we
chief law
advertising
enforcement analyst,
like
John
that?
Miller. John, when you hear
Weird,
that
right?
there's a shooting near a celebration like this, given the political climate, given some of the Islamophobic attacks that we've witnessed across the country, your mind goes a certain place. But you
but I thought it was the Hamas attacks that we were afraid
akin
of.
to a separate group of people that had a confrontation and ultimately opened fire.
That's what I was
and
told.
that impacted the crowd.
Well, that's right. And the shots broke out at 2:26 p.m. at 47th and Gerard.
All of my elderly
Noble Golden Square, where the mosque is. This is the place where you've got 10,000 people in the streets. The celebration at the end of Ramadan at Eid. They do this every year in the square. It's a popular event in the neighborhood, but also particularly with Philadelphia's Muslim community in that neighborhood. When the shots broke out, police were already on the scene because of managing the crowds in the event.
Is that all the baddies post their Eid fits? So if your feed isn't full of baddies and their Eid fits, you need to improve your feed on whatever platform you're using and add more baddies.
I got none of those.
Well, just wait. I'll be retweeting them.
At least one police officer reportedly discharged his firearm at one of the shooters. This is possibly two groups of individuals on the street shooting at each other when this started. Of course, that started the crowd running. The staging area was set up a block away while they tried to sort through what they have. So far, what they have is
it's
one
not
individual
so.
who was
Some
wounded.
people just celebrate it secularly the way we do Christmas.
Yeah.
So, it's not all just like so like a lot of you'll see a lot of Kurdish people who are non-Muslim still celebrate it, even in America. Like if you go down to Tennessee.
Who is in custody at the hospital, another individual that was transported by police from the scene. And then the hospital, Penn Presbyterian Hospital, reports to police that 3 other individuals walked in with gunshot wounds, apparently self-transported to the hospital
And also,
by private conveyance.
yes,
so
many
appears,
baddies are
and
Muslim because, a large section of the world is Muslim. So, it's
You've
like,
gotta underline.
it's like if that's your thing, like the only non-Muslims you could probably hope for that's still in your type is Italians. Or Lebanese.
We're still very early in this. The information is preliminary. We'll be hearing more from police shortly. But it appears that there was a gun battle between 2 groups of people, possibly, that 5 people are wounded, that police fired at least one officer fired back at the shooter, and that they are now in the midst of trying to sort out who these people were, what the shooting was about. But I think it's important to underline what we don't think right now. Based on my conversations with law enforcement officials in Philadelphia, with federal officials who are tracking this, it does not appear to be an act of terrorism. It appears to be criminal activity.
Great. Cool. And yeah, so shooting. Fuck off, CNN.
Tracy, right now we are still near 47th and Wyalusing.
Now,
this whole area is blocked off,
I
especially this
already
part.
got to interrupt because you know how much I hate them going to live unnecessarily. Finally, we have a reason to go to live to a crime that's already happened a while ago, right? Because we
And
saw
down
the preview. We saw what the guy, he's definitely going to talk to a guy. So
See, shooting near the event. That's perfect.
Great.
You can see
Better.
a couple of crime scene techs and a detective. They've been going through garbage cans and the garbage, presumably
That
looking for
sucks.
some more evidence in regards to the shooting. But as
Fuck
we
'em.
pan this
Like
part,
cops.
There's
you
so
can
much
see
to go
kind of
through
the
because it was like a
aftermath
party
of the
event,
chaos that was out here. We're talking about nearly
I
1,000
agree.
people
Fuck
out
'em
here celebrating
because
the
they're
end
cops,
of
but
Ramadan, breaking a fast. You can see
I
all the
can
garbage.
recognize when it's a hard day for a cop. It's not the paperwork days, It's
Sure.
It's not the eye to shoot
It's the
somebody.
digging
today.
through
It's,
rubbish.
It's the amount.
Yeah.
It's like having to solve a crime at a fucking like you go to a concert or something.
Yeah.
What a nightmare.
Hmm.
You're like, oh, I'm
Garbage.
never
You can
getting
see
home tonight.
strollers, picnic blankets and stuff like that as
Nice
people were
playground.
literally running for their lives this afternoon around 2:30. As we know right now, 5 people have been arrested. At least 3 people have been shot. We know several weapons were recovered as well as this investigation continues. Here's some video from earlier today with this scene. Once again, it was Eid out here, the end of Ramadan, the holy month for Muslims. They were breaking their fast.
I
There's
will
a
say,
masjid right over here
I
as
will
well.
say,
just
morbid though. A bunch of people are going to learn what this holiday is today because
True.
of this.
Very true.
So, let's just think about who would want Muslim agenda to spread. That's right. Sirajuddin Haqqani. He was the shooter.
A tragic scene for everybody who was out here. They could not believe that this happened. We do know during the chaos, police saying at least 30 shots were fired between two different groups. At one point, police saying they encountered a 15-year-old teenager who had a weapon. Police, at least one officer fired at least 2 shots at that 15-year-old, hitting him. He's now at the hospital. We also know that a 15-year-old was a victim during the shooting. Another man in his 20s. We had the chance to talk to the father
I don't know
of one
much
of the shooting
about
victims.
Philadelphia's
Today,
immigration.
he was at the hospital as his son was preparing
Like I
for
do
surgery.
other places.
Here's what he told us.
Tired of all the violence and the nonsense that's going on. We can do better as a people, as all Homo sapiens, human beings. That we need to do better, love one another, and we all can live in prosperity, peace, and harmony, and stop hating one another.
Oh, okay.
What someone else got.
It wasn't a
whether it's
live
life or
interview that the guy was going to walk up to talk to the guy. They went to a live shot to then cut to an interview that they had way earlier.
Yeah.
Come on.
It was irrelevant.
Come on. It wasn't a relevant live.
affiliation or whatever, it's stupid and it's nonsense. People's lives is priceless. Appreciate and value your life.
You couldn't get the
I
angle
love my children. I love society.
where he's like facing.
Anyone can get their life together. Anyone can.
That's what a lot of people out here are saying. They can't believe that this shooting took place during such a spiritual time. They say this would have never happened in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or anything like that. As you continue to look live at some of the police folks
Yeah,
out here
because
who
they
are
wouldn't
combing through
fucking
this
have
park
these
once again,
celebrations in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah.
looking
I mean, they
for
still
any
did
sort of
some
evidence.
places.
The
I don't
commissioner
know about
telling us today
Philadelphia.
it could have been much worse. If there is any good news, that is that there were 1,000 people out here and a whole lot more folks who could have been shot. They tell us right now they are not looking for anyone else. So that appears to be some more good news. But all of this garbage, all of the picnic tables and strollers out here kind of tell you the scene of people just scrambling, running for their lives.
Okay. Interim.
Where's that? Huh?
Interim story. What do you want next?
Oh, there's still a lot of U.S. stuff.
Yeah, I know. In the U.S. What do you want?
Yeah, keep working.
Only
Well,
thanks. Apparently, a lot of people did not take to heart all of the warnings not to look directly at the sun without wearing eclipse glasses. Well, Google says this. It saw a spike in searches for things like "my eyes hurt" following the event. You can see that on their trend chart.
Eye experts had been warning that looking directly at the sun without those eclipse glasses can cause long-term damage. And
Hang
one of the
on,
experts,
hang
Dr.
on.
Leonard Messner with the
Hang
Illinois
on, I
College
need
of
to stand up for
Optometry is
people. I
joining-
need to stand up for people. The eclipse glasses were defective. They issued a recall for one of the big brands of the eclipse glasses while the eclipse was going on.
Oh, that's awesome.
The glasses were defective. We can't blame this just on American stupidity, all right? At least 1/10 of those searches were legitimate because they bought bad glasses. At least 1/10. The rest, American stupidity, but you give them credit where credit is due, sir.
us now. I'm sure you've been getting questions about this. So if people didn't listen to the experts like you and looked at the eclipse, how long did they have to stare for damage to happen?
Well, that's a great question. And I don't know that anyone really knows the answer to that, but trust me, it's more than a simple fleeting glance. It's usually staring at the sun for several seconds or longer. The problem with an eclipse is that much of the irritating glare from the sun is eliminated so that you're able to look directly at the sun. However, the very damaging ultraviolet rays are still coming through, and that's what leads to the damage.
I don't want to sound glib here, Doc, but I think sometimes we take our eyes for granted. Oh, I look too long at the eclipse. I'll just, I'll just wear sunglasses and I'll be real careful and I won't look up at the sky and everything will be fine. But is that actually the case? Once we damage our eyes, is that damage permanent?
Yes, and unfortunately, it is permanent damage. Solar retinopathy results in a phototoxic injury to the back part of the eye, the retina, and specifically right in the central part of the retina.
Whatever,
part of the eye
nerd.
called the fovea. And it literally damages.
My
the pigment layer
solution,
that the
don't go
retina sits on
outside during
top
the
of, and
daylight.
that then damages irreparably the photoreceptors that sit on top of the pigment layer. Now, most individuals, even if they suffer some form of vision loss, usually over a period of about 1 to 6 months, will show some recovery of vision. But nevertheless, permanent visual damage.
It blinded me with the news
So what advice do
coverage.
you have to anyone who thinks that they did something wrong and damaged their eyes?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that first and foremost is to get your eyes examined by an eye specialist. What we do is we put drops in the eyes, we dilate your pupils, we look at the retina very, very carefully. But then in addition to that, we do another test called an optical coherence tomograph that essentially is like a laser guided form of ultrasound. And that allows us to look at the tissue very, very carefully. And specifically what we're looking for are these gaps, these defects, literally holes, a small hole that can form involving the very, very deep layers of the retina.
Real quick, we're almost out of time. There were some reports that some glasses were not actually effective, that they may have been defective, in fact. Are there any
They were
symptoms you want
recalled,
to tell
bro.
our viewers about to be on the lookout for, that even if you had the glasses on, if you're experiencing something that you may
This
want to see
company's so
a medical professional?
Yeah, certainly if you're experiencing reduced vision, and typically the reduced vision, it's not a matter that I've lost my vision altogether. It's usually more like a dark spot. A dark spot that's at or very near the central part of the vision. And it's simply not going away. It's more of an irritation than losing vision completely. But if you were experiencing, trying to look at the eclipse, which I think we all were doing, but
No,
if it is that persistent dark spot in the central part of the vision or near the central part of the vision, yeah, it's a good idea to have your eyes examined.
Dr. Leonard Messner, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
I'm too autistic to understand this.
Too artistic.
A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Stop yelling. Okay, real quick. I wanted to go through some stuff that I care. Did we do the PBS News Hour about the Minneapolis becomes frontline to fight over fair pay? Okay, so definitely that one.
And send everything you want me to hit in the private chat.
I've deleted everything from the list that I know we've talked about. Well, I'm still working on that. So if it's still on there, not everything. I'm just saying, not everything, but there's bro. There's 56 videos. Like I'm just deleting what we haven't covered. If it's on there and we haven't covered it, just click it. Is what I'm saying.
On the US one.
Yeah. I'm getting rid of most of this though. I'm still working on it. Did we get to Jared Kushner Albania resort plans? It's been 6 days ago. I'm keeping that on there just in case.
Okay.
The rest is too old. Get out of here. Did we report on Russian lawmaker says Russian propaganda has influenced a good chunk of the VOP base?
I don't think
Republican. He said Russian propaganda infected them. Bobart has a controversy. HBCU leader Rex de Charlemagne the God calling DEI mostly garbage. New details about Afghan withdrawal. These are evergreens, some of these,
Yeah.
Even though they're squatters got no rights. John Fetterman is taking a stance on that for some reason. He wants to be even worse. Oh, Fox News, American values are dying. That sounds funny, but it's not like that's an evergreen,
Yeah.
Human remains. We don't need Arizona stuff anymore. We definitely talked about that. This is thrilling.
So thrilling. This is why we're talking and doing this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good to keep on while I go through and.
Yeah.
There's also there's a former educator charged with child neglect of student who shot teacher.
Okay.
What's very funny about this? Actually, it's not funny. I didn't mean to say it like that. Strange, right? I noticed, depending on what side of the aisle is covering it, they used a different thumbnail, right?
Okay.
The right-wing news showed the mug shot of the person who got charged, who happened to be black. The left-wing news showed a white lady and had the caption like the same, basically. So the viewer sees the caption and implies that a white lady died before they click on it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, like I stared at the sun enough for one lifetime. They told me not to when I was a kid, so I did. That might be why I wear glasses. All right. What's FISA? What's FISA?
I'm fucking know.
You said you didn't care about it, and I said we actually have to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll click it. I saw the videos.
You know what it is?
No idea.
Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
Uh,
They mentioned it in name earlier. Remember, we were looking at
Yeah, they
something
did.
and they said Foreign
Yeah.
Intelligence Surveillance Act. They just didn't say FISA.
Uh-huh.
So we didn't need to watch the count come in. We could have just said breaking news. They failed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's not what I wanted. That's the video I just played. Cool. Great. What's next? Something. Murder trial. Let's do murder trial.
Thank you. Please be seated. A trial is underway this week in Boise in a case that has captivated the attention of people around the world since 2019. Prosecutors say that this triple murder trial involves weird claims of a doomsday-focused religious beliefs,
I'm gonna
and
guess.
that a couple used
I'm gonna
those
guess
beliefs
what trial
to
this is,
justify
okay?
the deaths of
This is a QAnon guy who killed his whole family.
Okay.
Let's see if I'm right.
3 people, 2 kids, and a Southern Idaho woman. Prosecutors say that Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell conspired together to kill her 2 youngest kids and his late wife so that they could be together without any encumbrances. The 2 children were reported missing in
maybe
the
not.
fall of 2019, and investigators
There's no
searched for
chance.
months before they found the
I
bodies of
haven't
the 2
heard this
kids
case before.
buried in Chad Daybell's yard.
No, because
Chad Daybell's late wife.
the bodies were in the house and that guy died. He died to police that I was thinking of.
Okay.
But I was
Tammy
trying to think,
Daybell
who's crazy that
reportedly
killed 3 people? I haven't heard about this
in her
actually.
sleep that same fall, but investigators became suspicious after he married Lori Vallow Daybell just a couple weeks later, and they exhumed the body. And prosecutors say that an autopsy showed that she actually died of asphyxiation. Lori was tried on these charges last year and was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Originally, prosecutors wanted to try both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell together.
I don't understand this.
Chad
Just
Daybell's
leave.
prosecutors successfully argued to have
Just elope. What is the whole killing them thing? Why?
So unnecessary.
the case split, in part because he said there would be mutually antagonistic defenses, which is a legal term that generally means the jury would have to disbelieve one defendant in order to believe another defendant's claim of what occurred. Friends of the couple said that they claimed that they could tell if people had been taken over by dark spirits, possessed in a way,
Oh my God.
and that if somebody was taken over by a dark spirit, sometimes the only way to free that person was to kill their body so that their soul could escape some sort of limbo and go on to heaven.
Uh-huh. Sounds nuts.
Lead counsel for victims, Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. I'm here with co-counsel, Mississippi counsel Trent Walker. I'm here with Michael and Eddie's families. Okay, today, here in Rankin County Circuit Court, is a day that we've long awaited. This day, the Rankin County Goon Squad, Hunter Elwood, Brett McAlpin, Christian Dedman, Opdyke, Middleton, and Deputy Hartsfield from Richland. They all had to come and appear in a courtroom where they have created much mischief in.
That's right.
For many, many years, the Goon Squad has come into this courtroom and they have testified falsely against persons that they have beaten and caused to be wrongfully incarcerated. In this courtroom and in this courthouse, they have been given credibility to their
these are the guys who got
what they
sentenced
have
for
presented to this
torture.
court.
Oh,
Remember
those
that?
guys.
Yeah, that's Goon Squad.
Yeah, okay.
But today was dramatically different. Today, the judge in this Circuit County Court has given out justice to the Rankin County Goon Squad and have brought them to justice in front of the world here today in the same location where they have harmed many people. They were brought here in prison outfits, prison uniforms, and they're all headed to jail for a long time.
That's right.
You all know that the federal prison sentences are lengthy. Christian Dedman, 40 years. Brett McAlpin, 27 years.
Right.
Hunter Elwood, 20 years. Daniel Opdyke, 17 and a half years. Jeffrey Middleton, 17 and a half years. And Hartsfield, 10 years. Today, they did not receive any additional time to their federal sentences. What Judge Ratcliffe did do was he departed from the initial recommendations. The initial recommendations were very low in this case. And that would be indicative of the past. I think that Judge Ratcliffe departed from the recommendations, and doing so, he set a new standard here in Rankin County.
Another judge
that
who's
police
setting a
brutality will
standard,
not
am
be
I right?
tolerated in Rankin County. Let us be clear. No
Yes.
police officer in the history of Rankin County has ever been held criminally responsible for harming anyone, let alone a black person. No deputy in Rankin County has ever been given a single day of jail time in this courtroom. And so what happened in this courtroom today is significant. Yes,
I wonder if
we
Charlie
would have
Kirk has a
preferred
take on
couple of
this.
extra years. Yes, we would have preferred that a couple of more years of time were added on to the defendant's sentences. However, we respect the judgment of this court. We respect the wisdom of this court. And Mississippi has spoken here. This is Mississippi. This has never happened in Mississippi. Justice has come in Mississippi. What has come? Justice. And when has it come? Now. Justice has come when? Now. Okay, and so listen. Okay, so we wanted a couple more years, of sure, but we still understand that the 132 years of sentences and prison time that these defendants are facing for what they did to Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker, that stands forever. There will be no turning back on those sentences. And these are the longest and strongest sentences in United States history for any police officer. These are the longest prison times ever for any group of police officers. Never have 6 police officers been sent to prison for this amount of time in America or in Mississippi. Okay, we're coming, Brother Eddie, I guess wanted to tell you how they're feeling. They didn't speak today. They've been undergoing a lot, but they want to explain how they feel. Just how they're feeling, because this has been traumatizing. And we want to hear what they have to say. Then we have some more important information about the supervisor of the Goon Squad, Brian Bailey. Okay.
It's been a long time.
They're gonna sue him.
Year, hard work, a lot of dedication, and it really ain't been about me. You know, it's been about what they did to my mom, how they made her feel, and just the dictating and the bullying. You know
that is such an interesting accent. Am I right?
Yeah,
I did. She did. We did.
Like that is definitely. I haven't heard it. It's definitely a Mississippi accent, though.
I'm gonna show you. I'm thankful for all y'all, been here with us, man, for the ride. All y'all that helped us, with this fight, man. I just want y'all to know, man, it touched me in my heart, man, to know that we were listened to. Y'all gave us a voice, man. Y'all gave us time, man. Y'all gave us strength. So I appreciate y'all. And today, Rankin County, made a believer out of me. Made a believer out of hundreds. I know thousands, maybe millions of people. So I'm just thankful and that I'm here to see it, and I'm glad Michael here to see it with me. And appreciative of my lawyers, fighting for us. I couldn't deal without them. All our family, man, they've been riding with us. It's been up and down, man.
How much?
It's still up and down.
How much time and money did this take for this to happen, though?
Oh, I don't know.
Millions?
I don't know.
Still a roller coaster.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the guy represented him pro bono.
Well, you would want to hope so, right? You would want to hope that this was a pro bono case.
The administrator, Brian Bailey, could be working right now. Is there a message that he should receive from what is happening?
The thing is, whenever a lawyer, what we have to also remember about that is like I don't want to be disingenuous and present it as like not a virtuous thing. But normally when they take pro bono cases, it's because the value of doing it pro bono is going to be more than the money that they could make off the case.
Yeah, like the social capital is more than the money.
Yeah. It's going to mean it's going to be better for you in the long run as a lawyer if you're doing shit like that as well.
I'm not complimenting them for being a lawyer. I'm complimenting them. I'm not even complimenting them. I'm saying that
I'm just saying all we're saying is like there's an artificial price tag, and there might be people who volunteered their time because it's a good thing to get your law firm behind.
I was watching a movie about the lawyer who fought for the US government to pay out 9/11 victims. And I don't know whether the movie is accurate on how it went, but nobody wanted the case, obviously. And this guy took it pro bono and made everybody in the team work for it pro bono. I didn't finish the movie yet, so I'm not sure why the fuck you would do that.
Speaking of that, did you watch the Guantanamo Diaries movie?
Yes. No, not the Guantanamo Diaries.
What is it? No, it's called something else. The Mauritanian.
Oh, yes, I did watch that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. That one's really. That's a cool lawyer too.
Really good movie. So like it's not. I'm very conflicted on lawyers because obviously they do it for their own self-interest, and I know that myself
Yeah,
because
but while I
trying,
say that,
trying to
it's
get a
like,
lawyer to defend firearms charges in Australia is a fucking nightmare. Public defenders, not gonna happen.
yeah.
Not gonna fucking happen.
But
So
there's also more, like, there's also more to having the power to be a lawyer. It's not just benefiting yourself when you do pro bono cases like this.
mm.
You
Like
know, this
obviously
is,
with this case, it's obviously there's benefit for everybody
yeah,
involved.
yeah.
But the lawyer is still a lawyer doing it for their own self-interest. I bet you there were tons of lawyers trying to claim.
self-interest involved, but I'm sure that, like, you know, Jasmine Crockett did this too.
Yeah.
She did pro
Yeah.
bono cases, you know? And look, that took her to the Congress, but I don't think she's doing it. I think it's fine for people to get kickbacks for doing nice things, and that doesn't necessarily
Sure,
have to be
yes.
their motivation is to get
Yes.
kickbacks.
But
But
they're
this is the
lawyers.
thing with Buddhism, right? So the reason why I really have this pathway is like, because Buddhism is kind of this philosophy where it's like, if you're thinking about it, you're doing it wrong, you know? Like if you're thinking about, I'm doing this for salvation, I'm doing this because, you know, this is what texts say,
Yeah.
you know, and you're doing it for those reasons instead of like, you know, like the whole, like, a good example is like sex, right? And like the question of Buddhists can have sex, and basically they advise against it, right? And the reason they advise against it is because it's taking like short-term pleasure for something that could potentially bring long-term suffering from like those
Yeah.
breakups and stuff like that. And like, so, you know, they basically are like, you know, avoid going into things that will like put you in that situation. But it's also like, if you think about salvation and you're only doing this to avoid salvation or some kind of hell, you're doing it wrong. And then there's Buddhism that straight up has hell, and it's like, you know, it's like the one temple. What is the temple? It's like the White Temple. Have you seen it? It looks like a necromancer. Looks like a necromancer's temple from like some fantasy movie. It doesn't even look real, but it's like in one of those regions where they believe in hell and stuff. But it's gorgeous, the temple. It literally, you're gonna be like, wow, that is a necromancer's bone palace.
Yep. Oh, that's in Thailand.
Yeah. But like
I know
on
that
the
one.
pathway to it, it's all the hungry hands of hell reaching up.
Yes.
For offerings and shit, and people throw coins and pour drinks on the offerings and stuff. And so like the theory, not the theory, but what the belief behind temples largely in Buddhism is like they're conduits.
Okay.
So like they're purification conduits that you can go to like purify yourself. But if you think about doing it to only purify yourself and you're doing it out of self-interest, you're doing it wrong and it doesn't count.
Brian Bailey should be on notice that he may be next. That he may be next in this courtroom. He may be next for federal prosecution, and certainly he is on the list for federal monitoring and takeover of his department. Brian Bailey is ultimately responsible for all of the actions of the Goon Squad because he should have been doing his job. He should have been monitoring his department. I'll let Attorney Trent Walker follow up on that, and then we want to hear from the family.
The fourth in command was in this array of people who were sentenced. What does that say about how high this went up in terms of this administration?
I think it says everything about how high it went up. You don't rise to position of fourth in command of the department without those who are above you, specifically the sheriff, knowing exactly how you operate. Some of the defendants specifically allocated at their federal section about what was expected of them and the violence that was expected of them as members of this department, and specifically if they were going to work on that shift. So I would find it impossible, and it belies common sense to think that the sheriff had no idea
Can't hear them
what
with
had
these
been
fucking
occurring
headphones,
in his
man.
department for years. And also I want to point out, he didn't start out as the sheriff. He served as a deputy in this department for probably the better part of 10 years. So he knew when he was rank and file how things operated, and he knew when he became the sheriff how things operated.
Trent, it's already been proven that there are other families that say they've been victims of this same Goon Squad. Do you think there have been people who stories have not been able to come out yet, who are still scared, who are still wanting to see action from the federal government?
I absolutely know that to be true. There have been people that we've spoken with, Mr. Shabazz and I, who have come forward, who have still been unwilling to.
Don't care. Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is
rigors of a lawsuit and having
strange. It's but you're missing definitely the most based of the current religions, which is Sikhism.
General Ken Paxton is taking Harris County
I mean,
courts
who else
over
gets to
a
carry
guaranteed
knives
income
around?
program.
And their goal
The
is to
program
feed
announced last year
people.
would randomly select eligible county residents and provide them $500
Also,
stipend
their
for a
temple is
month
sick. You know about the
for a
Sikh
year and a half.
temple? What the symbolization behind it is? It's got like it's got 4 entrances for each of the 4 like major religions, basically.
Okay.
Because it's the whole point is the Sikh temple feeds people all day. Well, not all day, but that's what they do is they all go there to make sure everyone gets food. And that was the whole point behind it is that I know. Come on, I know all about this. First of all, and also both of those influence Buddhism anyway. One more than the other, that's for sure. One is more Christian. Like whenever there's like ancient there's like the Crusader in Diablo 3, for example. He reminds me of more like a Zoroastrian type belief system than a Catholic type thing. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying. Somebody distracted me talking about mechanism, which I believe it's dualistic, right? That's one of the dualistic ones. Like not like how some Gnostics are.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is taking Harris
Oh,
County
that's right. It was the
courts
Sikhs that I
over
was
a
talking
guaranteed
about.
income program. The program
The
announced last year
temple is
would
built
randomly
because they
select
don't
eligible county
discriminate.
residents and provide them a $500 stipend for a month for a year and a half. That money would come from the American Rescue Plan Act. The AG's office argues the program violates the Texas Constitution, which forbids counties from giving
And it's
public
all
money to
so
any
it is
individual
dualistic, and it's also based off of like the boss monster in it is based off of the Leviathan. Just like how like Abraham supposedly slayed the Leviathan in in Judaism and Christianity, but mostly Judaism is where they talk about Leviathan. And nowadays, Jewish scholars say they were just talking about a crocodile. And people who believe in really weird stuff say that it was dinosaurs that was in Job, and it's proof that God created everything. Well, that's Behemoth, not Leviathan.
Major move from the Environmental Protection Agency today to make our drinking water safer. For the first time, the EPA is implementing new rules to limit what's known as forever chemicals. These substances are found in everyday products, including cookware, rugs, and even dental floss. According to the EPA, forever chemicals do not break down, and they can seep into the soil and water for years. They've been linked to a long list of health issues, including cancer and infertility. NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs Correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with more. And walk us through these new rules, and do we know right now how they will be implemented?
We do. In fact, the EPA outlined that today, Ellison. It said that this is going to be basically a 5-year plan. It is going to regulate 6 PFAS chemicals. Those are these forever chemicals.
And was that powerful evil like a dragon?
Have 3 years.
A long dragon? If it was, that's Leviathan theory.
See these limits, and if they do, then they will have
that's where it
another
comes from.
2 years to
So does
implement the kind of
Zoroastrianism.
processes that they need to get these levels of these forever chemicals down to practically negligible levels. And the EPA estimates that it will affect anywhere from 6 to 10% of the drinking water systems across the country.
And I know back in 2019, you interviewed families who were impacted by these forever chemicals, the contamination in their communities. How does this rule help them?
Well, for these families, it is at long last. I mean, we went to Warminster, Pennsylvania, where there was a naval base, which is now closed. And the firefighting foam that they used in training exercises contained these PFAS, seeped into the groundwater. And then 2 women there, Hope Gross and Joanne Stanton. Hope's father died of cancer. Joanne's son developed a brain tumor. And those 2 things got them asking questions and turned them into activists. And so for them, today is a very good day. Long time coming, but at long last.
Their family's dead.
No-brainer, but are there any groups or industries that aren't on board with this?
Well, the chemical industry, for one thing, and then some of the water associations as well. They say, look, this is going to take far longer than the 5 years the federal government has lied it, and it's going to be much more expensive. There is $1 billion in the bipartisan Infrastructure Act that local cities and towns can draw on, but these water associations say that's going to be a drop in the bucket. They really are going to need more money to get these PFAS out of the water. But it's the same things that make these chemicals that make fabrics stain resistant, or water resistant. That's why they're so hard to break down.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they really are.
This morning, the Biden administration is announcing the
So it's
first ever
doctors'
national
fault.
standard for some harmful chemicals in drinking water. The White House says it will protect 100 million Americans. Senior national and environmental correspondent Ben Tracy is
Not a
in
lot.
Los Angeles. Ben, good morning.
Nate, good morning. So these chemicals are known as PFAS, which stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl, but we generally just call them forever chemicals because they don't break down easily.
Because
and they can last
PFAS,
thousands of
nobody
years.
knows what that means. And if I
Now,
say
new
the
EPA
acronym,
rollout this
people get
morning
more
requires
confused.
public drinking water systems to monitor, reduce, and report high levels
Gen
of 6
X
of the most common
chemicals.
and toxic PFAS in our nation's drinking water. The EPA says 6 to 10% of the 66,000 public drinking water systems in the country will likely need to make changes to meet these new standards. Now, exposure to high levels of these forever chemicals has been linked to cancers, liver and heart issues, and developmental issues for infants and children. The EPA says this new rule will prevent thousands of deaths and reduce tens of thousands of serious illnesses. Now, there are about 15,000 different types of these human-made chemicals. They're
Right.
used in everyday products, including food packaging, water-resistant clothing, nonstick cookware, and cosmetics. In fact, they're so widely used, they've been detected in the blood of humans and animals all over the world. Now, public water
Epic.
systems will have 3 years to measure and report the level of these chemicals in their water
Yeah, I
supply.
won't use
If they exceed the new
nonstick
standards,
shit.
they have 2 years to make sure they meet them.
Like my mom was like, "Here, I don't need this pan anymore," and it's like this small nonstick pan with scratches in it, and I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding?" No. She's like, "I'm gonna go use this pan to cook rice," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna eat the rice."
And we're following breaking news in Missouri. A death row inmate who garnered a lot of support for clemency was executed just over an hour ago. Brian Dorsey pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder for the killing of his cousin and her husband, Sarah and Ben Bonnie, back in 2006. He filed several appeals throughout the years against his death sentence, including all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Missouri Governor Mike Parson denied his last-minute effort for clemency last night, despite letters from dozens of former and current correctional officers who called Dorsey a, quote, model inmate and asked the governor to spare his life. The governor said no. Governor Parson said in a statement that the pain Dorsey brought can never be rectified, and carrying out his death sentence will deliver justice and
What a
closure.
ghoul.
In his final statement,
That's what
earlier
you know who
today,
says
Dorsey-
that? You know who talks like that? Guess who I'm thinking of? Who would you think says it brings pleasure and justice when we do this?
The state?
No. A
No
certain
idea.
group of people.
PSL? Nazis? ISIS?
You're getting that ISIS does say it, but specifically Taliban.
No.
When the UN asked them to stop, this is on video. Go watch the CNN undercover in Afghanistan. It's from the 90s. They work with Rawa. Awesome report. One of the best reports ever made. But she goes like, this is the football stadium. This is where they carry out their brutal executions. And they show it. They show the videos. They show the corpses hanging from goalposts and the woman shot in the head. The reason why that GIF that you'll see a lot of them walking up to the woman and putting the gun to the back of her head, you'll see it a lot, right? The reason it's so distributed and so well known and documented is because CNN aired that footage. But they interview the guy, right? And they say, but the international community wanted Afghans to play football because it's like a war zone. They built them something for relief. And the guy goes, look around you. Everything is destroyed. I'll make you an offer. If you build us an execution grounds, we'll be happy to use that instead of the stadium. Wild.
Oh, insane.
That's these people.
Apologies over the
Yeah.
murders and thanked those who tried to stop his execution. He wrote in part, quote, to all those on all sides of this sentence, I carry no ill will or anger, only acceptance and understanding. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sinadella joins me now with more. So, Angela, walk us through this, because one of the things that made a lot of people look at this case maybe differently or just a little closer than other controversial or high-profile death executions was the fact that so many correctional officers were saying, hey, wait, don't do this. What made this different or unique, at least in some aspects, prior to him being executed?
Yes, that's exactly right. That was really the most extraordinary part of this whole process. How often do you have 70 corrections officers, I think even north of that, writing on paper that this man was not only a model inmate, but was also fully rehabilitated? So that's the crux of this issue. When you philosophically look
Because
at
it's
even
not
the
about rehabilitation, it's about punishment. They're fascists. It's obsession with punishment and law and order.
Opponents of the death penalty are saying they even tend to want to reserve these cases to those where the defendant can really never be rehabilitated. But here we have a defendant who everyone is saying has been fully rehabilitated over the decade plus that he was behind.
Yeah, he has been fully rehabilitated.
Is this
He's dead.
wild? Does this piss you off though?
Yeah, it does.
Well, on another note, you,
bars.
you
And at that
cannot
point-
show what I'm about to send you, okay?
Mm.
Because these are the ultimate copyright claimers. I just want you to tell me what you think of the fit, okay? You just look at that fit real quick and you tell me.
When he committed the murders, that he was under a drug-induced psychosis, but was fully over that, was fully cured, and was frankly just almost bringing joy behind bars to other inmates and to the officers. So at that point, you do wonder then,
Not much
what
there.
is the point of the death penalty?
Not
It
much there.
does
What do
result
you
in
think it's
something like-
dope though?
It's
Like, look at
very
the
fit,
body
though.
that's in the fit though.
Yeah. No, she's very attractive.
That was on my
You know,
YouTube
looking
mentions.
just at the big picture
her
of death
abs.
penalty, all of the EU countries, they have abolished the death penalty. The US, I believe, is the only country in the Americas that still has the death penalty in the capacity that we have today. And then just looking at some stats from the Death Penalty Information Center, 70% of countries, they say, have abolished the death penalty. The majority of death penalty executions for civilians and crimes.
Oh, that's
it comes
unlucky. She's got uneven abs. They're asymmetrical abs. That's unlucky.
Oh, okay, weirdo.
from just a
Okay,
handful of countries.
maybe it's
the US,
just how
China,
the
Iran,
suit
Saudi
pushes.
Arabia, and Pakistan.
No. Like it's pretty much. I don't think it's actually 50-50, but it's like 50-50 shot. You've
I
got
can see it.
symmetrical
I can
abs.
see it.
It's very interesting. I really hope mine aren't asymmetrical.
Look.
I don't know.
All right. What, your tits? Your boobies?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what I thought.
Stand. When you look at what's happening in Missouri, do you think we're starting to see a shift in what has been for many, many years a highly contentious debate? But does it seem like the tide might be turning here?
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that it's been happening for a while, but it's cases like this that really spotlight the opposition to it. Because again, as I said earlier, even the proponents of the death penalty in a case like this, when the defendant has seemingly been fully rehabilitated, is left with the question, well, then what is the point if it's possible a prison
they
system
don't
could
care.
work? If the prison system could actually reform this individual, then is a death penalty still required? So yes, the movement has been going strong. Public opinion has certainly waned against the death penalty. So I think we are going to see more states in the future getting rid of it.
All right, Angela Sinadella, thank you.
2 children found on the 405 around 4:30 Monday morning. An infant who died on the side of the freeway and a 9-year-old girl with minor injuries. Then around 5 a.m., a driver in a black Porsche believed to be related to the children slammed into a tree on PCH in Redondo Beach and was killed. As police begin to thread the connections, another discovery linked to these two scenes.
What in the
this time at the Montecito Apartments in Woodland Hills, where it appears these gruesome events were set into motion.
I woke up in the middle of the night at around like 3:40 a.m. to screaming and a commotion.
This woman, who did not want her name to be used, says her neighbors had been fighting last night. The man and woman lived next to her with their 9-year-old daughter and new baby.
Okay,
This morning,
three
I was
more.
getting up to go
3
to
more
work and they
videos.
left
I'm going to
me,
lay them
walk
out,
our
okay?
front door, and they're immediately
Jared
to the left of
Kushner.
us, and I see their front door wide open.
Minneapolis becomes frontline and fight for fair rides. And human remains scattered. The rest
Albania?
can be...
Kushner, Albania?
Yep. And then the human remains in Minneapolis, and the rest can be pushed because they're kind of green. And they're just more Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff, which we should have gotten more into because you looked up MTG instead of Johnson, I bet. That's why some of these were missed.
Maybe.
Doesn't matter. We have to finish soon, so.
open and blood coming from their apartment all the way into the hallway.
And then
the
after-
elevator. I see blood on the wall.
Me and this guy right here can go kill robots. Unless they hate democracy.
Walls. She calls her dad to check on the people in the apartment, telling him she heard screaming last night.
I saw blood coming, there was blood in the apartment. Like I said, the door was wide open, and I called 911 and said there's something going on here. I saw 2 legs sticking out, from the kitchen area.
Her father says he couldn't believe what he was seeing.
The EMTs told me over the phone to go in and check on the body, and I did. So I stepped over a bunch of blood and stuff and checked on the body, and he was deceased.
He says the man was face down.
Didn't see any weapons, no, but there was a lot of blood, and the apartment was in disarray basically. So things were knocked over, a lot of trash everywhere. And
Police tell NBC4's I-Team the children on the 405 and the driver who was killed in Redondo Beach are connected to this murder scene in Woodland Hills, but have not said how. Neighbors believe they
Well, it's the guy that got killed and the chick threw her kids out of the car on the freeway and then crashed and killed herself. What a fucking psycho.
Seems like it.
are the family who lived here.
I just see the daughter that used to play with my daughter at the pool during summer.
Neighbors say the family kept to themselves, but at night, especially in the past few months, fighting, screaming, and commotion could be heard coming from their unit.
It's like literally so tragic. I don't even know. I feel so bad for that little girl and that poor baby.
The 9-year-old girl,
Shut
the
up.
only survivor, losing so much in the most
Name a woman,
unimaginable
Yoga
way.
Matt.
the trauma that that poor 9-year-old girl.
You know what I'm talking
gone through
about?
is
Come on,
just,
Yoga
No.
Matt. Name a
What the fuck
woman.
is that?
Name a woman. It'll probably get claimed.
absolutely horrific.
I wish I
put
knew
it
what happened
again.
and how it got to that point.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Thanks for watching. There's one more Moida one, I think. No,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
one more Moida one.
That to another school shooting and a court case. A special grand
And
jury in
then those
Virginia
three.
charging a former school system administrator with multiple felony counts of child neglect in the case of a 6-year-old who shot his teacher during class last year.
A
According to the indictments, former
6-year-old.
assistant principal Ebony J. Parker
A
showed a quote,
6-year-old.
reckless
Yeah, this
disregard
happened
for
like
the
right
human life.
before
From
the
what-
other one.
Julia Chester joins us now with these breaking developments. So Julia,
Or
it's
after.
so strange. We're coming off this
How did a
conversation about
6-year-old get a gun?
Apparently it was the principal's fault because they knew the 6-year-old had guns or was dangerous or something. I don't know. We'll see.
6?
going to prison because their child was a mass shooter. And then we have the case that you're working on where a 6-year-old brought a gun to school. And now the assistant principal is getting involved in charging this. What exactly happened?
Good evening, Tom. Grand jury has charged the then assistant principal of Rich Neck Elementary School on 8 counts of child abuse relating to the shooting of a first grade teacher by her 6-year-old student last year in that case that truly shocked the nation. Dr. Ebony Parker now faces up to 5 years in prison for each of the 8 charges of child neglect. It is unprecedented for a school administrator to be indicted related to actions involving a school shooting. Now, we have not heard back from Ebony Parker's lawyer, but we are hearing tonight from the attorneys representing Abigail.
The teacher actually said that the kid had a gun and was
she
dangerous. I believe as well. She called for help from the office as well. She like followed procedure and stuff. That's why I
But
think.
why? What led this kid to shoot the teacher? Makes me think the teacher was being an abusive cunt.
No, it wasn't like that.
No?
is
No.
recovering
There's so
from
many
the shooting and
questions.
has not been able to go back to teaching. Her attorneys told NBC News in a statement, quote, "These charges are very serious and underscore the failure of the school district to act to prevent the tragic shooting of Abby Zwerner. The school board continues."
Ah, so basically, because all the warnings and like help me, this kid's deranged. They're charging the principal because they didn't do a shit.
She called the principal.
Epic. Okay, interesting.
to deny their responsibility to Abby, and this indictment is just another brick in the wall of mounting failures and gross negligence in their case. They're
Well,
pushing
what about the parents? Who the fuck are the parents?
Don't
for
know.
accountability now continuing
If we had
with
more
this
time.
latest indictment. Tom?
Julia Chester for us tonight from Washington. Julia, we thank you for that.
Thanks for watching. Stay
I
up to
take note. Take
Okay.
note that we want more on this case, I guess. And then after this, the final video will be the one most likely to be claimed. But it's hey, Sissy Vaya, that's you. But it's not even by the guy who did it. He has his own channel on YouTube, and it's
This
it's a
small
clip
island in Albania.
that's not through the clip system on YouTube. So if he didn't claim it on this guy's channel, hopefully he doesn't claim it on ours.
Could soon be turned into a tourist resort. Donald Trump's son-in-law,
Oh, did we do
Jared
human
Kushner,
remains?
recently announced the plans as part of a
This is
Human
the
remain-
first of the 3 videos. But I guess it
Oh.
would make logical sense to do the human remains after all
Oh,
of those.
those were the 3? Okay, sorry. I thought hang on, I don't know. I'm confused.
Days after, police found a human leg in Cudahy, shocking neighbors in that area Tuesday.
It just really brings into question what is wrong with people. It's heinous.
The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office says they found
I don't know.
another body.
I don't hang on. I
found
don't
in Milwaukee's-
look. Classic I killed somebody, I have to cover up a murder dictates that you cut up the remains and scatter them.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that helps or it's what you should do or it's more likely to get you caught because there's more evidence to be found in different places. I couldn't tell you. I just know that in movies and pop culture, they say you should chop up the body to not get caught. And I blame pop culture for the body being chopped up. It's video
Walnut
games.
Hill neighborhood near 30th Street and Lisbon Avenue.
It sounds like it's connected in a way to me because it's like body parts are carried all around the city.
I went to that area Saturday morning to try and learn more about the investigation. I'm a reporter with TMJ4 News. While police were no longer on scene, area neighbors told me beginning late Friday night into early Saturday morning, officers closed off at least 2 blocks of Walnut Street.
Yellow tape everywhere, yellow tape running in front of my house, everything.
Neighbors told me police spent hours searching this area park, several alleyways in the neighborhood, and the nearby train tracks below.
I think it's got to be somebody
She
from
would
somewhere
sound
else.
better if
'Cause if it's somebody from here,
mic
that's
is
really
underneath the
surprising.
scarf.
In connection to the homicide
Mhm.
investigation around the severed leg found in Cudahy's Warnemont Park, a person of interest is in custody. When you hear that there's been 2, what comes to mind there?
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Ooh, crime scene
God,
baddie.
people get shot.
Mhm.
Like that's all we used to.
You
like
see her?
body part. That's serial killer type stuff, you know.
Missed it.
Police have not said if they suspect the 2 recovered body parts are related, only that this is an ongoing investigation.
Okay, that
In
much.
Milwaukee, Tahim Haddin,
What?
NBC News.
I don't care.
Thanks
that
for
much.
watching. Stay
Oh,
up.
go back. Come on. Go to the crime scene baddie. Come on, Jack. Come on. Show everyone the crime scene baddie.
Somewhere
She was
else.
Of
walking
interest
to
is
clean
in
stuff up.
custody.
Yeah,
When you
right
hear that
after
there's
this
been
guy, I
2,
think.
what comes to mind there?
There.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
There they were. The total baddie, right?
Sure.
This small island in Albania could soon be turned into a tourist resort. Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, recently announced the plans as part of a wider investment by his firm Affinity Partners.
Send in Jared!
The project's may boost
J-Man!
local economies by enticing visitors, but Kushner's plans, which
Oh, yeah.
locals call the Trump
Sound
villas,
bites for
are
this guy right when you hit it.
already making waves, as some fear they will harm the environment.
Augers!
The town of Laura is loved by locals for its quiet pine forests, olive trees, and walking trails. Flamingos and pelicans pause here along their migration routes on a hook of protected land on Albania's southern coast. Ornithologist John Vorpsi works with the local environmental NGO PPNEA.
We are constantly getting requests from visitors to visit these zones.
He's
But
a
if this
baddie.
zone is turned into another urban area, there will be nothing special here, but just another area turned into concrete. It is a great sadness to know that this zone will not serve the next generations anymore. It will not serve students of natural sciences anymore.
Wow,
It will
they
not
hate
serve
you,
humans
Jared.
Anymore.
Kushner and Affinity Partners did not respond to Reuters' requests for comment. Since communism fell in 1990, Albania has struggled with economic and political instability and widespread immigration. But its alpine lakes and untouched coastline have attracted growing numbers of tourists. The country welcomed more
No
than 10
offense,
million
but it sounds like
tourists.
some fucking commie gobbledygook.
You should have hit the other one. The other one that's about the fall of communism.
Permits in protected areas for hotels or resorts
It's
rated
commie
5 stars or more.
bastards. That's the
Flora's
good
mayor,
one
Ermal
for this
Dreda,
situation.
welcomed
It's more
Kushner's
No, but they're
appropriate.
saying that because communism fell, Albania is falling to shit.
No, but that's the thing is that's why you would do the one that's about communism falling.
Both work.
I don't know. I think this one's more appropriate.
Commie bastards. Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states. Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
And vowed not to harm the environment.
We want Laura to be a high touristic destination, a top touristic destination. Without investments, how we are going to attract all these people coming here, choosing Laura? So we able also to have something good, something unique in terms of quality. And the quality starts also with building something, but not destroying. Building something, let's say, in a sustainable way.
Plant weed there.
The latest frontline in the battle over fair pay for rideshare drivers is in Minneapolis. Uber and Lyft have threatened to leave the city over a new ordinance that sets minimum wages for drivers.
That's right.
Special
I said
correspondent
this
Fred
one as
Sam
well.
Lazaro reports it's leading to bigger questions about the state of the gig economy.
I'm actually really curious about this one because you know how much I love
Lifelong Minneapolis resident Matthew McGlory started driving for Uber and Lyft over 7 years ago.
Last time I was
loves the
there,
flexibility,
colder
chance
than
to
the
meet new
surface of Mars.
Cool.
I mean, so what's cool about this, with it being that cold, they basically all have like civilian bridges over crosswalks, right? So
Okay.
you can, so technically, if you're like need to walk through the city in Minneapolis, you can basically limit your time outside. That's how cold it is, right? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that is interesting. Cool.
people, and for a while, he felt like drivers and the companies were true partners. But in the past few years, McGlory says drivers have seen a smaller cut of fares.
Is it fair that Lyft or Uber will charge a passenger $67
and give the driver $23. We're not asking for anything more than we think we deserve or anything more than we think is fair.
That's why McGlory
Yeah,
supported a
have the
recent
drivers'
Minneapolis City
wages
Council
gone up while they increase these surge prices? Or
I
they
doubt
just
it.
get better tips during those surge hours?
Well, no, you would get less tips because it costs more.
No, like surge hours, they charge more, right? Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
because you
what I'm
mean because
saying.
that's how much money they have in their pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they are taking their tip basically there too.
And like Uber, like driving Uber is different to the Uber Eats too. Like I would say that most of the money on an Uber trip should go to the Uber driver. Like realistically, just the
John
upkeep
Oliver
of
just
the
did
app.
an interesting thing on ride shares.
Like just the upkeep
Or,
of the app
no,
does not
food delivery
necessitate
app.
70% cut go to Uber.
Like I think it was the newest episode, but he shows a story in there that basically like they'll go in and they'll start doing Grubhub for restaurants who didn't ask for it or sign up for it.
Okay.
And like they're packaging food that's not meant to be like in somebody's car. And he has like a joke about the guy who's like clam baking his car, delivering your milkshake. But it was really good, as all of his stuff is.
Ordinance that sets minimum pay for rideshare drivers. It requires the companies to pay drivers at least $1.40 per mile and 51 cents per minute during rides.
This fight is really simple. It's about giving workers a minimum wage.
I was about to say
Councilmember
minimum wage.
Robin Wansley
That's
helped
not
write the
minimum wage.
policy.
We hold the standard that workers should earn livable wages. We should not make exemptions for rideshare drivers because they're part of the gig economy.
Oh yeah. Well, this is what happens when you cut part-time benefits.
Yes.
And appeal to these fucking corporations to make these loopholes so Walmart can make everyone part-time and get away with it and fuck their employees. You did this. The government did this.
Evaluate our dependence on two corporate giants that have based their entire economic model on paying their drivers some minimum wages.
Exploitation.
Immediately after the
They've
ordinance
based their
passed,
model
both
off
Uber
of
and Lyft said
exploitation,
they
I would say.
Yeah.
Much. You can go full commie on this one.
Stop operating.
President, I'm beginning to smell a big fat commie rat.
Uber spokesman Josh Gold.
What we saw in
you.
other markets is if you raise rates too high, you may be making more for each
Shut
individual
up.
trip. Because demand's going to go down, you'll actually be making less on an hourly basis.
Are you
Shut
really going
up.
to leave on May 1st if this doesn't change?
Yes.
Good.
Gold
Bye.
pointed to the company's decision to leave Austin, Texas in 2016 after
Oh, no.
that city
And
passed
Austin
a
has
driver
suffered.
fingerprinting requirement. It only returned when the state
Yeah,
passed
Austin's not growing exponentially.
Well, they
at all.
returned. They returned. Why did they return?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they just.
to law preempting the city. But Uber and Lyft have backed down from
state
threats to leave elsewhere.
passed a law
I really
making
hope
the
we can
city
continue to work with
bring them back.
drivers
This
and
money out of
policymakers,
politics,
in
people.
Minneapolis to continue to stay. But
The fact
if
that
it doesn't make sense to
TikTok
operate a business,
is spending a shitload of money to lobby Congress. No, this can't happen anymore. And it stops with Uber. Uber is our front line. Ride shares are our front
The
line.
day after Minneapolis passed its ordinance, the state released a study of the rideshare industry. It found
Taxi
Minnesota
industry,
drivers are mostly black
all right,
male immigrants.
has uplifted more immigrants in this country than any other industry. Okay,
What has?
taxis.
Okay.
It is an immigrant that is like as an immigrant who coming in, you just have to learn where to go. It's easy, right? It's like it is like, and then they are able to form these blocks and inter-taxi unions and stuff where they actually have work protection as immigrants. Fucking beautiful industry, and it needs to be protected.
You could unionize
because-
with Uber as well.
No, you can't.
Bullshit.
Come on,
Fucking
fuck off.
Nobody.
Fuck
Everybody
Uber.
said fuck you. We're not delivering
Fuck
shit.
Uber. They're not going to though because Uber has so much. They're a corporation. Taxis are these independent companies that have like a dispatcher still and shit. You have to like call a company, you know. And so like taxis could update their infrastructure where they have an app, like a local taxi app that would compete, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is because they're not an exploitive corporation and they care about their employees, they can't compete on a market level with some of these rideshare apps.
Many living in low-income households. The study also found that drivers would make the equivalent of minimum wage in Minneapolis plus car expenses if they were paid 89 cents per mile and 49 cents per
And
minute.
they're a corporation.
Those rates
And
are
that's what
lower than the city ordinance,
corporations do.
Yeah.
but driver pay would still increase about
And
10%.
if corporations are
And at
people,
those levels, Uber and Lyft say they could stay in the market.
then I support the death penalty.
On a recent afternoon near Minneapolis St. Paul Airport, drivers waiting for customers expressed
How many
mixed
people have they
feelings.
killed?
In order to keep the job, you need to keep the companies in the city. We need something they're happy and we
Hell
happy
yeah.
between the study and the city.
I don't think the rates that Minneapolis is giving worth Uber living. No, I don't think so. If they can work something out, fine, but I don't think it's worth Uber living.
Somali, you just held up.
95% of all Minnesota rideshare trips begin in the Twin Cities. So a departure from the metropolitan Minneapolis-St. Paul area would effectively end the app's presence in the state. And that's prompted concern among policymakers on both sides of the aisle.
Senator Dornick is
Lawmakers are trying to finalize legislation before May 1st that would both satisfy drivers and keep the companies operating here. Meanwhile, the Minneapolis City Council has said it may reconsider its ordinance as soon as this week. But no matter what happens, the situation in Minnesota is being watched closely, says Cornell University's Andrew Wolf.
What Uber and Lyft are doing in Minneapolis is not new.
It's crazy. I've been like so fucked up for so long that I've never like returned and been in an airport where it said like Lyft Uber like that. It's always been a taxi.
I don't think I've seen one like that either. That's weird.
I think Minneapolis is kind of a perfect place for them to make a stink because it is a bigger city where this would have an impact, but it's not such a big city that it would really impact their bottom line. They're trying to make a big show out of Minneapolis in order to try to stop these other efforts from moving forward.
If Uber and Lyft do leave, other rideshare companies have vowed to fill the gap. But
Yeah.
until then, drivers like Matthew McGlory are weighing their options. He's starting a job with a property management company this week.
Drivers aren't leaving. The cars that we drive aren't going anywhere, right? They're saying they want to leave. Is that really done in the spirit of true partnership?
For the PBS
No, it's Capital
NewsHour, I'm
Come on,
Fred
my
San
man.
Lazaro in the Twin Cities.
What I miss?
Fred's reporting.
He's like, oh, they're leaving, but the cars and drivers are still here. Is this a partnership? No, it's not. No, it isn't.
Partnership with the Undertold Stories.
Anyway, go. Do your
Okay,
video.
to get us claimed. If this gets claimed, you'll know why.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's always been a web show. I don't think it's ever been like broadcast. This is just a clip from one of his episodes. And he was like the first guy to do the on the street ridiculous shit, and now it's like everyone is doing it. Like he did it when it was still funny.
Miss, for $1, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yes. Who?
Who?
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yes. Yoga bag. Name a woman.
Sorry.
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yes, go.
Any?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is so hard.
Name a woman. Name a woman. Name a woman. No.
That will count as a closing soundbite, right?
Sure, yeah, that counts.
Okay.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me.
All right, thanks everyone.